Chapters 49 and 50 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 49. On his return to Cambridge in the May term of 1858, Ernest and a few other friends who were also intended for orders came to the conclusion that they must now take a more serious view of their position. They therefore attended chapel more regularly than hitherto, and held evening meetings of a somewhat furtive character, at which they would study the New Testament. They even began to commit the epistles of St. Paul to memory in the original Greek. They got up Beveridge on the 39 Articles, and Pearson on the Creed. In their hours of recreation they read Moore's Mystery of Godliness, which Ernest thought was charming, and Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, which also impressed him deeply, through what he thought was the splendor of its language. They handed themselves over to the guidance of Dean Alford's notes on the Greek Testament, which made Ernest better understand what was meant by difficulties, but also made him feel how shallow and impotent were the conclusions arrived at by German neologians, with whose works, being innocent of German, he was not otherwise acquainted. Some of the friends who joined him in these pursuits were Johnians, and the meetings were often held within the walls of St. John's. I do not know how tidings of these furtive gatherings had reached the Simeonites, but they must have come round to them in some way, for they had not been continued for many weeks before a circular was sent to each of the young men who attended them, informing them that the Reverend Gideon Hawke, a well-known London evangelical preacher, whose sermons were then much talked of, was about to visit his young friend Badcock of St. John's, and would be glad to say a few words to any who might wish to hear them, in Badcock's rooms on a certain evening in May. Badcock was one of the most notorious of all the Simeonites. Not only was he ugly, dirty, ill-dressed, bumptious, and in every way objectionable, but he was deformed and waddled when he walked, so that he had won a nickname which I can only reproduce by calling it "Here's my back and there's my back," because the lower parts of his back emphasized themselves demonstratively as though about to fly off in different directions like the two extreme notes in the chord of the augmented sixth, with every step he took. It may be guessed, therefore, that the receipt of the circular had for a moment an almost paralyzing effect on those whom it was addressed, owing to the astonishment which it occasioned them. It certainly was a daring surprise, but like so many deformed people, Badcock was forward and hard to check. He was a pushing fellow to whom the present was just the opportunity he wanted for carrying war into the enemy's quarters. Ernest and his friends consulted. Moved by the feeling that they were now preparing to be clergymen, they ought not to stand so stiffly on social dignity as heretofore, and also perhaps by the desire to have a good private view of a preacher who was then much upon the lips of men, they decided to accept the invitation. When the appointed time came they went with some confusion and self-abasement to the rooms of this man, on whom they had looked down hitherto as from an immeasurable height, and with whom nothing would have made them believe a few weeks earlier that they could ever come to be on speaking terms. Mr. Hawke was a very different-looking person from Badcock. He was remarkably handsome, or rather would have been but for the thinness of his lips, and a look of too great firmness and inflexibility. His features were a good deal like those of Leonardo da Vinci. Moreover, he was kempt, looked in vigorous health, and was of a ruddy countenance. He was extremely courteous in his manner, and paid a good deal of attention to Badcock, of whom he seemed to think highly. Altogether our young friends were taken aback, and inclined to think smaller beer of themselves and larger of Badcock than was agreeable to the old Adam who was still alive within them. A few well-known Sims from St. John's and other colleges were present, but not enough to swamp the earnest set. As for the sake of brevity, I will call them." After a preliminary conversation in which there was nothing to offend, the business of the evening began by Mr. Hawke standing up at one end of the table and saying, "Let us pray." The earnest set did not like this, but they could not help themselves, so they knelt down and repeated the Lord's Prayer and a few others after Mr. Hawke, who delivered them remarkably well. Then, when all had sat down, Mr. Hawke addressed them, speaking without notes and taking for his text the words, "Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me?" Whether owing to Mr. Hawke's manner, which was impressive, or to his well-known reputation for ability, or whether from the fact that each one of the earnest set knew that he had been more or less a persecutor of the Sims, and yet felt instinctively that the Sims were after all much more like the early Christians than he was himself, at any rate, the text, familiar though it was, went home to the consciences of Ernest and his friends as it had never yet done. If Mr. Hawke had stopped here, he would have almost said enough. As he scanned the faces turned towards him, and saw the impression he had made, he was perhaps minded to bring his sermon to an end before beginning it, but if so, he reconsidered himself and proceeded as follows. I give the sermon in full, for it is a typical one, and will explain a state of mind which in another generation or two will seem to stand sadly in need of explanation. "My young friends," said Mr. Hawke, "I am persuaded that there is not one of you here who doubts the existence of a personal God. If there were, it is to him assuredly that I should first address myself. Should I be mistaken in my belief that all here assembled accept the existence of a God who is present amongst us, though we see him not, and whose eye is upon our most secret thoughts, let me implore the doubter to confer with me in private before we part. I will then put before him considerations through which God has been mercifully pleased to reveal himself to me, so far as any man can understand him, and which I have found bring peace to the minds of others who have doubted. I assume also that there is none who doubts but that this God, after whose likeness we have been made, did in the course of time have pity upon man's blindness and assume our nature, taking flesh and coming down and dwelling among us as a man, indistinguishable physically from ourselves. He who made the sun, moon, and stars, the world and all that therein is, came down from heaven in the person of his Son, with the express purpose of leading a scorned life, and dying the most cruel, shameful death which fiendish ingenuity has invented. While on earth, he worked many miracles. He gave sight to the blind, raised the dead to life, fed thousands with a few loaves and fishes, and was seen to walk upon the waves. But at the end of his appointed time he died, as was foredetermined, upon the cross, and was buried by a few faithful friends. Those, however, who had put him to death set a jealous watch over his tomb. There is no one, I feel sure, in this room who doubts any part of the foregoing, but if there is, let me again pray him to confer with me in private, and I doubt not that by the blessing of God his doubts will cease. The next day but one after our Lord was buried, the tomb being still jealously guarded by enemies, an angel was seen descending from heaven with glittering raiment and countenance that shone like fire. This glorious being rolled away the stone from the grave, and our Lord himself came forth risen from the dead. My young friends, this is no fanciful story like those of the ancient deities, but a matter of plain history as certain as that you and I are now here together. If there is one fact better vouched for than another in the whole range of certainties, it is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Nor is it less well assured that a few weeks after he had risen from the dead, our Lord was seen by many hundreds of men and women to rise amid the host of angels into the air upon a heavenward journey, till the clouds covered him and concealed him from the sight of men. It may be said that the truth of these statements has been denied, but what, let me ask you, has become of the questioners? Where are they now? Do we see them here or hear of them? Have they been able to hold what little ground they made during the supineness of the last century? Is there one of your fathers or mothers or friends who does not see through them? Is there a single teacher or preacher in this great university who has not examined what these men had to say and found it naught? Did you ever meet one of them, or do you find any of their books securing the respectful attention of those competent to judge concerning them? I think not, and I think also you know as well as I do why it is that they have sunk back into the abyss from which they for a time emerged. It is because, after the most careful and patient examination by the ablest and most judicial minds of many countries, their arguments were found so untenable that they themselves renounced them. They fled from the field routed, dismayed, and suing for peace, nor have they again come to the front in any civilized country. You know these things. Why, then, do I insist upon them? My dear young friends, your own consciousness will have made the answer to each one of you already. It is because, though you know so well that these things did verily and indeed happen, you know also that you have not realized them to yourselves, as it was your duty to do, nor heeded their momentous, awful import. And now let me go further. You all know that you will one day come to die, or if not to die, for there are not wanting signs which make me hope that the Lord may come again while some of us now present are alive, yet to be changed. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. For this corruption must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. And the saying shall be brought to pass that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. Do you or do you not believe that you will one day stand before the judgment seat of Christ? Do you or do you not believe that you will have to give an account for every idle word that you have ever spoken? Do you or do you not believe that you are called to live, not according to the will of man, but according to the will of that Christ who came down from heaven out of love for you, who suffered and died for you, who calls you to him, and yearns toward you that you may take heed even in this your day, but who, if you heed not, will also one day judge you, and with whom there is no variableness, nor shadow of turning. My dear young friends, strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth to eternal life, and few there be that find it. Few, 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 for he who will not give up all for Christ's sake has given up nothing. If you would live in the friendship of this world, if indeed you are not prepared to give up everything you most fondly cherish, should the Lord require it of you, then, I say, put the idea of Christ deliberately on one side at once. Spit upon him, buffet him, crucify him anew, do anything you like, so long as you secure the friendship of this world while it is still in your power to do so. The pleasures of this brief life may not be worth paying for by the torments of eternity, but they are something while they last. If, on the other hand, you would live in the friendship of God, and be among the number of those for whom Christ has not died in vain, if, in a word, You value your eternal welfare. Then give up the friendship of this world. Of a surety you must make your choice between God and mammon, for you cannot serve both. I put these considerations before you, if so homely a term may be pardoned, as a plain matter of business. There is nothing low or unworthy in this, as some lately have pretended, for all nature shows us that there is nothing more acceptable to God than an enlightened view of our own self-interest. Never let anyone delude you here. It is a simple question of fact. Did certain things happen, or did they not? If they did happen, is it reasonable to suppose that you will make yourselves and others more happy by one course of conduct or by another? And now let me ask you what answer you have made to this question hitherto. Whose friendship have you chosen? If, knowing what you know, you have not yet begun to act according to the immensity of the knowledge that is in you, then he who builds his house and lays up his treasure on the edge of a crater of molten lava is a sane, sensible person in comparison with yourselves. I say this as no figure of speech or bugbear with which to frighten you, but as an unvarnished, unexaggerated statement which will be no more disputed by yourselves than by me. And now Mr. Hawke, who up to this time had spoken with singular quietness, changed his manner to one of greater warmth, and continued, "O my young friends, turn, turn, turn now while it is called today. Now from this hour, from this instant, stay not even to gird up your loins. Look not behind you for a second, but fly into the bosom of that Christ who is to be found of all who seek him, and from that fearful wrath of God which lieth in wait for those who know not the things belonging to their peace. For the Son of Man cometh as a thief in the night, and there is not one of us can tell but what this day his soul may be required of him. If there is even one here who has heeded me," and he let his eye fall for an instant upon almost all his hearers, but especially on the earnest set, "I shall know that it was not for nothing that I felt the call of the Lord, and heard as I thought a voice by night that bade me come hither quickly, for there was a chosen vessel who had need of me." Here Mr. Hawke ended rather abruptly. His earnest manner, striking countenance, and excellent delivery had produced an effect greater than the actual words I have given can convey to the reader. The virtue lay in the man more than what he said. As for the last few mysterious words about his having heard a voice by night, their effect was magical. There was not one who did not look down to the ground, nor who in his heart did not half believe that he was the chosen vessel on whose especial behalf God had sent Mr. Hawke to Cambridge. Even if this were not so, each one of them felt that he was now, for the first time, in the actual presence of one who had a direct communication from the Almighty, and they were thus suddenly brought 100-fold nearer to the New Testament miracles. They were amazed, not to say scared, and as though by tacit consent they gathered together, thanked Mr. Hawke for his sermon, said good night in a humble, deferential manner to Badcock and the other Simeonites, and left the room together. They had heard nothing but what they had been hearing all their lives. How was it, then, that they were so dumbfounded by it? I suppose partly because they had lately begun to think more seriously, and were in a fit state to be impressed, partly from the greater directness with which each felt himself addressed, through the sermon being delivered in a room, and partly to the logical consistency, freedom from exaggeration, and profound air of conviction with which Mr. Hawke had spoken. His simplicity and obvious earnestness had impressed them even before he had alluded to his special mission, but this clenched everything, and the words, "Lord, is it I?" were upon the hearts of each as they walked pensively home through moonlit courts and cloisters. I do not know what passed among the Simeonites after the Ernest set had left them, but they would have been more than mortal if they had not been a good deal elated with the results of the evening. Why, one of Ernest's friends was in the University 11, and he had actually been in Badcock's rooms and had slunk off on saying good night as meekly as any of them. It was no small thing to have scored a success like this. Chapter 50. Ernest felt now that the turning point of his life had come. He would give up all for Christ, even his tobacco. So he gathered together his pipes and pouches, and locked them up in his portmanteau under his bed where they should be out of sight, and as much out of mind as possible. He did not burn them, because someone might come in who wanted to smoke, and though he might abridge his own liberty, yet as smoking was not a sin, there was no reason why he should be hard on other people. After breakfast he left his rooms to call on a man named Dawson, who had been one of Mr. Hawke's hearers on the preceding evening, and who was reading for ordination at the forthcoming Ember Weeks, now only 4 months distant. This man had been always of a rather serious turn of mind, a little too much so for Ernest's tastes, but times had changed, and Dawson's undoubted sincerity seemed to render him a fitting counsellor for Ernest at the present time. As he was going through the first court of John's on his way to Dawson's rooms, he met Badcock, and greeted him with some deference. His advance was received with one of those ecstatic gleams which shone occasionally upon the face of Badcock, and which, if Ernest had known more, would have reminded him of Robespierre. As it was, he saw it and unconsciously recognized the unrest and self-seekingness of the man, but could not yet formulate them. He disliked Badcock more than ever, but as he was going to profit by the spiritual benefits which he had put in his way, he was bound to be civil to him, and civil he therefore was. Badcock told him that Mr. Hawke had returned to town immediately his discourse was over, but that before doing so he had inquired particularly who Ernest and 2 or 3 others were. I believe each one of Ernest's friends was given to understand that he had been more or less particularly inquired after. Ernest's vanity, for he was his mother's son, was tickled at this. The idea again presented itself to him that he might be the one for whose benefit Mr. Hawke had been sent. There was something, too, in Badcock's manner which conveyed the idea that he could say more if he chose, but had been enjoined to silence. On reaching Dawson's rooms he found his friend in raptures over the discourse of the preceding evening. Hardly less delighted was he with the effect it had produced on Ernest. He had always known, he said, that Ernest would come round. He had been sure of it, but he had hardly expected the conversion to be so sudden. Ernest said no more had he, but now that he saw his duty so clearly he would get ordained as soon as possible, and take a curacy, even though the doing so would make him have to go down from Cambridge earlier, which would be a great grief to him. Dawson applauded this determination, and it was arranged that as Ernest was still more or less of a weak brother, Dawson should take him, so to speak, in spiritual tow for a while, and strengthen and confirm his faith. An offensive and defensive alliance therefore was struck up between this pair, who were in reality singularly ill-assorted, and Ernest set to work to master the books on which the bishop would examine him. Others gradually joined them till they formed a small set or church, for these are the same things, and the effect of Mr. Hawke's sermon, instead of wearing off in a few days, as might have been expected, became more and more marked, so much that it was necessary for Ernest's friends to hold him back rather than urge him on, for he seemed likely to develop, as indeed he did for a time, into a religious enthusiast. In one matter only did he openly backslide. He had, as I said above, locked up his pipes and tobacco so that he might not be tempted to use them. All day long on the day after Mr. Hawke's sermon he let them lie in his portmanteau bravely, but this was not very difficult, as he had for some time given up smoking till after Hall. After Hall this day he did not smoke till chapel time, and then went to chapel in self-defence. When he returned he determined to look at the matter from a common-sense point of view. On this he saw that, provided tobacco did not injure his health, and he really could not see that it did, it stood much on the same footing as tea or coffee. Tobacco had nowhere been forbidden in the Bible, but then it had not been discovered, and had probably only escaped prescription for this reason. We can conceive of St. Paul or even our Lord himself as drinking a cup of tea, but we cannot imagine either of them smoking a cigarette or a churchwarden. Ernest could not deny this, and admitted that Paul would almost certainly have condemned tobacco in good terms if he had known of its existence. Was it not then taking a rather mean advantage of the apostle to stand on his not having actually forbidden it? On the other hand, it was possible that God knew Paul would have forbidden smoking, and had purposely arranged the discovery of tobacco for a period at which Paul should be no longer living. This might seem rather hard on Paul, considering all he had done for Christianity, but it would be made up to him in other ways. These reflections satisfied Ernest that on the whole he had better smoke, so he sneaked to his portmanteau and brought out his pipes and tobacco again. There should be moderation, he felt, in all things, even in virtue, so for that night he smoked immoderately. It was a pity, however, that he had bragged to Dawson about giving up smoking. The pipes had better be kept in a cupboard for a week or two, till in other and easier respects Ernest could have proved his steadfastness. Then they might steal out again little by little, and so they did. Ernest now wrote home a letter couched in a vein different from his ordinary ones. His letters were usually all common form and padding, for, as I have already explained, if he wrote about anything that really interested him, his mother always wanted to know more and more about it, every fresh answer being as the lopping off of a hydra's head and giving birth to a half-dozen or more new questions. But in the end it came invariably to the same result, namely that he ought to have done something else, or ought not to go on doing as he proposed. Now, however, there was a new departure, and for the 1000th time he concluded that he was about to take a course of which his father and mother would approve, and in which they would be interested, so that at last he and they might get on more sympathetically than heretofore. He therefore wrote a gushing, impulsive letter, which afforded much amusement to myself as I read it, but which is too long for reproduction. One passage ran: "I am now going towards Christ. The greater number of my college friends are, I fear, going away from him. We must pray for them, that they may find peace that is in Christ even as I have myself found it." Ernest covered his face with his hands for shame as he read this extract from the bundle of letters he had put into my hands. They had been returned to him by his father on his mother's death, his mother having carefully preserved them. "Shall I cut it out?" said I. "I will, if you like." "Certainly not," he answered, "and if good-natured friends have kept more records of my follies, pick out any plums that may amuse the reader, and let him have his laugh over them." But fancy what effect a letter like this, so unled up to, must have produced at Battersby. Even Christina refrained from ecstasy over her son's having discovered the power of Christ's word, while Theobald was frightened out of his wits. It was well his son was not going to have any doubts or difficulties, and that he would be ordained without making a fuss over it. But he smelt mischief in this sudden conversion of one who had never yet shown any inclination towards religion. He hated people who did not know where to stop. Ernest was always so outré and strange. There was never any knowing what he would do next, except that it would be something unusual and silly. If he was to get the bit between his teeth after he got ordained and bought his living, he would play more pranks than ever he, Theobald, had done. The fact, doubtless, of his being ordained and having bought a living would go a long way to steady him, and if he married, his wife must see to the rest. This was his only chance, and to do justice to his sagacity, Theobald in his heart did not think very highly of it. When Ernest came down to Battersby in June, he imprudently tried to open up a more unreserved communication with his father than was his wont. The first of Ernest's snipe-like flights on being flushed by Mr. Hawke's sermon was in the direction of ultra-evangelicalism. Theobald himself had been much more low than high church. This was the normal development of the country clergyman during the first years of his clerical life, between, we will say, the years 1825 to 1850. But he was not prepared for the almost contempt with which Ernest now regarded the doctrines of baptismal regeneration and priestly absolution. Hoity-toity indeed, what business had he with such questions? Nor for his desire to find some means of reconciling Methodism and the Church. Theobald hated the Church of Rome, but he hated dissenters too, for he found them as a general rule troublesome people to deal with. He always found people who did not agree with him troublesome to deal with. Besides, they set up for knowing as much as he did. Nevertheless, if he had been let alone, he would have leaned towards them rather than towards the High Church party. The neighbouring clergy, however, would not let him alone. One by one they had come under the influence, directly or indirectly, of the Oxford movement which had begun 20 years earlier. It was surprising how many practices he now tolerated which in his youth he would have considered popish. He knew very well, therefore, which way things were going in church matters, and saw that as usual Ernest was setting himself the other way. The opportunity for telling his son that he was a fool was too favourable not to be embraced, and Theobald was not slow to embrace it. Ernest was annoyed and surprised, for had not his father and mother been wanting him to be more religious all his life? Now that he had become so, they were still not satisfied. He said to himself that a prophet was not without honour save in his own country, but he had been lately, or rather until lately, getting into an odious habit of turning proverbs upside down, and it occurred to him that a country is sometimes not without honour save for its own prophet. Then he laughed, and for the rest of the day felt more as he used to feel before he had heard Mr. Hawke's sermon. He returned to Cambridge for the long vacation in 1858, none too soon, for he had to go in for the voluntary theological examination, which bishops were now beginning to insist upon. He imagined all the time he was reading that he was storing himself with the knowledge that would best fit him for the work he had taken in hand. In truth, he was cramming for a pass. In due time he did pass, creditably, and was ordained deacon with 6 others of his friends in the autumn of 1858. He was then just 23 years old. End of chapter 50. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 51 and 52 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 51. Ernest had been ordained to a curacy in one of the central parts of London. He hardly knew anything of London yet, but his instincts drew him thither. The day after he was ordained he entered upon his duties, feeling much as his father had done when he found himself boxed up in the carriage with Christina on the morning of his marriage. Before the first 3 days were over, he became aware that the light of the happiness which he had known during his 4 years at Cambridge had been extinguished, and he was appalled by the irrevocable nature of the step which he now felt he had taken much too hurriedly. The most charitable excuse that I could make for the vagaries which it will now be my duty to chronicle is that the shock of change consequent upon his becoming suddenly religious, being ordained, and leaving Cambridge, had been too much for my hero, and had for the time thrown him off an equilibrium which was yet little supported by experience, and therefore, as a matter of course, unstable. Everyone has a mass of bad work in him, which he will have to work off and get rid of before he can do better. And indeed, the more lasting a man's ultimate good work is, the more sure he is to pass through a time, and perhaps a very long one, in which there seems very little hope for him at all. We must all sow our spiritual wild oats. The fault I feel personally disposed to find with my godson is not that he had wild oats to sow, but that they were such an exceedingly tame and uninteresting crop. The sense of humour and tendency to think for himself, of which till a few months previously he had been showing fair promise, were nipped as though by a late frost, while his earlier habit of taking on trust everything that was told him by those in authority, and following everything out to the bitter end, no matter how preposterous, returned with redoubled strength. I suppose this was what might have been expected from anyone placed as Ernest was now, especially when his antecedents are remembered, but it surprised and disappointed some of his cooler-headed Cambridge friends who had begun to think well of his ability. To himself it seemed that religion was incompatible with half measures, or even with compromise. Circumstances had led to his being ordained. For the moment he was sorry they had, but he had done it and must go through with it. He therefore set himself to find out what was expected of him, and to act accordingly. His rector was a moderate high churchman, of no very pronounced views, an elderly man who had had too many curates not to have long since found out that the connection between rector and curate, like that between employer and employed in every other walk of life, was a mere matter of business. He had now 2 curates, of whom Ernest was the junior. The senior curate was named Prior, and when this gentleman made advances, as he presently did, Ernest in his forlorn state was delighted to meet them. Prior was about 28 years old. He had been at Eton and at Oxford. He was tall and passed generally for good-looking. I only saw him once for about 5 minutes, and then thought him odious both in manners and appearance. Perhaps it was because he caught me up in a way I did not like. I had quoted Shakespeare for lack of something better to fill up a sentence, and had said that one touch of nature made the whole world kin. "Ah," said Prior, in a bold, brazen way which displeased me. "But one touch of the unnatural makes it more kindred still." And he gave me a look as though he thought me an old bore, and did not care 2 straws whether I was shocked or not. Naturally enough, after this I did not like him. This, however, is anticipating, for it was not till Ernest had been there 3 or 4 months in London that I happened to meet his fellow curate, and I must deal here rather with the effect he produced upon my godson than upon myself. Besides being what was generally considered good-looking, he was faultless in his get-up, and altogether the kind of man whom Ernest was sure to be afraid of and yet be taken in by. The style of his dress was very high church, and his acquaintances were exclusively of the extreme high church party, but he kept his views a good deal in the background in his rector's presence, and that gentleman, though he looked askance on some of Prior's friends, had no such ground of complaint against him as to make him sever the connection. Prior, too, was popular in the pulpit, and take him all around, it was probable that many worse curates would be found for one better. When Prior called on my hero, as soon as the two were alone together, he eyed him all over with a quick penetrating glance, and seemed not dissatisfied with the result. For I must say here that Ernest had improved in personal appearance under the more genial treatment he had received at Cambridge. Prior, in fact, approved of him sufficiently to treat him civilly, and Ernest was immediately won by anyone who did this. It was not long before he discovered that the high church party, and even Rome itself, had more to say for themselves than he had thought. This was his first snipe-like change of flight. Prior introduced him to several of his friends. They were all of them young clergymen, belonging, as I have said, to the highest of the high church school, but Ernest was surprised to find how much they resembled other people when among themselves. This was a shock to him. It was ere long a still greater one to find that certain thoughts which he had warred against as fatal to his soul, and which he had imagined he should lose once for all on ordination, were still as troublesome to him as they had been. He also saw plainly enough that the young gentlemen who formed the circle of Prior's friends were in much the same unhappy predicament as himself. This was deplorable. The only way out of it that Ernest could see was that he should get married at once. But then he did not know any one whom he wanted to marry. He did not know any woman, in fact, whom he would not rather die than marry. It had been one of Theobald's and Christina's main objects to keep him out of the way of women, and they had so far succeeded that women had become to him mysterious, inscrutable objects to be tolerated when it was impossible to avoid them, but never to be sought out or encouraged. As for any man loving, or even being at all fond of any woman, he supposed it was so, but he believed the greater number of those who professed such sentiments were liars. Now, however, it was clear that he had hoped against hope too long, and that the only thing to do was to go and ask the first woman who would listen to him to come and be married to him as soon as possible. He broached this to Prior, and was surprised to find that this gentleman, though attentive to such members of his flock as were young and good-looking, was strongly in favour of the celibacy of the clergy, as indeed were the other demure young clerics to whom Prior had introduced Ernest. Chapter 52. "You know, my dear Pontifex," said Prior to him some few weeks after Ernest had become acquainted with him, when the two were taking a constitutional one day in Kensington Gardens, "you know, my dear Pontifex, it is all very well to quarrel with Rome, but Rome has reduced the treatment of the human soul to a science, while our own Church, though so much purer in many respects, has no organized system either of diagnosis or pathology. I mean, of course, spiritual diagnosis and spiritual pathology. Our Church does not prescribe remedies upon any settled system, and what is still worse, even when her physicians have according to their lights ascertained the disease, and pointed out the remedy, she has no discipline which will ensure its being actually applied. If our patients do not choose to do as we tell them, we cannot make them. Perhaps really under all the circumstances this is as well, for we are spiritually mere horse doctors as compared with the Roman priesthood, nor can we hope to make much headway against the sin and misery that surround us, till we return in some respects to the practice of our forefathers and of the greater part of Christendom. Ernest asked in what respects it was that his friend desired a return to the practice of our forefathers. "Why, my dear fellow, can you really be ignorant? It is just this. Either the priest is indeed a spiritual guide, as being able to show people how they ought to live better than they can find out for themselves, or he is nothing at all. He has no raison d'être. If the priest is not as much a healer and director of men's souls as a physician is of their bodies, what is he? The history of all ages has shown, and surely you must know this as well as I do, that as men cannot cure the bodies of their patients if they have not been properly trained in hospitals under skilled teachers, so neither can souls be cured of their more hidden ailments without the help of men who are skilled in soul craft, or in other words, of priests. What do one half of our formularies and rubrics mean, if not this? How, in the name of all that is reasonable, can we find out the exact nature of a spiritual malady unless we have had experience of other similar cases? How can we get this without express training? At present we have to begin all experiments for ourselves, without profiting by the organized experience of our predecessors, inasmuch as that experience is never organized or coordinated at all. At the outset, therefore, each one of us must ruin many souls which could be saved by knowledge of a few elementary principles." Ernest was very much impressed. "As for men curing themselves," continued Pryer, "they can no more cure their own souls than they can cure their own bodies, or manage their own law affairs. In these two last cases they see the folly of meddling with their own cases clearly enough, and go to a professional adviser as a matter of course. Surely a man's soul is at once a more difficult and intricate matter to treat, and at the same time it is more important to him that it should be treated rightly than that either his body or his money should be so. What are we to think of the practice of a church which encourages people to rely on unprofessional advice in matters affecting their eternal welfare, when they would not think of jeopardizing their worldly affairs by such insane conduct?" Ernest could see no weak place in this. These ideas had crossed his own mind vaguely before now, but he had never laid hold of them or set them in an orderly manner before himself. Nor was he quick at detecting false analogies and the misuse of metaphors. In fact, he was a mere child in the hands of his fellow curate. "And what," resumed Pryer, "does all this point to? Firstly, to the duty of confession, the outcry against which is absurd as an outcry would be against dissection as part of the training of medical students. Granted, these young men must see and do a great deal we do not ourselves like even to think of, but they should adopt some other profession unless they are prepared for this. They may even get inoculated with poison from a dead body and lose their lives, but they must stand their chance. So if we aspire to be priests in deed as well as name, we must familiarize ourselves with the minutest and most repulsive details of all kinds of sin, so that we may recognize it in all its stages. Some of us must doubtlessly perish spiritually in such investigations. We cannot help it. All science must have its martyrs, and none of these will deserve better of humanity than those who have fallen in the pursuit of spiritual pathology. Ernest grew more and more interested, but in the meekness of his soul said nothing. "I do not desire this martyrdom for myself," continued the other. "On the contrary, I will avoid it to the very utmost of my power. But if it be God's will that I should fall while studying what I believe most calculated to advance his glory, then I say, not my will, O Lord, but thine be done." This was too much even for Ernest. "I heard of an Irishwoman once," he said, with a smile, "who said she was a martyr to the drink." "And so she was," rejoined Pryer with warmth, and he went on to show that this good woman was an experimentalist whose experiment, though disastrous in its effects upon herself, was pregnant with instruction to other people. She was thus a true martyr, or witness to the frightful consequences of intemperance, to the saving doubtless of many who but for her martyrdom would have taken to drinking. She was one of a forlorn hope whose failure to take a certain position went to the proving it to be impregnable, and therefore to the abandonment of all attempt to take it. This was almost as great a gain to mankind as the actual taking of the position would have been. Besides, he added more hurriedly, the limits of vice and virtue are wretchedly ill-defined. Half the vices which the world condemns most loudly have seeds of good in them, and require moderate use rather than total abstinence. Ernest asked timidly for an instance. "No, no," said Pryer, "I will give you no instance, but I will give you a formula that shall embrace all instances. It is this, that no practice is entirely vicious which has not been extinguished among the comeliest, most vigorous, and most cultivated races of mankind, in spite of centuries of endeavour to extirpate it. If a vice in spite of such efforts can still hold its own among the most polished nations, it must be founded on some immutable truth or fact in human nature, and must have some compensatory advantage which we cannot afford altogether to dispense with." "But," said Ernest timidly, "is not this virtually doing away with all distinctions between right and wrong, and leaving people without any moral guide whatever?" "Not the people," was the answer. "It must be our care to be guides to these, for they are and always will be incapable of guiding themselves sufficiently. We should tell them what they must do, and in an ideal state of things should be able to enforce their doing it. Perhaps when we are better instructed the ideal state may come about. Nothing will so advance it as greater knowledge of spiritual pathology on our part. For this 3 things are necessary. Firstly, absolute freedom in experiment for us the clergy. Secondly, absolute knowledge of what the laity think and do, and of what thoughts and actions result in what spiritual conditions. And thirdly, a compacter organization among ourselves. If we are to do any good we must be a closely united body, and must be sharply divided from the laity. Also we must be free from those ties which a wife and children involve. I can hardly express the horror with which I am filled by seeing English priests living in what I can only designate as open matrimony. It is deplorable. The priests must be absolutely sexless. If not in practice, yet at any rate in theory, absolutely, and that too by a theory so universally accepted that none shall venture to dispute it." "But," said Ernest, Has not the Bible already told people what they ought and ought not to do? And is it not enough for us to insist on what can be found here, and let the rest alone?" "If you begin with the Bible," was the rejoinder, "you are 3 parts gone on the road to infidelity, and will go to the other part before you know where you are. The Bible is not without its value to us in the clergy, but for the laity it is a stumbling block which cannot be taken out of their way too soon or too completely. Of course I mean on the supposition that they read it, which happily they seldom do. If people read the Bible as the ordinary British churchman or churchwoman reads it, it is harmless enough. But if they read it with any care, which we should assume they will if we give it them at all, it is fatal to them." "What do you mean?" said Ernest, more and more astonished, but more and more feeling that he was at least in the hands of a man who had definite ideas. "Your question shows me that you have never read your Bible. A more unreliable book was never put upon paper. Take my advice and don't read it, not till you are a few years older and may do so safely." "But surely you believe the Bible when it tells you of such things as that Christ died and rose from the dead. Surely you believe this," said Ernest, quite prepared to be told that Pryer believed nothing of the kind. "I do not believe it, I know it." "But how, if the testimony of the Bible fails?" "On that of the living voice of the Church, which I know to be infallible, and to be informed of Christ himself." End of chapter 52. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 53 and 54 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 53. The foregoing conversation and others like it made a deep impression upon my hero. If next day he had taken a walk with Mr. Hawke, and heard what he had to say on the other side, he would have been just as much struck, and as ready to fling off what Pryer had told him, as he was now to throw aside all he had ever heard from any one except Pryer. But there was no Mr. Hawke at hand, so Pryer had everything his own way. Embryo minds, like embryo bodies, pass through a number of strange metamorphoses before they adopt their final shape. It is no more to be wondered at that one who was going to turn out a Roman Catholic should have passed through stages of being first a Methodist and then a free thinker, than that a man should at some former time have been a mere cell, and later on an invertebrate animal. Ernest, however, could not be expected to know this. Embryos never do. Embryos think with each stage of their development that they have now reached the only condition which really suits them. This, they say, must certainly be their last, inasmuch as its close will be so great a shock that nothing could survive it. Every change is a shock. Every shock is a pro tanto death. What we call death is only a shock great enough to destroy our power to recognize a past and a present as resembling one another. It is the making us consider the points of difference between our present and our past greater than the points of resemblance, so that we can no longer call the former of these two in any proper sense a continuation of the second, but find it less trouble to think of it as something that we choose to call new. But to let this pass, it was clear that spiritual pathology— I confess that I do not know myself what spiritual pathology means, but Pryer and Ernest doubtless did— was the great desideratum of the age. It seemed to Ernest that he had made this discovery himself, and had been familiar with it all his life, that he had never known, in fact, of anything else. He wrote long letters to his college friends expounding his views as though he had been one of the apostolic fathers. As for the Old Testament writers, he had no patience with them. "Do oblige me," I find him writing to one friend, "by reading the prophet Zechariah, and giving me your candid opinion upon him. He is poor stuff, full of Yankee bounce. It is sickening to live in an age when such balderdash can be gravely admired, whether as poetry or prophecy." This was because Prior had set him against Zechariah. I do not know what Zechariah had done. I should think myself that Zechariah was a very good prophet. Perhaps it was because he was a Bible writer, and not a very prominent one, that Prior selected him as one through whom to disparage the Bible in comparison with the Church. To his friend Dawson I find him saying, a little later on, "Prior and I continue our walks, working out each other's thoughts. At first he used to do all the thinking, but I think I am pretty well abreast of him now, and rather chuckle at seeing that he is already beginning to modify some of the views he held most strongly when I first knew him. Then I think he was on the high road to Rome. Now, however, he seems to be a good deal struck with a suggestion of mine in which you too, perhaps, may be interested. You see, we must infuse new life into the Church somehow. We are not holding our own against either Rome or infidelity." I may say in passing that I do not believe Ernest had as yet ever seen an infidel, not to speak to. I proposed therefore a few days back to Prior, and he fell in eagerly with the proposal as soon as he saw that I had the means of carrying it out, that we should set on foot a spiritual movement somewhat analogous to the Young England movement of 20 years ago, the aim of which shall be at once to outbid Rome on the one hand and scepticism on the other. For this purpose I see nothing better than the formation of an institution or college for placing the nature and treatment of sin on a more scientific basis than it rests at present. We want, to borrow a useful term of Prior's, a college of spiritual pathology, where young men (I suppose Ernest thought he was no longer young by this time) may study the nature and treatment of the sins of the soul as medical students study those of the bodies of their patients. Such a college, as you will probably admit, will approach both Rome on the one hand and science on the other. Rome, as giving the priesthood more skill, and therefore as paving the way for their obtaining greater power, and science, by recognizing that even free thought has a certain kind of value in spiritual enquiries. To this purpose Prior and I have resolved to devote ourselves henceforth heart and soul. Of course, my ideas are still unshaped, and all will depend upon the men by whom the college is first worked. I am not yet a priest, but Prior is, and if I were to start the college, Prior might take charge of it for a time, and I work under him nominally as his subordinate. Prior himself suggested this. Is it not generous of him? The worst of it is that we have not enough money. I have, it is true, £5,000, but we want at least £10,000, so Prior says, before we can start. When we are fairly under way I might live at the college and draw a salary from the foundation, so that is all one, or nearly so, whether I invest my money in this way or in buying a living. Besides, I want very little. It is certain that I shall never marry. No clergyman should think of this, and an unmarried man can live on next to nothing. Still, I do not see my way to as much money as I want, and Prior suggests that as we can hardly earn more now, we must get it by a judicious series of investments. Prior knows several people who make quite a handsome income out of very little, or indeed I may say nothing at all, by buying things at a place they call the Stock Exchange. I don't know much about it yet, but Prior says I should soon learn. He thinks, indeed, that I have shown rather a talent in this direction, and under proper auspices should make a very good man of business. Others, of course, and not I, must decide this, but a man can do anything if he gives his mind to it, and though I should not care about having more money for my own sake, I care about it very much when I think of the good I could do with it by saving souls from such horrible torture hereafter. Why, if the thing succeeds, and I really cannot see what is to hinder it, it is hardly possible to exaggerate its importance, nor the proportions which it may ultimately assume, etc., etc. Again I asked Ernest whether he minded my printing this. He winced, but said, "No, not if it helps you to tell your story. But don't you think it's too long?" I said it would let the reader see for himself how things were going in half the time that it would take me to explain them to him. Very well, then, keep it by all means. I continue turning over my file of Ernest's letters, and find as follows: "Thanks for your last, in answer to which I send you a rough copy of a letter I sent to the Times a day or two back. They did not insert it, but it embodies pretty fully my ideas on the parochial visitation question, and Prior fully approves of the letter. Think it carefully over and send it back to me when read, for it is so exactly my present creed that I cannot afford to lose it. I should very much like to have a viva voce discussion on these matters. I can only see for certain that we have suffered a dreadful loss in being no longer able to excommunicate. We should excommunicate rich and poor alike, and pretty freely too. If this power were restored to us, we could, I think, soon put a stop to by far the greater part of the sin and misery with which we are surrounded." These letters were written only a few weeks after Ernest had been ordained, but they are nothing to others that he wrote a little later on. In his eagerness to regenerate the Church of England, and through this the universe, by the means which Prior had suggested to him, it occurred to him to try to familiarize himself with the habits and thoughts of the poor by going and living among them. I think he got this notion from Kingsley's Alton Locke, which, high churchman though he for this nonce was, he had devoured as he had devoured Stanley's Life of Arnold, Dickens' novels, and whatever other literary garbage of the day was most likely to do him harm. At any rate, he actually put his scheme into practice, and took lodgings in Ashpit Place, a small street in the neighbourhood of Drury Lane Theatre, in a house of which the landlady was the widow of a cabman. This lady occupied the whole ground floor. In the front kitchen there was a tinker. The back kitchen was let to a bellows mender. On the first floor came Ernest with his 2 rooms, which he furnished comfortably, for one must draw the line somewhere. The 2 upper floors were parcelled out among 4 different sets of lodgers. There was a tailor named Holt, a drunken fellow who used to beat his wife at night till her screams woke the house. Above him there was another tailor with a wife but no children. These people were Wesleyans, given to drink, but not noisy. The 2 back rooms were held by single ladies, who it seemed to Ernest must be respectably connected, for well-dressed gentlemanly-looking young men used to go up and down the stairs past Ernest's rooms, to call at any rate on Miss Snow. Ernest had heard her door slam after they had passed. He thought too that some of them went to see Miss Maitland's. Mrs. Jupp, the landlady, told Ernest that these were brothers and cousins of Miss Snow's, and that she was herself looking out for a situation as a governess, but at present had an engagement as an actress at the Drury Lane Theatre. Ernest asked whether Miss Maitland in the top back was also looking out for a situation, and was told she was wanting an engagement as a milliner. He believed whatever Mrs. Jupp told him. Chapter 54. This move on Ernest's part was variously commented upon by his friends, the general opinion being that it was just like Pontifex, who was sure to do something unusual wherever he went, but that on the whole the idea was commendable. Christina could not restrain herself when on sounding her clerical neighbours she found them inclined to applaud her son for conduct which they idealized into something much more self-denying than it really was. She did not quite like his living in such an unaristocratic neighbourhood, but what he was doing would probably get into the newspapers, and then great people would take notice of him. Besides, it would be very cheap. Down among these poor people he could live for next to nothing, and might put by a great deal of his income. As for temptations, there could be few or none in such a place as that. This argument about cheapness was the one which she most successfully met Theobald, who grumbled more suo that he had no sympathy with his son's extravagance and conceit. When Christina pointed out to him that it would be cheap, he replied that there was something in that. On Ernest himself the effect was to confirm the good opinion of himself which had been growing upon him ever since he had begun to read for orders, and to make him flatter himself that he was among the few who were ready to give up all for Christ. Ere long he began to conceive of himself as a man with a mission and a great future. His lightest and most hastily formed opinions began to be of momentous importance to him, and he inflicted them, as I have already shown, on his old friends, week by week becoming more and more entêté with himself and his own crotchets. I should like well enough to draw a veil over this part of my hero's career, but cannot do so without marring my story. In the spring of 1859 I find him writing: I cannot call the visible church Christian till its fruits are Christian, that is, until the fruits of the members of the Church of England are in conformity, or something like conformity, with her teaching. I cordially agree with the teaching of the Church of England in most respects, but she says one thing and does another, and until excommunication, yes, and wholesale excommunication, be resorted to, I cannot call her a Christian institution. I should begin with our rector, and if I found it necessary to follow him up by excommunicating the bishop, I should not flinch even from this. The present London rectors are hopeless people to deal with. My own is one of the best of them, but the moment Prior and I show signs of wanting to attack an evil in a way not recognized by routine, or of remedying anything about which no outcry has been made, we are met with, "I cannot think what you mean by all of this disturbance. Nobody else among the clergy sees these things, and I have no wish to be the first to begin turning things topsy-turvy." And then people call him a sensible man. I have no patience with them. However, we know what we want, and as I wrote to Dawson the other day, I have a scheme on foot which will, I think, fairly meet the requirements of the case. But we want more money, and my first move towards getting this has not turned out quite so satisfactorily as Prior and I had hoped. We shall, however, I doubt not, retrieve it shortly. When Ernest came to London he intended to do a good deal of house-to-house visiting, but Prior had talked him out of this even before he settled down in his new and strangely chosen apartments. The line he now took was that if people wanted Christ, they must prove their want by taking some little trouble, and the trouble required of them was that they should come and seek him, Ernest, out. There he was in the midst of them ready to teach. If people did not choose to come to him, it was no fault of his. "My great business here," he writes again to Dawson, "is to observe. I am not doing much in parish work beyond my share of the daily services. I have a man's Bible class and a boys' Bible class, and a good many young men and boys to whom I give instruction one way or another. Then there are Sunday school children with whom I fill my room on a Sunday evening as full as it will hold, and let them sing hymns and chants. They like this. I do a great deal of reading, chiefly of books which Prior and I think most likely to help. We find nothing comparable to the Jesuits. Prior is a thorough gentleman, and an admirable man of business, no less observant of the things of this world, in fact, than of the things above. By a brilliant coup he has retrieved, or nearly so, a rather serious loss which threatened to delay indefinitely the execution of our great scheme. He and I daily gather fresh principles. I believe great things are before me, and I am strong in the hope of being able by and by to effect much. As for you, I bid you Godspeed. Be bold but logical, speculative but cautious, daringly courageous but properly circumspect withal, etc., etc. I think this may do for the present. End of chapter 54. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 55 and 56 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 55. I had called on Ernest as a matter of course when he first came to London, but had not seen him. I had been out when he returned my call, so that he had been in town for some weeks before I actually saw him, which I did, not very long after he had taken possession of his new rooms. I liked his face, but except for the common bond of music, in respect of which our tastes were singularly alike, I should hardly have known how to get on with him. To do him justice, he did not air any of his schemes to me until I had drawn him out concerning them. I, to borrow the words of Ernest's landlady, Mrs. Jupp, am not a very regular church-goer. I discovered upon cross-examination that Mrs. Jupp had been to church once when she was churched for her son Tom some 25 years since, but never either before or afterwards. Not even, I fear, to be married, for though she called herself Mrs., she wore no wedding ring, and spoke of the person who should have been Mr. Jupp as my poor dear boy's father, not as my husband. But to return. I was vexed at Ernest's having been ordained. I was not ordained myself, and I did not like my friends to be ordained, nor did I like having to be on my best behaviour, and to look as if butter would not melt in my mouth. And all for a boy whom I remembered when he knew yesterday and tomorrow and Tuesday, but not a day of the week more, not even Sunday itself, and when he said he did not like the kitten because it had pins in its toes. I looked at him and thought of his Aunt Alethea, and how fast the money she had left him was accumulating, and it was all to go to this young man, who would use it probably in the very last ways in which Miss Pontifex would have sympathized. I was annoyed. She always said, I thought to myself, that she should make a mess of it, but I did not think she would have made as great a mess of it as this. Then I thought that perhaps if his aunt had lived, he would not have been like this. Ernest behaved quite nicely to me, and I own that the fault was mine if the conversation drew towards dangerous subjects. I was the aggressor, presuming I suppose upon my age and long acquaintance with him, as giving me a right to make myself unpleasant in a quiet way. Then he came out, and the exasperating part of it was that up to a certain point he was so very right. Grant him his premises and his conclusions were sound enough, nor could I, seeing that he was already ordained, join issue with him about his premises as I should certainly have done if I had had a chance of doing so before he had taken orders. The result was that I had to beat a retreat and went away not in the best of humours. I believe the truth was that I liked Ernest, and was vexed at his being a clergyman, and at a clergyman having so much money coming to him. I talked a little with Mrs. Jupp on my way out. She and I had reckoned one another up at first sight as being neither of us very regular church-goers, and the strings of her tongue had been loosened. She said Ernest would die. He was much too good for the world, and he looked so sad, just like young Watkins of the Crown over the way who died a month ago, and his poor dear skin was white as alabaster, leastways they say he shot hisself. They took him from the Mortimer. I met them just as they were going with my Rose to get a pint of 4 ale, and she had her arm in splints. She told her sister she wanted to go to Perry's to get some wool, instead of which it was only a stall to get me a pint o' ale. Bless her heart! There's nobody else who would do that much for poor old Jupp, and it's a horrid lie to say she is gay. Not but what I like a gay woman, I do. I'd rather give a gay woman half a crown than stand a modest woman a pot of beer, but I don't want to go associating with bad girls for all that. So they took him from the Mortimer. They wouldn't let him go home no more, and he done it that artful, you know. His wife was in the country living with her mother, and she always spoke respectful o' my Ruth. Poor dear, I hope his soul is in heaven. Well, sir, would you believe it, there's that in Mr. Pontifex's face which is just like young Watkins. He looks that worried and scrunched up at times, but it's never for the same reason, for he don't know nothing at all. No more than an unborn babe. No, he don't. Why, there's not a monkey going about London with an Italian organ grinder but knows more than Mr. Pontifex do. He don't know, well, I suppose— Here a child came in on an errand from some neighbour and interrupted her, or I can form no idea where or when she would have ended her discourse. I seized the opportunity to run away, but not before I had given her 5 shillings and made her write down my address, for I was a little frightened by what she said. I told her if she thought her lodger grew worse, she was to come and let me know. Weeks went by, and I did not see her again. Having done as much as I had, I felt absolved of doing more, and let Ernest alone as thinking that he and I should only bore one another. He had now been ordained a little over 4 months, but these months had not brought happiness or satisfaction with them. He had lived in a clergyman's house all his life, and might have been expected perhaps to have known pretty much what being a clergyman was like. And so he did. A country clergyman. He had formed an ideal, however, as regards what a town clergyman could do, and was trying in a feeble, tentative way to realize it, but somehow or other it always managed to escape him. He lived among the poor, but he did not find that he got to know them. The idea that they would come to him proved to be a mistaken one. He did indeed visit a few tame pets whom his rector desired him to look after. There was an old man and his wife who lived next door but one to Ernest himself. Then there was a plumber of the name of Chesterfield, an aged lady of the name of Gover, blind and bedridden, who munched and munched her feeble old toothless jaws as Ernest spoke or read to her, but who could do little more. A Mr. Brooks, a rag-and-bottle merchant in Birdseye's Rents, in the last stage of dropsy, and perhaps half a dozen or so others. What did it all come to when he did go to see them? The plumber wanted to be flattered, and liked fooling a gentleman into wasting his time by scratching his ears for him. Mrs. Gover, poor old woman, wanted money. She was very good and meek, and when Ernest got her a shilling from Lady Anne Jones's bequest, she said it was small but seasonable, and munched in gratitude. Ernest sometimes gave her a little money himself, but not, as he says now, half what he ought to have given. What could he do else that would have been of the smallest use to her? Nothing indeed. But giving occasional half-crowns to Mrs. Gover was not regenerating the universe, and Ernest wanted nothing short of this. The world was all out of joint, and instead of feeling it to be a cursed spite that he was born to set it right, he thought he was just the kind of person that was wanted for the job, and was eager to set to work. Only he did not exactly know how to begin, for the beginning he had made with Mr. Chesterfield and Mrs. Gover did not promise great developments. Then poor Mr. Brooks, he suffered very much, terribly indeed. He was not in want of money. He wanted to die and couldn't, just as we sometimes want to go to sleep and cannot. He had been a serious-minded man, and death frightened him as it must frighten anyone who believes that all his most secret thoughts will be shortly exposed in public. When I read Ernest the description of how his father used to visit Mrs. Thompson at Battersby, he coloured and said, "That's just what I used to say to Mr. Brooks." Ernest felt that his visits, so far from comforting Mr. Brooks, made him fear death more and more, but how could he help it? Even Pryer, who had been a curate a couple of years, did not know personally more than a couple of hundred people in the parish at the outside, and it was only at the houses of very few of these that he ever visited. But then Pryer had such a strong objection on the principle to house visitations. What a drop in the sea were those with whom he and Pryer were brought into direct communication in comparison with those whom he must reach and move if he were to produce much effect of any kind, one way or the other. Why, there were between 15,000 and 20,000 poor in the parish, of whom but the merest fraction ever attended a place of worship. Some few went to dissenting chapels, a few were Roman Catholics. By far the greater number, however, were practically infidels, if not actively hostile, at any rate indifferent to religion, while many were avowed atheists, admirers of Tom Paine, of whom he now heard for the first time, but he never met and conversed with any of these. Was he really doing everything that could be expected of him? It was all very well to say that he was doing as much as any other young clergyman did. That was not the kind of answer which Jesus Christ was likely to accept. Why, the Pharisees themselves in all probability did as much as the other Pharisees did. What he should do was to go into the highways and byways and compel people to come in. Was he doing this? Or were not they rather compelling him to keep out, outside their doors at any rate? He began to have an uneasy feeling as though ere long, unless he kept a sharp lookout, he should drift into being a sham. True, all would be changed as soon as he could endow the College for Spiritual Pathology. Matters, however, had not gone too well with the things that people bought in the place that was called the Stock Exchange. In order to get on faster, it had been arranged that Ernest should buy more of these things than he could pay for, with the idea that in a few weeks, or even days, they would be much higher in value, and he could sell them at a tremendous profit. But unfortunately, instead of getting higher, they had fallen immediately after Ernest had bought, and obstinately refused to get up again. So, after a few settlements, he had got frightened, for he read an article in some newspaper which said they would go ever so much lower, and, contrary to Pryer's advice, he insisted on selling, at a loss of something like £500. He had hardly sold when up went the shares again, and he saw how foolish he had been, and how wise Pryer was, for if Pryer's advice had been followed he would have made £500 instead of losing it. However, he told himself he must live and learn. Then Pryer made a mistake. They had bought some shares, and the shares went up delightfully for about a fortnight. This was a happy time indeed, for by the end of a fortnight the lost £500 had been recovered, and £300 or £400 had been cleared into the bargain. All the feverish anxiety of that miserable 6 weeks, when the £500 was being lost, was now being repaid with interest. Ernest wanted to sell and make sure of the profit, but Pryer would not hear of it. They would go ever so much higher yet, and he showed Ernest an article in some newspaper which proved that what he said was reasonable, and they did go up a little, but only a very little, for then they went down, down, and Ernest saw first his clear profit of £300 or £400 go, and then the £500 loss, which he thought he had recovered, slipped away by falls of a half and one at a time, and then he lost £200 more. Then a newspaper said that these shares were the greatest rubbish that had ever been imposed upon the English public, and Ernest could stand it no longer, so he sold out, again this time against Pryer's advice, so that when they went up, as they shortly did, Pryer scored off Ernest a second time. Ernest was not used to vicissitudes of this kind, and they made him so anxious that his health was affected. It was arranged therefore that he had better know nothing of what was being done. Pryer was a much better man of business than he was, and would see to it all. This relieved Ernest of a good deal of trouble, and was better after all for the investments themselves. For, as Pryer justly said, a man must not have a faint heart if he hopes to succeed in buying and selling upon the Stock Exchange, and seeing Ernest nervous made Pryer nervous too. At least he said it did. So the money drifted more and more into Pryer's hands. As for Pryer himself, he had nothing but his curacy and a small allowance from his father. Some of Ernest's old friends got an inkling from his letters of what he was doing, and did their utmost to dissuade him, but he was as infatuated as a young lover of 22. Finding that these friends disapproved, he dropped away from them, and they, being bored with his egotism and high-flown ideas, were not sorry to let him do so. Of course, he said nothing about his speculations. Indeed, he hardly knew that anything done in so good a cause could be called speculation. At Battersby, when his father urged him to look out for a next presentation, and even bought 1 or 2 promising ones under his notice, he made objections and excuses, though always promising to do as his father desired very shortly. Chapter 56. By and by a subtle, indefinable malaise began to take possession of him. I once saw a very young foal trying to eat some most objectionable refuse, and unable to make up its mind whether it was good or no. Clearly it wanted to be told. If its mother had seen what it was doing, she would have set it right in a moment, and as soon as ever it had been told that what it was eating was filth, the foal would have recognized it and never have wanted to be told again. But the foal could not settle on the matter for itself, or make up its mind whether it liked what it was trying to eat or no, without assistance from without. I suppose it would have come to do so by and by, but it was just wasting time and trouble which a single look from its mother would have saved, just as wort will in time ferment of itself, but will ferment much more quickly if a little yeast will be added to it. In the matter of knowing what gives us pleasure we are all like wort, and if unaided from without can only ferment slowly and toilsomely. My unhappy hero about this time was very much like the foal. Or rather he felt much like what the foal would have felt if its mother and all the other grown-up horses in the field had vowed that what it was eating was the most excellent and nutritious food to be found anywhere. He was so anxious to do what was right, and so ready to believe that everyone knew better than himself, that he never ventured to admit to himself that he might be all the while on a hopelessly wrong tack. It did not occur to him that there might be a blunder anywhere, much less did it occur to him to try and find out where the blunder was. Nevertheless, he became daily more full of malaise, and daily, only he knew it not, more ripe for an explosion should a spark fall upon him. One thing, however, did begin to loom out of the general vagueness, and to this he instinctively turned as trying to seize it. I mean the fact that he was saving very few souls, whereas there were thousands and thousands being lost hourly all around him, which a little energy such as Mr. Hawke's might save. Day after day went by, and what was he doing? Standing on professional etiquette, and praying that his shares might go up and down as he wanted them, so that they might give him money enough to enable him to regenerate the universe. But in the meantime the people were dying. How many souls would not be doomed to endless ages of the most frightful torments that the mind could think of, before he could bring his spiritual pathology engine to bear upon them? Why might he not stand and preach, as he saw the dissenters doing sometimes in Lincoln's Inn Fields and other thoroughfares? He could say all that Mr. Hawke had said. Mr. Hawke was a very poor creature in Ernest's eyes now, for he was a low churchman, but we should not be above learning from anyone, and surely he could affect his hearers as powerfully as Mr. Hawke had affected him, if he only had the courage to set to work. The people whom he saw preaching in the squares sometimes drew large audiences. He could at any rate preach better than they. Ernest broached this to Pryer, who treated it as something too outrageous to be even thought of. Nothing, he said, could more tend to lower the dignity of the clergy and bring the church into contempt. His manner was brusque and even rude. Ernest ventured a little mild dissent. He admitted it was not usual, but something at any rate must be done, and that quickly. This was how Wesley and Whitefield had begun that great movement which had kindled religious life in the minds of hundreds of thousands. This was no time to be standing on dignity. It was just because Wesley and Whitefield had done what the church would not, that they had won men to follow them whom the church had now lost. Pryer eyed Ernest searchingly, and after a pause said, "I don't know what to make of you, Pontifex. You are at once so very right and so very wrong. I agree with you heartily that something should be done, but it must not be done in a way which experience has shown leads to nothing but fanaticism and dissent. Do you approve of these Wesleyans? Do you hold your ordination vows so cheaply as to think that it does not matter whether the services of the church are performed in her churches and with all due ceremony or not? If you do, then frankly you had no business to be ordained. If you do not, then remember that one of the first duties of a young deacon is obedience to authority. Neither the Catholic Church nor yet the Church of England allows her clergy to preach in the streets of cities where there is no lack of churches." Ernest felt the force of this, and Pryer saw that he wavered. "We are living," he continued more genially, "in an age of transition, and in a country which, though it has gained much by the Reformation, does not perceive how much it has also lost. You cannot and must not hawk Christ about in the streets as though you were in a heathen country whose inhabitants had never heard of him. The people here in London have had ample warning. Every church they pass, is a protest to them against their lives, and a call to them to repent. Every church bell they hear is a witness against them. Every one of those whom they meet on Sundays, going to or coming from church, is a warning voice from God. If these countless influences produce no effect upon them, neither will the few transient words which they would hear from you. You are like Dives, and think that if one rose from the dead, they would hear him. Perhaps they might, but then you cannot pretend that you have risen from the dead. Though the last few words were spoken laughingly, and there was a sub-sneer about them which made Ernest wince, but he was quite subdued, and so the conversation ended. It left Ernest, however, not for the first time, consciously dissatisfied with Pryer, and inclined to set his friend's opinion on one side, not openly, but quietly, and without telling Pryer anything about it. End of chapter 56. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 57 and 58 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 57. He had hardly parted from Pryer before there occurred another incident which strengthened his discontent. He had fallen, as I have shown, among a gang of spiritual thieves or coiners, who passed the basest metal upon him without his finding it out, so childish and inexperienced was he in the ways of anything but those back eddies of the world, schools and universities. Among the bad threepenny pieces which had been passed off upon him, and which he kept for small hourly disbursement, was a remark that poor people were much nicer than the richer and better educated. Ernest now said that he always travelled third class, not because it was cheaper, but because the people whom he met in third-class carriages were so much pleasanter and better behaved. As for the young men who attended Ernest's evening classes, they were pronounced to be more intelligent and better ordered generally than the average run of Oxford and Cambridge men. Our foolish young friend, having heard Pryer talk to this effect, caught up all he said and reproduced it more suo. One evening, however, about this time, whom should he see coming along a small street not far from his own, but of all persons in the world, Towneley, looking as full of life and good spirits as ever, and if possible even handsomer than he had been at Cambridge. Much as Ernest liked him, he found himself shrinking from speaking to him, and was endeavouring to pass him without doing so, when Towneley saw him and stopped him at once, being pleased to see an old Cambridge face. He seemed for the moment a little confused at being seen in such a neighbourhood, but recovered himself so soon that Ernest had hardly noticed it, and then plunged into a few kindly remarks about old times. Ernest felt that he quailed as he saw Towneley's eyes wander to his white necktie, and saw that he was being reckoned up, and rather disapprovingly reckoned up, as a parson. It was the merest passing shade upon Towneley's face, but Ernest had felt it. Towneley said a few words of common form to Ernest about his profession as being what he thought would be the most likely to interest him, and Ernest, still confused and shy, gave him, for lack of something better to say, his threepenny bit about poor people being so very nice. Towneley took this for what it was worth and nodded assent, whereon Ernest imprudently went further and said, "Don't you like poor people very much yourself?" Towneley gave his face a comical but good-natured screw, and said quietly but slowly and decidedly, "No, no, no," and escaped. It was all over with Ernest from that moment. As usual, he did not know it, but he had entered none the less upon another reaction. Towneley had just taken Ernest's threepenny bit into his hands, looked at it, and returned it to him as a bad one. Why did he see in a moment that it was a bad one now, though he had been unable to see it when he had taken it from Pryer? Of course some poor people were very nice, and always would be so, but as though scales had fallen suddenly from his eyes, he saw that no one was nicer for being poor, and that between the upper and lower classes there was a gulf which amounted practically to an impassable barrier. That evening he reflected a good deal. If Towneley was right, and Ernest felt that the "no" had applied not to the remark about poor people only, but to the whole scheme and scope of his own recently adopted ideas, he and Pryer must surely be on the wrong track. Towneley had not argued with him. He had said one word only, and that one of the shortest in the language. But Ernest was in a fit state for inoculation, and the minute particle of virus set about working immediately. Which did he now think was most likely to have taken the juster view of life and things, and whom would it be best to imitate, Towneley or Pryer? His heart returned an answer to itself without a moment's hesitation. The faces of men like Towneley were open and kindly. They looked as if at ease themselves, and as though they would set all who had to do with them at ease as far as might be. The faces of Pryer and his friends were not like this. Why had he felt tacitly rebuked as soon as he had met Towneley? Was he not a Christian? Certainly. He believed in the Church of England as a matter of course. Then how could he be himself wrong in trying to act up to the faith that he and Towneley held in common? He was trying to lead a quiet, unobtrusive life of self-devotion, whereas Towneley was not, so far as he could see, trying to do anything of the kind. He was only trying to get on comfortably in the world, and to look and be as nice as possible. And he was nice, and Ernest knew that such men as himself and Pryer were not nice, and his old dejection came over him. Then came an even worse reflection. How if he had fallen among material thieves as well as spiritual ones? He knew very little of how his money was going on. He had put it all now into Pryer's hands, and though Pryer gave him cash to spend whenever he wanted it, he seemed impatient of being questioned as to what was being done with the principal. It was part of the understanding, he said, that that was to be left to him, and Ernest had better stick to this, or he, Pryer, would throw up the College of Spiritual Pathology altogether. And so Ernest was cowed into acquiescence, or cajoled, according to the humour in which Pryer saw him to be. Ernest thought that further questions would look as if he doubted Pryer's word, and also that he had gone too far to be able to recede in decency or honour. This, however, he felt was riding out to meet trouble unnecessarily. Pryer had been a little impatient, but he was a gentleman and an admirable man of business, so his money would doubtless come back to him all right some day. Ernest comforted himself as regards this last source of anxiety, but as regards the other, he began to feel as though, if he was to be saved, a good Samaritan must hurry up from somewhere, he knew not whence. Chapter 58. Next day he felt stronger again. He had been listening to the voice of the evil one on the night before, and would parley no more with such thoughts. He had chosen his profession, and his duty was to persevere with it. If he was unhappy, it was probably because he was not giving up all for Christ. Let him see whether he could not do more than he was doing now, and then perhaps a light would be shed upon his path. It was all very well to have made the discovery that he didn't much like poor people, but he had got to put up with them, for it was among them that his work must lie. Such men as Towneley were very kind and considerate, but he knew well enough it was only on condition that he did not preach to them. He could manage the poor better, and let Prior sneer as he liked. He was resolved to go more among them, and try the effect of bringing Christ to them if they would not come and seek Christ of themselves. He would begin with his own house. Who then should he take first? Surely he could not do better than begin with the tailor who lived immediately over his head. This would be desirable, not only because he was the one who seemed to stand most in need of conversion, but also because, if he were once converted, he would no longer beat his wife at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the house would be much pleasanter in consequence. He would therefore go upstairs at once and have a quiet talk with this man. Before doing so, he thought it would be well if he were to draw up something like a plan of a campaign. He therefore reflected over some pretty conversations which would do very nicely if Mr. Holt would be kind enough to make the answers proposed for him in their proper places. But the man was a great hulking fellow, of a savage temper, and Ernest was forced to admit that unforeseen developments might arise to disconcert him. They say it takes 9 tailors to make a man, but Ernest felt that it would take at least 9 Ernests to make a Mr. Holt. How if, as soon as Ernest came in, the tailor were to become violent and abusive? What could he do? Mr. Holt was in his own lodgings, and had a right to be undisturbed. A legal right, yes, but had he a moral right? Ernest thought not, considering his mode of life. But put this on one side. If the man were to be violent, what should he do? Paul had fought with wild beasts at Ephesus. That must indeed have been awful, but perhaps they were not very wild beasts. A rabbit and a canary are wild beasts, but formidable or not as wild beasts go, they would nevertheless stand no chance against St. Paul, for he was inspired. The miracle would have been if the wild beasts escaped, not that St. Paul should have done so. But however all this might be, Ernest felt that he dared not begin to convert Mr. Holt by fighting him. Why, when he had heard Mrs. Holt screaming "murder," he had cowered under the bedclothes and waited, expecting to hear the blood dripping through the ceiling on to his own floor. His imagination translated every sound into a pat, 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 and once or twice he thought he had felt it dropping on to his counterpane, but he had never gone upstairs to try and rescue poor Mrs. Holt. Happily, it proved the next morning that Mrs. Holt was in her usual health. Ernest was in despair about hitting on any good way of opening up spiritual communication with his neighbour, when it occurred to him that he had better perhaps begin by going upstairs and knocking very gently at Mr. Holt's door. He would then resign himself to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and act as the occasion, which I suppose was another name for the Holy Spirit, suggested. Triply armed with this reflection, he mounted the stairs quite jauntily, and was about to knock when he heard Holt's voice inside swearing savagely at his wife. This made him pause to think whether after all the moment was an auspicious one, and while he was thus pausing, Mr. Holt, who had heard that someone was on the stairs, opened the door and put his head out. When he saw Ernest, he made an unpleasant, not to say offensive movement, which might or might not have been directed at Ernest, and looked altogether so ugly that my hero had an instantaneous and unequivocal revelation from the Holy Spirit to the effect that he should continue his journey upstairs at once, as though he had never intended arresting at Mr. Holt's room, and begin by converting Mr. and Mrs. Baxter, the Methodists in the top floor front. So this is what he did. These good people received him with open arms, and were quite ready to talk. He was beginning to convert them from Methodism to the Church of England, when all at once he found himself embarrassed by discovering that he did not know what he was to convert them from. He knew the Church of England, or thought he did, but he knew nothing of Methodism beyond its name. When he found that, according to Mr. Baxter, the Wesleyans had a vigorous system of church discipline, which worked admirably in practice, it appeared to him that John Wesley had anticipated the spiritual engine which he and Pryor were preparing, and when he left the room he was aware that he had caught more of a spiritual Tartar than he had expected. But he must certainly explain to Pryor that the Wesleyans had a system of church discipline. This was very important. Mr. Baxter advised Ernest on no account to meddle with Mr. Holt, and Ernest was much relieved at the advice. If an opportunity arose of touching the man's heart, he would take it. He would pat the children on the head when he saw them on the stairs, and ingratiate himself with them as far as he dared. They were sturdy youngsters, and Ernest was afraid even of them, for they were ready with their tongues, and knew much for their ages. Ernest felt that it would indeed be almost better for him that a millstone should be hanged about his neck, and he be cast into the sea, than that he should offend one of the little Holts. However, he would try not to offend them. Perhaps an occasional penny or two might square them. This was as much as he could do, for he saw that the attempt to be instant out of season as well as in season would, St. Paul's injunction notwithstanding, end in failure. Mrs. Baxter gave a very bad account of Miss Emily Snow, who lodged in the second floor back next to Mr. Holt. Her story was quite different from that of Mrs. Jupp, the landlady. She would doubtless be only too glad to receive Ernest's ministrations, or those of any other gentleman, but she was no governess. She was in the ballet at Drury Lane, and besides this, she was a very bad young woman, and if Mrs. Baxter was landlady, would not be allowed to stay in the house a single hour. Not she, indeed. Miss Maitland in the next room to Mrs. Baxter's own was a quiet and respectable young woman to all appearance. Mrs. Baxter had never known of any goings-on in that quarter, but, bless you, still waters run deep, and these girls were all alike, one as bad as the other. She was out at all kinds of hours, and when you knew that, you knew all. Ernest did not pay much heed to these aspersions of Mrs. Baxter's. Mrs. Jupp had got round the great number of his many blind sides, and had warned him not to believe Mrs. Baxter, whose lip, she said, was something awful. Ernest had heard that women were always jealous of one another, and certainly these young women were more attractive than Mrs. Baxter was, so jealousy was probably at the bottom of it. If they were maligned, there could be no objection to his making their acquaintance. If not maligned, then they had all the more need of his ministrations. He would reclaim them at once. He told Mrs. Jupp of his intention. Mrs. Jupp at first tried to dissuade him, but seeing him resolute, suggested that she should herself see Miss Snow first, so as to prepare her and prevent her from being alarmed by his visit. She was not home now, but in the course of the next day it should be arranged. In the meantime he had better try Mr. Shaw, the tinker in the front kitchen. Mrs. Baxter had told Ernest that Mr. Shaw was from the north country, and an avowed free thinker. He would probably, she said, rather like a visit, but she did not think Ernest would stand much chance of making a convert of him. End of chapter 58. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 59 and 60 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 59. Before going down into the kitchen to convert the tinker, Ernest ran hurriedly over his analysis of Paley's evidences, and put into his pocket a copy of Archbishop Whately's Historic Doubts. Then he descended the dark, rotten old stairs, and knocked at the tinker's door. Mr. Shaw was very civil. He said he was rather thronged just now, but if Ernest did not mind the sound of hammering, he should be very glad to talk with him. Our hero, assenting to this, ere long led the conversation to Whately's Historic Doubts, a work which, as the reader may know, pretends to show that there was never any such person as Napoleon Bonaparte, and thus satirizes the arguments of those who have attacked the Christian miracles. Mr. Shaw said he knew Historic Doubts very well. "And what do you think of it?" said Ernest, who regarded the pamphlet as a masterpiece of wit and cogency. "If you really want to know," said Mr. Shaw, with a sly twinkle, "I think that he who was so willing and able to prove that what was not, would be equally able and willing to make a case for thinking that what was not was, if it suited his purpose." Ernest was very much taken aback. How was it that all the clever people of Cambridge had never put him up to this simple rejoinder? The answer is easy. They did not develop it for the same reason that a hen had never developed webbed feet, that is to say, because they did not want to do so. But this was before the days of evolution, and Ernest could not as yet know anything of the great principle that underlies it. "You see," continued Mr. Shaw, "these writers all get their living by writing in a certain way, and the more they write in that way, the more they are likely to get on. You should not call them dishonest for this any more than a judge should call a barrister dishonest for earning his living by defending one in whose innocence he does not seriously believe. But you should hear the barrister on the other side before you decide upon the case." This was another facer. Ernest could only stammer that he had endeavoured to examine these questions as carefully as he could. "You think you have," said Mr. Shaw. "You Oxford and Cambridge gentlemen think you have examined everything. I have examined very little myself, except the bottoms of old kettles and saucepans. But if you will answer me a few questions, I will tell you whether or no you have examined much more than I have." Ernest expressed his readiness to be questioned. "Then," said the tinker, "give me the story of the resurrection of Jesus Christ as told in St. John's Gospel." I am sorry to say that Ernest mixed up the 4 accounts in a deplorable manner. He even made the angel come down and roll away the stone and sit upon it. He was covered with confusion when the tinker first told him without the book of some of his many inaccuracies, and then verified his criticisms by referring to the New Testament itself. "Now," said Mr. Shaw good-naturedly, "I am an old man and you are a young one, so perhaps you will not mind my giving you a piece of advice. I like you, for I believe you mean well, but you've been real bad brought up, and I don't think you have ever had so much as a chance yet. You know nothing of our side of the question, and I have just shown you that you do not know much more of your own. But I think you will make a kind of Carlyle sort of man some day. Now go upstairs and read the accounts of the resurrection correctly, without mixing them up, and have a clear idea of what it is that each writer tells us. Then, if you feel inclined to pay me another visit, I shall be glad to see you, for I shall know you have made a good beginning and mean business. Till then, sir, I must wish you a very good morning." Ernest retreated abashed. An hour sufficed him to perform the task enjoined upon him by Mr. Shaw, and at the end of that hour the "No, no, no," which still sounded in his ears as he heard it from Towneley, came ringing up more loudly still from the very pages of the Bible itself, and in respect of the most important of all the events which are recorded in it. Surely Ernest's first day's attempt at more promiscuous visiting, and at carrying out his principles more thoroughly, had not been unfruitful. But he must go and have a talk with Pryer. He therefore got his lunch and went to Pryer's lodgings. Pryer not being at home, he lounged to the British Museum reading room, then recently opened, sent for the Vestiges of Creation, which he had never yet seen, and spent the rest of the afternoon in reading it. Ernest did not see Pryer on the day of his conversation with Mr. Shaw, but he did so next morning and found him in a good temper, which of late he had rarely been. Sometimes, indeed, he had behaved to Ernest in a way which did not bode well for the harmony with which the College of Spiritual Pathology would work when it had once been founded. It almost seemed as though he were trying to get a complete moral ascendancy over him, so as to make him a creature of his own. He did not think it possible that he could go too far, and indeed, when I reflect upon my hero's folly and inexperience, there is much to be said in excuse for the conclusion which Pryer came to. As a matter of fact, however, it was not so. Ernest's faith in Pryer had been too great to be shaken down all in a moment, but it had been weakened lately more than once. Ernest had fought hard against allowing himself to see this. Nevertheless, any third person who knew the pair would have been able to see that the connection between the two might end at any moment, for when the time for one of Ernest's snipe-like changes of flight came, he was quick in making it. The time, however, was not yet come, and the intimacy between the two was apparently all that it had ever been. It was only that horrid money business, so said Ernest to himself, that caused any unpleasantness between them, and no doubt Pryer was right, and he, Ernest, much too nervous. However, that might stand over for the present. In like manner, though he had received a shock by reason of his conversation with Mr. Shaw, and by looking at the Vestiges, he was as yet too much stunned to realize the change which was coming over him. In each case the momentum of old habits carried him forward in the old direction. He therefore called on Pryer and spent an hour and more with him. He did not say that he had been visiting among his neighbours. This to Pryer would have been like a red rag to a bull. He only talked in much of his usual vein about the proposed college, the lamentable want of interest in spiritual things which was characteristic of modern society, and other kindred matters. He concluded by saying that for the present he feared Pryer was indeed right, and that nothing could be done. As regards the laity, said Pryer, nothing. Not until we have a discipline which we can enforce with pains and penalties. How can a sheep-dog work a flock of sheep unless he can bite occasionally, as well as bark? But as regards ourselves, we can do much. Pryer's manner was strange throughout the conversation, as though he were thinking all the time of something else. His eyes wandered curiously over Ernest, as Ernest had often noticed them wander before. The words were about the church discipline, but somehow or other the discipline part of the story had a knack of dropping out after having been again and again emphatically declared to apply to the laity, and not to the clergy. Once indeed Pryer had pettishly exclaimed, "Oh, bother the College of Spiritual Pathology!" As regards the clergy, glimpses of a pretty large cloven hoof kept peeping out from under the saintly robe of Pryer's conversation, to the effect that so long as they were theoretically perfect, practical peccadilloes, or even peccadaccios, if there is such a word, were of less importance. He was restless, as though wanting to approach a subject which he did not quite venture to touch upon, and kept harping (he did this about every third day) on the wretched lack of definition concerning the limits of vice and virtue, and the way in which half the vices wanted regulating rather than prohibiting. He dwelt also on the advantages of complete unreserve, and hinted that there were mysteries into which Ernest had not yet been initiated, but which would enlighten him when he got to know them, as he would be allowed to do when his friends saw that he was strong enough. Pryer had often been like this before, but never so nearly, as it seemed to Ernest, coming to a point, though what the point was he could not fully understand. His inquietude was communicating itself to Ernest, who would probably ere long have come to know as much as Pryer could tell him, but the conversation was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of a visitor. We shall never know how it would have ended, for this was the very last time that Ernest ever saw Pryer. Perhaps Pryer was going to break to him some bad news about his speculations. Chapter 60. Ernest now went home and occupied himself till luncheon with studying Dean Alford's notes upon the various evangelical records of the resurrection, doing as Mr. Shaw had told him, and trying to find out not that they were all accurate, but whether they were all accurate or no. He did not care which result he should arrive at, but he was resolved that he would reach one or the other. When he had finished Dean Alford's notes, he found them to come to this, namely, that no one yet had succeeded in bringing the four accounts into tolerable harmony with each other, and that the Dean, seeing no chance of succeeding better than his predecessors had done, recommended that the whole story should be taken on trust, and this Ernest was not prepared to do. He got his luncheon, went out for a long walk, and returned to dinner at 6:30. While Mrs. Jupp was getting him his dinner, a steak and a pint of stout, she told him that Miss Snow would be very happy to see him in about an hour's time. This disconcerted him, for his mind was too unsettled for him to wish to convert anyone just then. He reflected a little, and found that, in spite of the sudden shock to his opinions, he was being irresistibly drawn to pay the visit, as though nothing had happened. It would not look well for him not to go, for he was known to be in the house. He ought not to be in too great a hurry to change his opinions on such a matter as the evidence for Christ's resurrection all of a sudden. Besides, he need not talk to Miss Snow about this subject to-day. There were other things he might talk about. What other things? Ernest felt his heart beat fast and fiercely, and an inward monitor warned him that he was thinking of anything rather than of Miss Snow's soul. What should he do? Fly, 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 it was the only safety. But would Christ have fled? Even though Christ had not died and risen from the dead, there could be no question that he was the model whose example we were bound to follow. Christ would not have fled from Miss Snow, he was sure of that, for he went about more especially with prostitutes and disreputable people. Now, as then, it was the business of the true Christian to call not the righteous, but sinners to repentance. It would be inconvenient to him to change his lodgings, and he could not ask Mrs. Jupp to turn Miss Snow and Miss Maitland out of the house. Where was he to draw the line? Who would be just good enough to live in the same house with him, and who just not good enough? Besides, where were these poor girls to go? Was he to drive them from house to house till they had no place to lie in? It was absurd. His duty was clear. He would go and see Miss Snow at once, and try if he could not induce her to change her present mode of life. If he found temptation becoming too strong for him, he would fly then. So he went upstairs with his Bible under his arm and a consuming fire in his heart. He found Miss Snow looking very pretty in a neatly, not to say demurely, furnished room. I think she had bought an illuminated text or two and pinned it up over her fireplace that morning. Ernest was very much pleased with her, and mechanically placed his Bible upon the table. He had just opened a timid conversation and was deep in blushes, when a hurried step came bounding up the stairs, as though of one over whom the force of gravity had little power, and a man burst into the room, saying, "I'm come before my time." It was Towneley. His face dropped as he caught sight of Ernest. "What, you here, Pontifex? Well, upon my word!" I cannot describe the hurried explanations that passed quickly between the three, enough that in less than a minute Ernest, blushing more scarlet than ever, slunk off, Bible and all, deeply humiliated as he contrasted himself and Towneley. Before he had reached the bottom of the staircase leading to his own room, he heard Towneley's hearty laugh through Miss Snow's door, and cursed the hour that he was born. Then it flashed upon him that if he could not see Miss Snow, he could at any rate see Miss Maitland. He knew well enough what he wanted now, and as for the Bible, he pushed it from him to the other end of his table. It fell over onto the floor, and he kicked it into the corner. It was the Bible given him at his christening by his affectionate aunt, Elizabeth Allaby. True, he knew very little of Miss Maitland, but ignorant young fools in Ernest's state do not reflect or reason closely. Mrs. Baxter had said that Miss Maitland and Miss Snow were birds of a feather, and Mrs. Baxter probably knew better than that old liar, Mrs. Jupp. Shakespeare says, "O Opportunity, thy guilt is great. 'Tis thou that execut'st the traitor's treason. Thou set'st the wolf where he the lamb may get. Whoever plots the sin, thou point'st the season. 'Tis thou that spurns at right, at law, at reason. And in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, sits Sin to seize the souls that wander by him." If the guilt of opportunity is great, how much greater is the guilt of that which is believed to be opportunity, but in reality is no opportunity at all. If the better part of valor is discretion, how much more is not discretion the better part of vice? About 10 minutes after we last saw Ernest, a scared, insulted girl, flushed and trembling, was seen hurrying from Mrs. Jupp's house as fast as her agitated state would let her, and in another 10 minutes 2 policemen were seen also coming out of Mrs. Jupp's, between them whom there shambled, rather than walked, our unhappy friend Ernest, with staring eyes, ghastly pale, and with despair branded upon every line of his face. End of chapter 60. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 61 and 62 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 61. Pryor had done well to warn Ernest against promiscuous house-to-house visitation. He had not gone outside Mrs. Jupp's street door, and yet what had been the result? Mr. Holt had put him in bodily fear. Mr. and Mrs. Baxter had nearly made a Methodist of him. Mr. Shaw had undermined his faith in the resurrection. Miss Snow's charms had ruined, or would have done so but for an accident, his moral character. As for Miss Maitland, he had done his best to ruin hers, and had damaged himself gravely and irretrievably in consequence. The only lodger who had done him no harm was the bellows mender, whom he had not visited. Other young clergymen, much greater fools in many respects than he, would not have got into these scrapes. He seemed to have developed an aptitude for mischief almost from the day of his having been ordained. He could hardly preach without making some horrid faux pas. He preached one Sunday morning when the bishop was at his rector's church, and made his sermon turn upon the question what kind of little cake it was that the widow of Zarephath had intended making when Elijah found her gathering a few sticks. He demonstrated that it was a seed cake. The sermon was really very amusing, and more than once he saw a smile pass over the sea of faces underneath him. The bishop was very angry, and gave my hero a severe reprimand in the vestry after the service was over. The only excuse he could make was that he was preaching extempore, had not thought of this particular point till he was actually in the pulpit, and had been carried away by it. Another time he preached upon the barren fig tree, and described the hopes of the owner as he watched the delicate blossom unfold, and give promise of such beautiful fruit in autumn. Next day he received a letter from a botanical member of his congregation, who explained to him that this could hardly have been, inasmuch as the fig produces its fruit first and blossoms inside the fruit, or so nearly so that no flower is perceptible to an ordinary observer. This last, however, was an accident which might have happened to any one but a scientist or an inspired writer. The only excuse I can make for him is that he was very young, not yet 24, and that in mind as in body, like most of those who in the end come to think for themselves, he was a slow grower. By far the greater part, moreover, of his education had been an attempt not so much to keep him in blinkers as to gouge his eyes out altogether. But to return to my story. It transpired afterwards that Miss Maitland had had no intention of giving Ernest in charge when she ran out of Mrs. Jupp's house. She was running away because she was frightened, but almost the first person whom she ran against had happened to be a policeman of a serious turn of mind, who wished to gain a reputation for activity. He stopped her, questioned her, frightened her still more, and it was he rather than Miss Maitland who insisted on giving my hero in charge to himself and another constable. Towneley was still in Mrs. Jupp's house when the policeman came. He had heard a disturbance, and going down to Ernest's room while Miss Maitland was out of doors, had found him lying, as it were, stunned at the foot of the moral precipice over which he had that moment fallen. He saw the whole thing at a glance, but before he could take action, the policeman came in, and action became impossible. He asked Ernest who were his friends in London. Ernest at first wanted not to say, but Towneley soon gave him to understand that he must do as he was bid, and selected myself from the few whom he had named. "Writes for the stage, does he?" said Towneley. "Does he write comedy?" Ernest thought Towneley meant that I ought to write tragedy, and said he was afraid I wrote burlesque. "Oh, come, come," said Towneley, "that will do famously. I will go and see him at once." But on second thoughts he determined to stay with Ernest, and go with him to the police court. So he sent Mrs. Jupp for me. Mrs. Jupp hurried so fast to fetch me that in spite of the weather's being still cold, she was "giving out," as she expressed it, in streams. The poor old wretch would have taken a cab, but she had no money, and did not like to ask Towneley to give her some. I saw that something very serious had happened, but was not prepared for anything so deplorable as what Mrs. Jupp actually told me. As for Mrs. Jupp, she said her heart had been jumping out of its socket and back again ever since. I got her into a cab with me, and we went off to the police station. She talked without ceasing. And if the neighbours do say cruel things about me, I'm sure it ain't no thanks to him if they're true. Mr. Pontifex never took a bit of notice of me, no more than if I had been his sister. Oh, it's enough to make anyone's backbone curdle. Then I thought perhaps my Rose might get on better with him, so I set her to dust him and clean him as though I were busy, and gave her such a beautiful clean new pinny, but he never took no notice of her no more than he did of me. And she didn't want no compliment neither. She wouldn't have taken not a shilling from him, though he had offered it, but he didn't seem to know anything at all. I can't make out what the young men are coming to. I wish the horn may blow for me and the worms take me this very night, if it's not enough to make a woman stand before God and strike the one half on 'em silly to see the way they goes on, and makes an honest girl has to go home night after night without so much as a fourpenny bit, and paying 3 and 6 a week rent, and not a shelf or cupboard in the place, and a dead wall in front of the window. It's not Mr. Pontifex," she continued, "that's so bad. He's good at heart. He never says nothing unkind. And then there's his dear eyes. But when I speak about that to my Rose, she calls me an old fool and says I ought to be poleaxed. It's that Prior that I can't abide. Oh, he likes to wound a woman's feelings, he do, and to chuck anything in her face, he do. He likes to wind a woman up and to wound her down." Mrs. Jupp pronounced wound as though it rhymed to sound. It's a gentleman's place to soothe a woman, but he'd like to tear her hair out by handfuls. Why, he told me to my face that I was a-getting old. Old indeed! There's not a woman in London knows my age except Mrs. Davis down in the Old Kent Road, and beyond a haricot vein in one of my legs, I'm as young as ever I was. Old indeed! There's many a good tune played on an old fiddle. I hate his nasty insinuendos. Even if I had wanted to stop her, I could not have done so. She said a great deal more than I have given above. I have left out much because I cannot remember it, but still more because it was really impossible for me to print it. When we got to the police station I found Towneley and Ernest already there. The charge was one of assault, but not aggravated by serious violence. Even so, however, it was lamentable enough, and we both saw that our young friend would have to pay dearly for his inexperience. We tried to bail him out for the night, but the inspector would not accept bail, so we were forced to leave him. Towneley then went back to Mrs. Jupp's to see if he could find Miss Maitland and arrange matters with her. She was not there, but he traced her to the house of her father, who lived at Camberwell. The father was furious and would not hear of any intercession on Towneley's part. He was a dissenter, and glad to make the most of any scandal against a clergyman. Towneley, therefore, was obliged to return unsuccessful. Next morning Towneley, who regarded Ernest as a drowning man, who must be picked out of the water somehow or other if possible, irrespective of the way in which he got into it, called on me, and we put the matter into the hands of one of the best-known attorneys of the day. I was greatly pleased with Towneley, and thought it due to him to tell him what I had told no one else. I mean that Ernest would come into his aunt's money in a few years' time, and would therefore then be rich. Towneley was doing all he could before this, but I knew that the knowledge I had imparted to him would make him feel as though Ernest was more one of his own class, and therefore had a greater claim upon his good offices. As for Ernest himself, his gratitude was greater than could be expressed in words. I have heard him say that he can call to mind many moments, each one of which might well pass for the happiest of his life, but that this night stands clearly out as the most painful that he ever passed, yet so kind and considerate was Towneley that it was quite bearable. But with all the best wishes in the world, neither Towneley nor I could do much to help beyond giving our moral support. Our attorney told us that the magistrate before whom Ernest would appear was very severe on cases of this description, and that the fact of his being a clergyman would tell against him. "Ask for no remand," he said, "and make no defence. We will call Mr Pontifex's rector and you two gentlemen as witnesses for previous good character. These will be enough. Let us then make a profound apology and beg the magistrate to deal with the case summarily instead of sending it for trial. If you can get this, believe me, your young friend will be better out of it than he has any right to expect." Chapter 62. This advice, besides being obviously sensible, would end in saving Ernest both time and suspense of mind, so we had no hesitation in adopting it. The case was called on about 11 o'clock, but we got it adjourned till 3, so as to give time for Ernest to set his affairs as straight as he could, and to execute a power of attorney enabling me to act for him as I should think fit while he was in prison. Then all came out about Prior and the College of Spiritual Pathology. Ernest had even greater difficulty in making a clean breast of this than he had in telling us about Miss Maitland, but he told us all, and the upshot was that he had actually handed over to Prior every halfpenny that he had then possessed, with no other security than Prior's IOUs for the amount. Ernest, though still declining to believe that Prior could be guilty of dishonourable conduct, was becoming alive to the folly of what he had been doing. He still made sure, however, of recovering at any rate the greater part of his property as soon as Prior should have had time to sell. Towneley and I were of a different opinion, but we did not say what we thought. It was dreary work waiting all the morning amid such unfamiliar and depressing surroundings. I thought how the psalmist had exclaimed with quiet irony, "One day in thy courts is better than 1,000," and I thought that I could utter a very similar sentiment in respect of the courts in which Towneley and I were compelled to loiter. At last, about 3 o'clock, the case was called on, and we went round to the part of the court which is reserved for the general public, while Ernest was taken into the prisoner's dock. As soon as he had collected himself sufficiently, he recognized the magistrate as the old gentleman who had spoken to him in the train on the day he was leaving school, and saw, or thought he saw, to his great grief, that he too was recognized. Mr Ottery, for this was our attorney's name, took the line he had proposed. He called no other witnesses than the rector, Towneley, and myself, and threw himself on the mercy of the magistrate. When he had concluded, the magistrate spoke as follows: "Ernest Pontifex, yours is one of the most painful cases that I have ever had to deal with. You have been singularly favoured in your parentage and education. You have had before you the example of blameless parents, who doubtless instilled into you from childhood the enormity of the offence which by your own confession you have committed. You were sent to one of the best public schools in England. It is not likely that in the healthy atmosphere of such a school as Roughborough you could have come across contaminating influences. You were probably, I may say certainly, impressed at school with the heinousness of any attempt to depart from the strictest chastity until such time as you had entered into a state of matrimony. At Cambridge you were shielded from impurity by every obstacle which virtuous and vigilant authorities could advise, and even had the obstacles been fewer, your parents probably took care that your means should not admit of your throwing money away upon abandoned characters. At night proctors patrolled the street and dogged your steps if you tried to go into any haunt where the presence of vice was suspected. By day the females who were admitted within the college walls were selected mainly on the score of age and ugliness. It is hard to see what more can be done for any young man than this. For the last 4 or 5 months you have been a clergyman, and if a single impure thought had still remained within your mind, ordination should have removed it. Nevertheless, not only does it appear that your mind is as impure as though none of the influences to which I have referred to have been brought to bear upon it, but it seems as though their only result has been this, that you have not even the common sense to be able to distinguish between a respectable girl and a prostitute. If I were to take a strict view of my duty, I should commit you for trial. But in consideration of this being your first offence, I shall deal leniently with you and sentence you to imprisonment with hard labour for 6 calendar months. Towneley and I both thought there was a touch of irony in the magistrate's speech, and that he could have given a lighter sentence if he would, but that was neither here nor there. We obtained leave to see Ernest for a few minutes before he was removed to Coldbath Fields, where he was to serve his term, and found him so thankful to have been summarily dealt with that he hardly seemed to care about the miserable plight in which he was to pass the next 6 months. When he came out, he said he would take what remained of his money, go off to America or Australia, and never be heard of more. We left him full of this resolve, I to write to Theobald, and also to instruct my solicitor to get Ernest's money out of Prior's hands, and Towneley to see the reporters and keep the case out of the newspapers. He was successful as regards all the higher class papers. There was only one journal, and that of the lowest class, which was incorruptible. End of chapter 62. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 63 and 64 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 63. I saw my solicitor at once, but when I tried to write to Theobald, I found it better to say I would run down and see him. I therefore proposed this, asking him to meet me at the station, and hinting that I must bring bad news about his son. I knew he would not get my letter more than a couple of hours before I should see him, and thought the short interval of suspense might break the shock of what I had to say. Never do I remember to have halted more between 2 opinions than on my journey to Battersby upon this unhappy errand. When I thought of the little sallow-faced lad whom I had remembered years before, of the long and savage cruelty with which he had been treated in childhood, cruelty none the less real for having been due to ignorance and stupidity rather than to deliberate malice, of the atmosphere of lying and self-laudatory hallucination in which he had been brought up, of the readiness the boy had shown to love anything that would be good enough to let him, and of how affection for his parents, unless I am much mistaken, had only died in him because it had been killed anew, again and again and again, each time that it had tried to spring. When I thought of all this, I felt as though, if the matter had rested with me, I would have sentenced Theobald and Christina to mental suffering even more severe than that which was about to fall upon them. But on the other hand, when I thought of Theobald's own childhood, of that dreadful old George Pontifex, his father, of John and Mrs. John, and his 2 sisters, when again I thought of Christina's long years of hope deferred that maketh the heart sick, before she was married, of the life she must have led at Crampsford, and of the surroundings in the midst of which she and her husband both lived at Battersby, I felt as though the wonder was that misfortunes so persistent had not been followed by even greater retribution. Poor people! They had tried to keep their ignorance of the world from themselves by calling it the pursuit of heavenly things, and then shutting their eyes to anything that might give them trouble. A son having been born to them, they had shut his eyes also as far as was practicable. Who could blame them? They had chapter and verse for everything they had either done or left undone. There is no better thumbed precedent than that for being a clergyman and a clergyman's wife. In what respect had they differed from their neighbours? How did their household differ from that of any other clergyman of the better sort from one end of England to the other? Why then should it have been upon them, of all the people in the world, that this Tower of Siloam had fallen? Surely it was the Tower of Siloam that was naught, rather than those who stood under it. It was the system, rather than the people, that was at fault. If Theobald and his wife had but known more of the world and of the things that are therein, they would have done little harm to anyone. Selfish they would have always been, but not more so than may very well be pardoned, and not more than other people would be. As it was, the case was hopeless. It would be no use their even entering into their mothers' wombs and being born again. They must not only be born again, but they must be born again, each one of them, of a new father and of a new mother, and of a different line of ancestry, for many generations before their minds could become supple enough to learn anew. The only thing to do with them was to humour them and make the best of them till they died, and be thankful when they did so. Theobald got my letter as I had expected, and met me at the station nearest to Battersby. As I walked back with him towards his own house, I broke the news to him as gently as I could. I pretended that the whole thing was in great measure a mistake, and that though Ernest no doubt had had intentions which he ought to have resisted, he had not meant going anything like the length which Miss Maitland supposed. I said we had felt how much appearances were against him, and had dared not to set up this defence before the magistrate, though we had no doubt about its being the true one. Theobald acted with a readier and acuter moral sense than I had given him credit for. "I will have nothing more to do with him," he exclaimed promptly. "I will never see his face again. Do not let him write either to me or to his mother. We know of no such person. Tell him you have seen me, and that from this day forward I shall put him out of my mind as though he had never been born. I have been a good father to him, and his mother idolized him. Selfishness and ingratitude have been the only return we have ever had from him. My hope henceforth must be in my remaining children." I told him how Ernest's fellow curate had got hold of his money, and hinted that he might very likely be penniless, or nearly so, on leaving prison. Theobald did not seem displeased at this, but added soon afterwards, "If this proves to be the case, tell him from me that I will give him £100 if he will tell me through you when he will have it paid, but tell him not to write and thank me, and say that if he attempts to open up direct communication either with his mother or myself, he shall not have a penny of the money." Knowing what I knew, and having determined on violating Miss Pontifex's instructions should the occasion arise, I did not think Ernest would be any the worse for a complete estrangement from his family, so I acquiesced more readily in what Theobald had proposed than that gentleman may have expected. Thinking it better that I should not see Christina, I left Theobald near Battersby and walked back to the station. On my way I was pleased to reflect that Ernest's father was less of a fool than I had taken him to be, and had the greater hopes, therefore, that his son's blunders might be due to postnatal rather than congenital misfortunes. Accidents which happen to a man before he is born, in the persons of his ancestors, will, if he remembers them at all, leave an indelible impression on him. They will have moulded his character so that, do what he will, it is hardly possible for him to escape their consequences. If a man is to enter into the kingdom of heaven, he must do so not only as a little child, but as a little embryo, or rather as a zoosperm, and not only this, but as one that has come from zoosperms which have entered into the kingdom of heaven before him for many generations. Accidents which occur for the first time, and belong to the period since a man's last birth, are not, as a general rule, so permanent in their effects, though of course they may sometimes be so. At any rate, I was not displeased at the view which Ernest's father took of the situation. Chapter 64. After Ernest had been sentenced, he was taken back to the cells to wait for the van which should take him to Coldbath Fields, where he was to serve his term. He was still too stunned and dazed by the suddenness with which events had happened during the last 24 hours to be able to realize his position. A great chasm had opened between his past and future. Nevertheless, he breathed, his pulse beat, he could think and speak. It seemed to him that he ought to be prostrated by the blow that had fallen on him, but he was not prostrated. He had suffered from many smaller latches far more acutely. It was not until he thought of the pain his disgrace would inflict on his father and mother that he felt how readily he would have given up all he had, rather than have fallen into his present plight. It would break his mother's heart. It must, he knew it would, and it was he who had done this. He had had a headache coming on for all the forenoon, but as he thought of his father and mother, his pulse quickened and the pain in his head suddenly became intense. He could hardly walk to the van, and he found its motion insupportable. On reaching the prison he was too ill to walk without assistance across the hall to the corridor or gallery where prisoners are marshalled on their arrival. The prison warder, seeing at once that he was a clergyman, did not suppose he was shamming, as he might have done in the case of an old jail-bird. He therefore sent for the doctor. When this gentleman arrived, Ernest was declared to be suffering from an incipient attack of brain fever, and was taken away to the infirmary. Here he hovered for the next 2 months between life and death, never in full possession of his reason and often delirious, but at last, contrary to the expectation of both doctor and nurse, he began to slowly recover. It is said that those who have been nearly drowned find the return to consciousness much more painful than the loss of it had been, and so it was with my hero. As he lay helpless and feeble, it seemed to him a refinement of cruelty that he had not died once and for all during his delirium. He thought he should still most likely recover, only to sink a little later on from shame and sorrow. Nevertheless, from day to day he mended, though so slowly that he could hardly realize it to himself. One afternoon, however, about 3 weeks after he had regained consciousness, the nurse who tended him, and who had been very kind to him, made some little rallying sally which amused him. He laughed, and as he did so, she clapped her hands and told him he would be a man again. The spark of hope was kindled, and again he wished to live. Almost from that moment his thoughts began to turn less to the horrors of the past, and more to the best way of meeting the future. His worst pain was on behalf of his father and mother, and how he should again face them. It still seemed to him that the best thing both for him and them would be that he should sever himself from them completely, take whatever money he could recover from Pryer, and go to some place in the uttermost parts of the earth, where he should never meet anyone who had known him at school or college, and start afresh. Or perhaps he might go to the gold fields in California or Australia, of which such wonderful accounts were then heard. There he might even make his fortune and return as an old man many years hence, unknown to everyone, and if so, he would live at Cambridge. As he built these castles in the air, the spark of life became a flame, and he longed for health and for the freedom which, now that so much of his sentence had expired, was not after all very far distant. Then things began to shape themselves more definitely. Whatever happened, he would be a clergyman no longer. It would have been practically impossible for him to have found another curacy, even if he had been so minded. But he was not so minded. He hated the life he had been leading ever since he had begun to read for orders. He could not argue about it, but he simply loathed it and would have no more of it. As he dwelt on the prospect of becoming a layman again, however disgraced, he rejoiced at what had befallen him, and found a blessing in this very imprisonment, which had at first seemed such an unspeakable misfortune. Perhaps the shock of so great a change in his surroundings had accelerated changes in his opinions, just as the cocoons of silkworms, when sent in baskets by rail, hatch before their time through the novelty of heat and jolting. But however this may be, his belief in the stories concerning the death, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus Christ, and hence his faith in all the other Christian miracles, had dropped off him once and forever. The investigation he had made in consequence of Mr. Shaw's rebuke, hurried though it was, had left a deep impression upon him, and now he was well enough to read, he made the New Testament his chief study, going through it in the spirit which Mr. Shaw had desired of him, that is to say, as one who wished neither to believe nor disbelieve, but cared only about finding out whether he ought to believe or no. The more he read in this spirit, the more the balance seemed to lie in favor of unbelief, till in the end all further doubt became impossible, and he saw plainly enough that, whatever else might be true, the story that Christ had died, come to life again, and been carried from the earth through clouds into the heavens, could not now be accepted by unbiased people. It was well he had found it out so soon. In one way or another it was sure to meet him sooner or later. He would probably have seen it years ago if he had not been hoodwinked by people who were paid for hoodwinking him. What should he have done, he asked himself, if he had not made his present discovery till years later, when he was more deeply committed to the life of a clergyman? Should he have had the courage to face it, or would he not more probably have evolved some excellent reason for continuing to think as he had thought hitherto? Should he have had the courage to break away even from his present curacy? He thought not, and knew not whether to be more thankful for having been shown his error, or for having been caught up and twisted round so that he could hardly err farther, almost at that very moment of his having discovered it. The price he had had to pay for this boon was light compared with the boon itself. What is too heavy a price to pay for having duty made at once clear and easy of fulfilment instead of very difficult? He was sorry for his father and mother, and he was sorry for Miss Maitland, but he was no longer sorry for himself. It puzzled him, however, that he should not have known how much he had hated being a clergyman till now. He knew that he did not particularly like it, but if anyone had asked him whether he actually hated it, he would have answered no. I suppose people almost always want something external to themselves to reveal to them their own likes and dislikes. Our most assured likings have for the most part been arrived at neither by introspection nor by any process of conscious reasoning, but by the bounding forth of the heart to welcome the gospel proclaimed to it by another. We hear some say that such and such a thing is thus or thus, and in a moment the train that has been laid within us, but whose presence we knew not, flashes into consciousness and perception. Only a year ago he had bounded forth to welcome Mr. Hawke's sermon. Since then he had bounded after a college of spiritual pathology. Now he was in full cry after rationalism, pure and simple. How could he be sure that his present state of mind would be more lasting than his previous ones? He could not be certain, but he felt as though he were now on firmer ground than he had ever been before, and no matter how fleeting his present opinions might prove to be, he could not but act according to them till he saw reason to change them. How impossible, he reflected, it would have been for him to do this if he had remained surrounded by people like his father and mother, or Prior and Prior's friends, and his rector. He had been observing, reflecting, and assimilating all these months with no more consciousness of mental growth than a schoolboy has of the growth of his body. But should he have been able to admit his growth to himself, and to act up to his increased strength, if he had remained in constant close connection with people who assured him solemnly that he was under a hallucination? The combination against him was greater than his unaided strength could have broken through, and he felt doubtful how far any shock less severe than the one from which he was suffering would have sufficed to free him. End of chapter 64. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 65 and 66 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 65. As he lay on his bed, day after day, slowly recovering, he woke up to the fact which most men arrive at sooner or later. I mean that very few care two straws about truth, or have any confidence that it is righter and better to believe what is true than what is untrue, even though belief in the untruth may seem at first sight most expedient. Yet it is only these few who can be said to believe anything at all. The rest are simply unbelievers in disguise. Perhaps, after all, these last are right. They have numbers and prosperity on their side. They have all which the rationalist appeals to as his tests of right and wrong. Right, according to him, is what seems right to the majority of sensible, well-to-do people. We know of no safer criterion than this, but what does the decision thus arrived at involve? Simply this: that a conspiracy of silence about things whose truth would be immediately apparent to disinterested inquirers is not only tolerable, but righteous on the part of those who profess to be, and take money for, being par excellence guardians and teachers of truth. Ernest saw no logical escape from this conclusion. He saw that belief on the part of the early Christians in the miraculous nature of Christ's resurrection was explicable, without any supposition of miracle. The explanation lay under the eyes of anyone who chose to take a moderate degree of trouble. It had been put before the world again and again, and there had been no serious attempt to refute it. How was it that Dean Alford, for example, who made the New Testament his specialty, could not or would not see what was so obvious to Ernest himself? Could it be for any other reason than he did not want to see it? And if so, was he not a traitor to the cause of truth? Yes, but was he not also a respectable and successful man? And were not the vast majority of respectable and successful men, such, for example, as all the bishops and archbishops, doing exactly as Dean Alford did, and did not this make their action right, no matter though it had been cannibalism or infanticide or even habitual untruthfulness of mind? Monstrous, odious falsehood! Ernest's feeble pulse quickened, and his pale face flushed, as this hateful view of life presented itself to him in all its logical consistency. It was not the fact of most men being liars that shocked him. That was all right enough. But even the momentary doubt whether the few who were not liars ought not to become liars too. There was no hope left if this were so. If this were so, let him die, the sooner the better. Lord, he exclaimed inwardly, I don't believe one word of it. Strengthen thou and confirm my disbelief. It seemed to him that he could never henceforth see a bishop going to consecration without saying to himself, There but for the grace of God went Ernest Pontifex. It was no doing of his. He could not boast. If he had lived in the time of Christ he might himself have been an early Christian, or even an apostle for aught he knew. On the whole he felt that he had much to be thankful for. The conclusion, then, that it might be better to believe error than truth should be ordered out of court at once, no matter by how clear a logic it had been arrived at. But what was the alternative? It was this, that our criterion of truth, i.e., that truth is what commends itself to the great majority of sensible and successful people, is not infallible. The rule is sound, and covers by far the greater number of cases, but it has its exceptions. He asked himself, what were they? Ah, that was a difficult matter. There were so many, and the rules which governed them were sometimes so subtle, that mistakes always had and always would be made. It was just this that made it impossible to reduce life to an exact science. There was a rough and ready rule of thumb test of truth, and a number of rules as regards exceptions which could be mastered without much trouble. Yet there was a residue of cases in which decision was difficult, so difficult that a man had better follow his instinct than attempt to decide them by any process of reasoning. Instinct, then, is the ultimate court of appeal. And what is instinct? It is a mode of faith in the evidence of things not actually seen. And so my hero returned almost to the point from which he had originally started, namely, that the just shall live by faith. And this is what the just, that is to say reasonable people, do as regards those daily affairs of life which most concern them. They settle smaller matters by the exercise of their own deliberation. More important ones, such as the cure of their own bodies and the bodies of those whom they love, the investment of their money, the extrication of their affairs from any serious mess, these things they generally entrust to others, of whose capacity they know little save from general report. They act therefore on the strength of faith, not of knowledge. So the English nation entrusts the welfare of its fleet and naval defences to a First Lord of the Admiralty, who, not being a sailor, can know nothing about these matters except by acts of faith. There can be no doubt about faith and not reason being the ultima ratio. Even Euclid, who has laid himself as little open to the charge of credulity as any writer who ever lived, cannot get beyond this. He has no demonstrable first premise. He requires postulates and axioms which transcend demonstration, and without which he can do nothing. His superstructure indeed is demonstration, but his ground is faith. Nor again can he get further than telling a man he is a fool if he persists in differing from him. He says, which is absurd, and declines to discuss the matter further. Faith and authority, therefore, prove to be as necessary for him as for anyone else. By faith in what, then, asked Ernest of himself, shall a man endeavour to live at this present time? He answered to himself, at any rate, not by faith in the supernatural element of the Christian religion. And how best should he persuade his fellow countrymen to leave off believing in this supernatural element? Looking at the matter from a practical point of view, he thought the Archbishop of Canterbury afforded the most promising key to the situation. It lay between him and the Pope. The Pope was perhaps best in theory, but in practice the Archbishop of Canterbury would do sufficiently well. If he could only manage to sprinkle a pinch of salt, as it were, on the Archbishop's tail, he might convert the whole Church of England to free thought by a coup de main. There must be an amount of cogency which even an archbishop whose perceptions had never been quickened by imprisonment for assault, would not be able to withstand. When brought face to face with the facts, as he, Ernest, could arrange them, his Grace would have no resource but to admit them. Being an honourable man, he would at once resign his archbishopric, and Christianity would become extinct in England within a few months' time. This, at any rate, was how things ought to be. But all the time Ernest had no confidence in the Archbishop's not hopping off just as the pinch was about to fall on him, and this seemed so unfair that his blood boiled at the thought of it. If this was to be so, he must try if he could not fix him by the judicious use of bird-lime or a snare, or throw the salt on his tail from an ambuscade. To do him justice, it was not himself that he greatly cared about. He knew he had been humbugged, and he knew also that the greater part of the ills which had afflicted him were due, indirectly, in chief measure to the influence of Christian teaching. Still, if the mischief had ended with himself, he should have thought little about it. But there was his sister, and his brother Joey, and the hundreds and thousands of young people throughout England whose lives were being blighted through the lies told them by people whose business it was to know better, but who scamped their work and shirked difficulties instead of facing them. It was this which made him think it worth while to be angry, and to consider whether he could not at least do something towards saving others from such years of waste and misery as he had had to pass himself. If there was no truth in the miraculous accounts of Christ's death and resurrection, the whole of the religion founded upon the historic truth of those events tumbled to the ground. "My," he exclaimed, with all the arrogance of youth, "they put a gypsy or fortune-teller into prison for getting money out of silly people who think they have supernatural power. Why should they not put a clergyman in prison for pretending that he could absolve sins, or turn bread and wine into the flesh and blood of one who died 2,000 years ago? What," he asked himself, "could be more pure hanky-panky than that a bishop should lay his hands upon a young man and pretend to convey to him the spiritual power to work this miracle?" It was all very well to talk about toleration. Toleration, like everything else, had its limits. Besides, if it was to include the bishop, let it include the fortune-teller too. He would explain all this to the Archbishop of Canterbury by and by, but as he could not get hold of him just now, it occurred to him that he might experimentalize advantageously upon the viler soul of the prison chaplain. It was only those who took the first and most obvious step in their power who ever did great things in the end. So one day, when Mr. Hughes, for this was the chaplain's name, was talking with him, Ernest introduced the question of Christian evidences, and tried to raise a discussion upon them. Mr. Hughes had been very kind to him, but he was more than twice my hero's age, and had long taken the measure of such objections as Ernest tried to put before him. I do not suppose he believed in the actual objective truth of the stories about Christ's resurrection and ascension any more than Ernest did, but he knew that this was a small matter, and that the real issue lay much deeper than this. Mr. Hughes was a man who had been in authority for many years, and he brushed Ernest on one side as if he had been a fly. He did it so well that my hero never ventured to tackle him again, and confined his conversation with him for the future to such matters as what he had better do when he got out of prison. And here Mr. Hughes was ever ready to listen to him with sympathy and kindness. Chapter 66. Ernest was now so far convalescent as to be able to sit up for the greater part of the day. He had been 3 months in prison, and though not strong enough to leave the infirmary, was beyond all fear of a relapse. He was talking one day with Mr. Hughes about his future, and again expressed his intention of emigrating to Australia or New Zealand with the money he should recover from Prior. Whenever he spoke of this, he noticed that Mr. Hughes looked grave and was silent. He had thought that perhaps the chaplain wanted him to return to his profession, and disapproved of his evident anxiety to turn to something else. Now, however, he asked Mr. Hughes point blank why it was that he disapproved of his idea of emigrating. Mr. Hughes endeavoured to evade him, but Ernest was not to be put off. There was something in the chaplain's manner which suggested that he knew more than Ernest did, but did not like to say it. This alarmed him so much that he begged him not to keep him in suspense. After a little hesitation, Mr. Hughes, thinking him now strong enough to stand it, broke the news as gently as he could that the whole of Ernest's money had disappeared. The day after my return from Battersby I called on my solicitor, and was told that he had written to Prior, requiring him to refund the moneys for which he had given his IOUs. Prior replied that he had given orders to his broker to close his operations, which unfortunately had resulted so far in heavy losses, and that the balance should be paid to my solicitor on the following settling day, then about a week distant. When the time came, we heard nothing from Prior, and going to his lodgings, found that he had left with his few effects on that very day after he had heard from us, and had not been seen since. I had heard from Ernest the name of the broker who had been employed, and went at once to see him. He told me Prior had closed all his accounts for cash on the day that Ernest had been sentenced, and had received £2,315, which was all that remained of Ernest's original £5,000. With this he had decamped, nor had we enough clue as to his whereabouts to be able to take any steps to recover the money. There was in fact nothing to be done but to consider the whole as lost. I may say here that neither I nor Ernest ever heard of Prior again, nor have any idea what became of him. This placed me in a difficult position. I knew, of course, that in a few years Ernest would have many times over as much money as he had lost, but I knew also that he did not know this, and feared that the supposed loss of all that he had in the world might be more than he could stand when coupled with his other misfortunes. The prison authorities had found Theobald's address from a letter in Ernest's pocket, and had communicated with him more than once concerning his son's illness, but Theobald had not written to me, and I supposed my godson to be in good health. He would be just 24 years old when he left prison, and if I followed out his aunt's instructions, would have to battle with fortune for another 4 years as well as he could. The question before me was whether it was right to let him run so much risk, or whether I should not to some extent transgress my instructions, which there was nothing to prevent my doing if I thought Miss Pontifex would have wished it, and let him have the same sum that he would have recovered from Prior. If my godson had been an older man, and more fixed in any definite groove, this is what I should have done. but he was still very young, and more than commonly unformed for his age. If, again, I had known of his illness, I should not have dared to lay any heavier burden on his back than he had to bear already, but not being uneasy about his health, I thought a few years of roughing it and of experience concerning the importance of not playing tricks with money would do him no harm, so I decided to keep a sharp eye upon him as soon as he came out of prison, and to let him splash about in deep water as best he could, till I saw whether he was able to swim, or was about to sink. In the first case I would let him go on swimming till he was nearly 28, when I would prepare him gradually for the good fortune that awaited him. In the second I would hurry up to the rescue. So I wrote to say that Pryer had absconded, and that he could have £100 from his father when he came out of prison. I then waited to see what effect these tidings would have, not expecting to receive an answer for 3 months, for I had been told on inquiry that no letter would be received by a prisoner till after he had been 3 months in jail. I also wrote to Theobald and told him of Pryer's disappearance. As a matter of fact, when my letter arrived, the governor of the jail read it, and in a case of such importance would have relaxed the rules if Ernest's state had allowed it. His illness prevented this, and the governor left it to the chaplain and the doctor to break the news to him when they thought him strong enough to bear it, which was now the case. In the meantime I received a formal official document saying that my letter had been received and would be communicated to the prisoner in due course. I believe it was simply through a mistake on the part of a clerk that I was not informed of Ernest's illness, but I heard nothing of it till I saw him by his own desire a few days after the chaplain had broken to him the substance of what I had written. Ernest was terribly shocked when he heard of the loss of his money, but his ignorance of the world prevented him from seeing the full extent of the mischief. He had never been in serious want of money yet, and did not know what it meant. In reality, money losses are the hardest to bear by any of those who are old enough to comprehend them. A man can stand being told that he must submit to a severe surgical operation, or that he has some disease which will shortly kill him, or that he will be a cripple or blind for the rest of his life. Dreadful as such tidings must be, we do not find that they unnerve the greater number of mankind. Most men, indeed, go coolly enough even to be hanged, but the strongest quail before financial ruin, and the better men they are, the more complete, as a general rule, is their prostration. Suicide is a common consequence of money losses. It is rarely sought as a means of escape from bodily suffering. If we feel that we have a competence at our backs, so that we can die warm and quietly in our beds with no need to worry about expense, we live our lives out to the dregs, no matter how excruciating our torments. Job probably felt the loss of his flocks and herds more than that of his wife and family, for he could enjoy his flocks and herds without his family, but not his family, not for long, if he had lost all his money. Loss of money indeed is not only the worst pain in itself, but it is the parent of all others. Let a man have been brought up to a moderate competence, and have no specially. Then let his money be suddenly taken from him, and how long is his health likely to survive the change in all his little ways which loss of money will entail? How long again is the esteem and sympathy of friends likely to survive ruin? People may be very sorry for us, but their attitude towards us hitherto has been based upon the supposition that we were situated thus or thus in money matters. When this breaks down, there must be a restatement of the social problem so far as we are concerned. We have been obtaining esteem under false pretenses. Granted, then, that the 3 most serious losses which a man can suffer are those affecting money, health, and reputation. Loss of money is far the worst. then comes ill health, and then loss of reputation. Loss of reputation is a bad third, for if a man keeps health and money unimpaired, it will generally be found that his loss of reputation is due to breaches of parvenu conventions only, and not to violations of those older, better established canons whose authority is unquestionable. In this case a man may grow a new reputation as easily as a lobster grows a new claw, or, if he have health and money, may thrive in great peace of mind without any reputation at all. The only chance for a man who has lost his money is that he shall still be young enough to stand uprooting and transplanting without more than temporary derangement. And this I believed my godson still to be. By the prison rules he might receive and send a letter after he had been in jail 3 months, and might also receive 1 visit from a friend. When he received my letter, he at once asked me to come and see him, which of course I did. I found him very much changed, and still so feeble that the exertion of coming from the infirmary to the cell in which I was allowed to see him, and the agitation of seeing me, were too much for him. At first he quite broke down, and I was so pained at the state in which I found him, that I was on the point of breaking my instructions then and there. I contented myself, however, for the time, with reassuring him that I would help him as soon as he came out of prison, and that when he had made up his mind about what he would do, he was to come to me for what money might be necessary, if he could not get it from his father. To make it easier for him I told him that his aunt, on her deathbed, had desired me to do something of this sort should an emergency arise, so that he would only be taking what his aunt had left him. "Then," said he, "I will not take the £100 from my father, and I will never see him or my mother again." I said, "Take the £100, Ernest, and as much more as you could get, and then do not see them again if you do not like." This Ernest would not do. If he took money from them he could not cut them, and he wanted to cut them. I thought my godson would get on a great deal better if he would only have the firmness to do as he proposed, as regards breaking completely with his father and mother, and said so. "Then don't you like them?" said he, with a look of surprise. "Like them?" said I. "I think they're horrid." "Oh, that's the kindest thing of all you have done for me," he exclaimed. "I thought all middle-aged people liked my father and mother." He had been about to call me old, but I was only 57 and was not going to have this, so I made a face when I saw him hesitating, which drove him into middle-aged. "If you like it," I said, "I will say all your family are horrid, except yourself and your Aunt Alethea. The greater part of every family is always odious. If there are 1 or 2 good ones in a very large family, it is as much as can be expected." "Thank you," he replied gratefully. "I think I can now stand almost anything. I will come and see you as soon as I come out of jail. Good-bye." For the warder had told us that the time allowed for our interview was at an end. End of chapter 66. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 67 and 68 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 67. As soon as Ernest found that he had no money to look upon leaving prison, he saw that his dreams about emigrating and farming must come to an end, for he knew that he was incapable of working at the plough or with the axe for long together himself. And now it seemed he should have no money to pay anyone else for doing so. It was this that resolved him to part once and for all with his parents. If he had been going abroad he could have kept up relations with them, for they would have been too far off to interfere with him. He knew his father and mother would object to being cut. They would wish to appear kind and forgiving. They would also dislike having no further power to plague him. But he knew also very well that so long as he and they ran in harness together, they would be always pulling one way, and he another. He wanted to drop the gentleman and go down into the ranks, beginning on the lowest rung of the ladder, where no one would know of his disgrace or mind it if he did know. His father and mother, on the other hand, would wish him to clutch on to the fag end of gentility, at a starvation salary and with no prospect of advancement. Ernest had seen enough of Ashpit Place to know that a tailor, if he did not drink and attend to his business, could earn more money than a clerk or a curate, while much less expense by way of show was required of him. The tailor also had more liberty and a better chance of rising. Ernest resolved at once, as he had fallen so far, to fall still lower. Promptly, gracefully, and with the idea of rising again, rather than cling to the skirts of respectability which would permit him to exist on sufferance only, and make him pay an utterly extortionate price for an article which he could do better without. He had arrived at this result more quickly than he might otherwise have done through remembering something he had once heard his aunt say about kissing the soil. This had impressed him and stuck by him, perhaps by reason of its brevity. When later on he came to know the story of Hercules and Antaeus, he found it one of the very few ancient fables which had a hold over him, his chiefest debt to classical literature. His aunt had wanted him to learn carpentering, as a means of kissing the soil, should his Hercules ever throw him. It was too late for this now, or he thought it was, but the mode of carrying out his aunt's idea was a detail. There were 100 ways of kissing the soil, besides becoming a carpenter. He had told me this during our interview, and I had encouraged him to the utmost of my power. He showed so much more good sense than I had given him credit for, that I became comparatively easy about him, and determined to let him play his own game, being always, however, ready to hand in case things went too far wrong. It was not simply because he disliked his father and mother that he wanted to have no more to do with them. If it had been only this, he would have put up with them, but a warning voice within told him distinctly enough that if he was clean cut away from them he might still have a chance at success, whereas if they had anything whatever to do with him, or even knew where he was, they would hamper him and in the end ruin him. Absolute independence he believed to be his only chance of very life itself. Over and above this, if this were not enough, Ernest had a faith in his own destiny such as most young men, I suppose, feel, but the grounds of which were not apparent to any one but himself. Rightly or wrongly, in a quiet way, he believed he possessed a strength which, if he were only free to use it in his own way, might do great things some day. He did not know when, nor where, nor how his opportunity was to come, but he never doubted that it would come, in spite of all that had happened, and above all else he cherished the hope that he might know how to seize it if it came, for whatever it was, it would be something that no one else could do so well as he could. People said there were no dragons and giants for adventurous men to fight with nowadays. It was beginning to dawn upon him that there were just as many now as at any past time. Monstrous as such a faith may seem in one who was qualifying himself for a high mission by a term of imprisonment, he could no more help it than he could help breathing. It was innate in him. It was even more with a view to this than for other reasons that he wished to sever the connection between himself and his parents. For he knew that if ever the day came in which it should appear that before him too there was a race set in which it might be an honour to have run among the foremost, his father and mother would be the first to let him and hinder him in running it. They had been the first to say that he ought to run such a race. They would also be the first to trip him up if he took them at their word, and then afterwards upbraid him for not having won. Achievement of any kind would be impossible for him unless he was free from those who would be for ever dragging him back into the conventional. The conventional had been tried already, and had been found wanting. He had an opportunity now, if he chose to take it, of escaping once for all from those who at once tormented him and would hold him earthward should a chance of soaring open before him. He should never have had it but for his imprisonment. But for this, the force of habit and routine would have been too strong for him. He should hardly have had it if he had not lost all his money. The gap would not have been so wide but that he might have been inclined to throw a plank across it. He rejoiced now, therefore, over his loss of money as well as over his imprisonment, which had made it more easy for him to follow his truest and most lasting interests. At times he wavered, when he thought of how his mother, who in her way, as he thought, had loved him, would weep and think sadly over him, or how perhaps she might even fall ill and die, and how the blame would rest with him. At these times his resolution was near breaking, but when he found I applauded his design, the voice within, which bade him see his father's and mother's faces no more, grew louder and more persistent. If he could not cut himself adrift from those who he knew would hamper him, when so small an effort was wanted, his dream of a destiny was idle. What was the prospect of £100 from his father in comparison with jeopardy to this? He still felt deeply the pain his disgrace had inflicted upon his father and mother, but he was getting stronger, and reflected that as he had run his chance with them for parents, so they must run theirs with him for a son. He had nearly settled down to this conclusion when he received a letter from his father, which made his decision final. If the prison rules had been interpreted strictly, he would not have been allowed to have this letter for another 3 months, as he had already heard from me, but the governor took a lenient view, and considered the letter from me to be a business communication, hardly coming under the category of a letter from friends. Theobald's letter therefore was given to his son. It ran as follows: My dear Ernest, my object in writing is not to upbraid you with the disgrace and shame you have inflicted upon your mother and myself, to say nothing of your brother Joey and your sister. Suffer of course we must, but we know to whom to look in our affliction, and are filled with anxiety rather on your behalf than our own. Your mother is wonderful. She is pretty well in health, and desires me to send you her love. Have you considered your prospects on leaving prison? I understand from Mr. Overton that you have lost the legacy which your grandfather left you, together with all the interest that accrued during your minority, in the course of speculation upon the Stock Exchange. If you have indeed been guilty of such appalling folly, it is difficult to see what you can turn your hand to, and I suppose you will try to find a clerkship in an office. Your salary will doubtless be low at first, but you have made your bed and must not complain if you have to lie upon it. If you take pains to please your employers, they will not be backward in promoting you. When I first heard from Mr. Overton of the unspeakable calamity which had befallen your mother and myself, I had resolved to not see you again. I am unwilling, however, to have recourse to a measure which would deprive you of your last connecting link with respectable people. Your mother and I will see you as soon as you come out of prison, not at Battersby. We do not wish you to come down here at present, but but somewhere else, probably in London. You need not shrink from seeing us. We will not reproach you. We will then decide about your future. At present our impression is that you will find a fairer start probably in Australia or New Zealand than here, and I am prepared to find you £75, or even, if necessary, so far as £100 to pay your passage money. Once in the colony you must be dependent upon your own exertions. May Heaven prosper them and you, and restore you to us years hence a respectable member of society. Your affectionate father, T. Pontifex. Then there was a postscript in Christina's writing. My darling, darling boy, pray with me daily and hourly that we may yet again become a happy, united, God-fearing family, as we were before this horrible pain fell upon us. Your sorrowing but ever-loving mother, C. P. This letter did not produce the effect on Ernest that it would have done before his imprisonment began. His father and mother thought they could take him up as they had left him off. They forgot the rapidity with which development follows misfortune, if the sufferer is young and of a sound temperament. Ernest made no reply to his father's letter, but his desire for a total break developed into something like a passion. There are orphanages, he exclaimed to himself, for children who have lost their parents. Oh, why are there no harbours of refuge for grown men who have not yet lost them? And he brooded over the bliss of Melchizedek, who had been born an orphan, without father, without mother, and without descent. Chapter 68. When I think over all that Ernest told me about his prison meditations, and the conclusions he was drawn to, it occurs to me that in reality he was wanting to do the very last thing which it would have entered into his head to think of wanting. I mean that he was trying to give up father and mother for Christ's sake. He would have said he was giving them up because he thought they hindered him in the pursuit of his truest and most lasting happiness. Granted, but what is this if it is not Christ? What is Christ if he is not this? He who takes the highest and most self-respecting view of his own welfare which it is in his power to conceive, and adheres to it in spite of conventionality, is a Christian whether he knows it and calls himself one, or whether he does not. A rose is not the less a rose because it does not know its own name. What if circumstance had made his duty more easy for him than it would be to most men? That was his luck as much as it is other people's luck to have other duties made easy for them by accident of birth. Surely if people are born rich or handsome they have a right to their good fortune. Some I know will say that one man has no right to be born with a better constitution than another. Others again will say that luck is the only righteous object of human veneration. Both, I dare say, can make out a very good case, but whichever may be right, surely Ernest had as much right to the good luck of finding a duty made easier as he had had to the bad fortune of falling into the scrape which had got him into prison. A man is not to be sneered at for having a trump card in his hand. He is only to be sneered at if he plays his trump card badly. Indeed, I question whether it is ever much harder for anyone to give up father and mother for Christ's sake than it was for Ernest. The relations between the parties will have almost always been severely strained before it comes to this. I doubt whether anyone was ever yet required to give up those to whom he was tenderly attached for a mere matter of conscience. He will have ceased to be tenderly attached to them long before he is called upon to break with them. For differences of opinion concerning any matter of vital importance spring from differences of constitution, and these will already have led to so much other disagreement that the giving up, when it comes, is like giving up an aching but very loose and hollow tooth. It is the loss of those whom we are not required to give up for Christ's sake, which is really painful to us. Then there is a wrench in earnest. Happily, no matter how light the task that is demanded from us, it is enough if we do it. We reap our reward much as though it were a Herculean labor. But to return, the conclusion Ernest came to was that he would be a tailor. He talked the matter over with the chaplain, who told him there was no reason why he should not be able to earn his 6 or 7 shillings a day by the time he came out of prison, if he chose to learn the trade during the remainder of his term, not quite 3 months. The doctor said he was strong enough for this, and that it was about the only thing he was yet fit for, so he left the infirmary sooner than he would otherwise have done, and entered the tailor's shop, overjoyed at the thoughts of seeing his way again, and confident of rising some day if he could get a firm foothold to start from. Everyone whom he had to do with saw that he did not belong to what are called the criminal classes, and finding him eager to learn and to save trouble, always treated him kindly and almost respectfully. He did not find the work irksome. It was far more pleasant than making Latin and Greek verses at Roughborough. He felt that he would rather be here in prison than at Roughborough again. Yes, or even at Cambridge itself. The only trouble he was ever in danger of getting into was through exchanging words or looks with the more decent-looking of his fellow-prisoners. This was forbidden, but he never missed a chance of breaking the rules in this respect. Any man of his ability who was at the same time anxious to learn would of course make rapid progress, and before he left prison the warder said he was as good a tailor with his 3 months' apprenticeship as many a man was with 12. Ernest had never before been so much praised by any of his teachers. Each day as he grew stronger in health and more accustomed to his surroundings, he saw some fresh advantage in his position, an advantage which he had not aimed at, but which had come almost in spite of himself, and he marvelled at his own good fortune, which had ordered things so greatly better for him than he could have ordered them for himself. His having lived 6 months in Ashpit Place was a case in point. Things were possible to him which to others like him would be impossible. If such a man as Towneley were told he must live henceforth in a house like those in Ashpit Place, it would be more than he could stand. Ernest could not have stood it himself if he had gone to live there of compulsion through want of money. It was only because he had felt himself able to run away at any minute that he had not wanted to do so. Now, however, that he had become familiar with life in Ashpit Place, he no longer minded it, and could live gladly in lower parts of London than that, so long as he could pay his way. It is from no prudence or forethought that he had served this apprenticeship to life among the poor. He had been trying in a feeble way to be thorough in his work. He had not been thorough, the whole thing had been a fiasco, but he had made a little puny effort in the direction of being genuine, and behold, in his hour of need it had been returned to him with a reward far richer than he deserved. He could not have faced becoming one of the very poor unless he had had such a bridge to conduct him over to them as he had found unwittingly in Ashpit Place. True, there had been drawbacks in this particular house he had chosen, but he need not live in a house where there was a Mr. Holt, and he should no longer be tied to the profession which he so much hated. If there were neither screams nor scripture readings, he could be happy in a garret at 3 shillings a week, such as Miss Maitland lived in. As he thought further, he remembered that all things work together for good to them that love God. Was it possible, he asked himself, that he too, however imperfectly, had been trying to love him? He dared not answer yes, but he would try hard that it should be so. Then there came into his mind that noble air of Handel's, "Great God, who yet but darkly known," and he felt it as he had never felt it before. He had lost his faith in Christianity, but his faith in something, he knew not what, but that there was something as yet but darkly known which made right right and wrong wrong. His faith in this grew stronger and stronger daily. Again there crossed his mind thoughts of the power which he felt to be in him, and of how and where it was to find its vent. The same instinct which had led him to live among the poor because it was the nearest thing to him which he could lay hold of with any clearness, came to his assistance here too. He thought of the Australian gold and how those who lived among it had never seen it though it abounded all around them. "There is gold everywhere," he exclaimed inwardly, to those who look for it. Might not his opportunity be close upon him if he looked carefully enough at his immediate surroundings? What was his position? He had lost all. Could he not turn his having lost all into an opportunity? Might he not, if he sought the strength of the Lord, find, like St. Paul, that it was perfected in weakness? He had nothing more to lose. Money, friends, character, all were gone for a very long time, if not forever. But there was something else also that had taken its flight along with these. I mean the fear of that which man could do unto him. Cantabil vacus. Who could hurt him more than he had been hurt already? Let him but be able to earn his bread, and he knew of nothing which he dared not venture if it would make the world a happier place for those who were young and lovable. Herein he found so much comfort that he almost wished he had lost his reputation even more completely, for he saw that it was like a man's life, which may be found of them that lose it, and lost of them that would find it. He should not have had the courage to give up all for Christ's sake, but now Christ had mercifully taken all, and lo, it seemed as though all were found. As the days went slowly by, he came to see that Christianity and the denial of Christianity, after all, met as much as any other extremes do. It was a fight about names, not about things. Practically, the Church of Rome, the Church of England, and the free thinker have the same ideal standard and meet in the gentleman, for he is the most perfect saint who is the most perfect gentleman. Then he saw also that it matters little what profession, whether of religion or irreligion, a man may make, provided only he follows it out with charitable inconsistency, and without insisting on it to the bitter end. It is in the uncompromisingness with which dogma is held, and not in the dogma or want of dogma, that the danger lies. This was the crowning point of the edifice. When he got here, he no longer wished to molest even the Pope. The Archbishop of Canterbury might have hopped about all round him, and even picked crumbs out of his hand without running risk of getting a sly sprinkle of salt. That wary prelate himself might perhaps have been of a different opinion, but the robins and thrushes that hop about our lawns are not more needlessly distrustful of the hand that throws them out crumbs of bread in winter than the Archbishop would have been of my hero. Perhaps he was helped to arrive at the foregoing conclusion by an event which almost thrust inconsistency upon him. A few days after he left the infirmary, the chaplain came to his cell and told him that the prisoner who played the organ in chapel had just finished his sentence and was leaving the prison. He therefore offered the post to Ernest, who he already knew played the organ. Ernest was at first in doubt whether it would be right for him to assist at religious services more than he was actually compelled to do, but the pleasure of playing the organ, and the privileges which the post involved, made him see excellent reasons for not riding consistency to death. Having then once introduced an element of inconsistency into his system, he was far too consistent not to be inconsistent consistently, and he lapsed ere long into an amiable indifferentism, which to outward appearance differed but little from the indifferentism from which Mr. Hawke had aroused him. By becoming organist he was saved from the treadmill, for which the doctor had said he was unfit as yet, but which he would probably have been put to in due course as soon as he was stronger. He might have escaped the tailor's shop altogether, and done only the comparatively light work of attending to the chaplain's rooms if he had liked, but he wanted to learn as much tailoring as he could, and did not therefore take advantage of this offer. He was allowed, however, 2 hours a day in the afternoon for practice. From that moment his prison life ceased to be monotonous, and the remaining 2 months of his sentence slipped by almost as rapidly as they would have done if he had been free. What with music, books, learning his trade, and conversation with the chaplain, who was just the kindly sensible person that Ernest wanted in order to steady him a little, the days went by so pleasantly that when the time came for him to leave prison he did so, or thought he did so, not without regret. End of chapter 68. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 69 and 70 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 69. In coming to the conclusion that he would sever the connection between himself and his family, once for all Ernest had reckoned without his family. Theobald wanted to be rid of his son, it is true, in so far as he wished him to be no nearer, at any rate, than the Antipodes, but he had no idea of entirely breaking with him. He knew his son well enough to have a pretty shrewd idea that this was what Ernest would wish himself, and perhaps as much for this reason as for any other, he was determined to keep up the connection, provided it did not involve Ernest's coming to Battersby, nor any recurring outlay. When the time approached for him to leave prison, his father and mother consulted as to what course they should adopt. "We must never leave him to himself," said Theobald impressively. "We can neither of us wish that." "Oh, no, no, dearest Theobald," exclaimed Christina. "Whoever else deserts him, and however distant he may be from us, he must still feel that he has parents whose hearts beat with affection for him, no matter how cruelly he has pained them." "He has been his own worst enemy," said Theobald. "He has never loved us as we deserved, and now he will be withheld by false shame from wishing to see us. He will avoid us if he can." "Then we must go to him ourselves," said Christina. "Whether he likes it or not, we must be at his side to support him as he enters again upon the world." "If we do not want him to give us the slip, we must catch him as he leaves prison." "We will, we will. Our faces shall be the first to gladden his eyes as he comes out, and our voices the first to exhort him to return to the paths of virtue." "I think," said Theobald, "if he sees us in the street he will turn round and run away from us. He is intensely selfish." "Then we must get leave to go inside the prison, and see him before he gets outside." After a good deal of discussion this was the plan they decided on adopting, and having so decided, Theobald wrote to the governor of the jail asking whether he could be admitted inside the jail to receive Ernest when his sentence had expired. He received an answer in the affirmative, and the pair left Battersby the day before Ernest was to come out of prison. Ernest had not reckoned on this, and was rather surprised on being told a few minutes before 9 that he was to go into the receiving room before he left the prison, as there were visitors waiting to see him. His heart fell, for he guessed who they were, but he screwed up his courage and hastened to the receiving room. There, sure enough, standing at the end of the table nearest the door, were the two people whom he regarded as the most dangerous enemies he had in all the world, his father and mother. He could not fly, but he knew that if he wavered, he was lost. His mother was crying, but she sprang forward to meet him and clasped him in her arms. "Oh, my boy," she sobbed, and she could say no more. Ernest was as white as a sheet. His heart beat so that he could hardly breathe. He let his mother embrace him, and then, withdrawing himself, stood silently before her with the tears falling from his eyes. At first he could not speak. For a minute or so the silence on all sides was complete. Then, gathering strength, he said in a low voice, "Mother," it was the first time he had called her anything but mamma, "we must part." On this, turning to the warder, he said, "I believe I am free to leave the prison if I wish to do so. You cannot compel me to remain here longer. Please take me to the gates." Theobald stepped forward. "Ernest, you must not, shall not, leave us in this way." "Do not speak to me," said Ernest, his eyes flashing with a fire that was unwonted in them. Another warder then came up and took Theobald aside, while the first conducted Ernest to the gates. "Tell them," said Ernest, "from me, that they must think of me as one dead, for I am dead to them. Say that my greatest pain is the thought of the disgrace I have inflicted upon them, and that above all things else I will study to avoid paining them hereafter. But say also that if they write to me I will return their letters unopened, and that if they come and see me I will protect myself in whatever way I can." By this time he was at the prison gate, and in another moment was at liberty. After he had got a few steps out he turned his face to the prison wall, leant against it for support, and wept as though his heart would break. Giving up father and mother for Christ's sake was not such an easy matter after all. If a man has been possessed by devils for long enough, they will rend him as they leave him, however imperatively they may have been cast out. Ernest did not stay long where he was, for he feared each moment that his father and mother would come out. He pulled himself together and turned into the labyrinth of small streets which opened out in front of him. He had crossed his Rubicon, not perhaps very heroically or dramatically, but then it is only in dramas that people act dramatically. At any rate, by hook or by crook, he had scrambled over and was out upon the other side. Already he thought of much which he would gladly have said, and blamed his want of presence of mind, but after all it mattered very little. Inclined though he was to make very great allowances for his father and mother, he was indignant at their having thrust themselves upon him without warning at a moment when the excitement of leaving prison was already as much as he was fit for. It was a mean advantage to have taken over him, but he was glad they had taken it, for it made him realize more fully than ever that his one chance lay in separating himself completely from them. The morning was grey, and the first signs of winter fog were beginning to show themselves, for it was now the 30th of September. Ernest wore the clothes in which he had entered prison, and was therefore dressed as a clergyman. No one who looked at him would have seen any difference between his present appearance and his appearance 6 months previously. Indeed, as he walked slowly through the dingy crowded lane called Eyre Street Hill, which he well knew, for he had clerical friends in that neighbourhood, the months he had passed in prison seemed to drop out of his life, and so powerfully did association carry him away that, finding himself in his old dress and in his old surroundings, he felt dragged back into his old self, as though his 6 months in prison life had been a dream from which he was now waking to take things up as he had left them. This was the effect of unchanged surroundings upon the unchanged part of him. But there was a changed part, and the effect of unchanged surroundings upon this was to make everything seem almost as strange as though he had never had any life but his prison one, and was now born into a new world. All our lives long, every day and every hour, we are engaged in the process of accommodating our changed and unchanged selves to changed and unchanged surroundings, living in fact in nothing else than this process of accommodation. When we fail in it a little, we are stupid. When we fail flagrantly, we are mad. When we suspend it temporarily, we sleep. When we give up the attempt altogether, we die. In quiet, uneventful lives, the changes, internal and external, are so small that there is little or no strain in the process of fusion and accommodation. In other lives there is great strain, but there is also great fusing and accommodating power. In others, great strain with little accommodating power. A life will be successful or not according as the power of accommodation is equal to or unequal to the strain of fusing and adjusting internal and external changes. The trouble is that in the end we shall be driven to admit the unity of the universe so completely as to be compelled to deny that there is either an external or an internal, but must see everything both as external and internal at one and the same time, subject and object, external and internal, being unified as much as everything else. This will knock our whole system over, but then every system has got to be knocked over by something. Much the best way out of this difficulty is to go in for separation between internal and external, subject and object, when we find this convenient, and unity between the same when we find unity convenient. This is illogical, but extremes are alone logical, and they are always absurd. The mean is alone practicable, and it is always illogical. It is faith and not logic which is the supreme arbiter. They say all roads lead to Rome, and all philosophies that I have ever seen lead ultimately either to some gross absurdity, or else to the conclusion already more than once insisted on in these pages, that the just shall live by faith. That is to say that sensible people will get through life by rule of thumb as they may interpret it most conveniently, without asking too many questions for conscience' sake. Take any fact and reason upon it to the bitter end, and it will ere long lead to this as the only refuge from some palpable folly. But to return to my story. When Ernest got to the top of the street and looked back, he saw the grimy, sullen walls of his prison filling up the end of it. He paused for a minute or two. "There," he said to himself, "I was hemmed in by bolts which I could see and touch. Here I am barred by others which are none the less real. Poverty and ignorance of the world. It was no part of my business to try to break the material bolts of iron and escape from prison. But now that I am free I must surely seek to break these others." He had read somewhere of a prisoner who had made his escape by cutting up his bedstead with an iron spoon. He admired and marvelled at the man's mind, but could not even try to imitate him. In the presence of immaterial barriers, however, He was not so easily daunted, and felt as though, even if the bed were iron and the spoon a wooden one, he could find some means of making the wood cut the iron sooner or later. He turned his back upon Eyre Street Hill, and walked down Leather Lane to Holborn. Each step he took, each face or object that he knew, helped at once to link him on to the life he had led before his imprisonment, and at the same time to make him feel how completely that imprisonment had cut his life into two parts, the one of which could bear no resemblance to the other. He passed down Fetter Lane into Fleet Street, and so to the Temple, to which I had just returned from my summer holiday. It was about 9:30, and I was having my breakfast, when I heard a timid knock at the door, and opened it to find Ernest. Chapter 70. I had begun to like him on the night Towneley had sent for me, and on the following day I thought he had shaped well. I had liked him also during our interview in prison, and wanted to see more of him, so that I might make up my mind about him. I had lived long enough to know that some men who do great things in the end are not very wise when they are young. Knowing that he would leave prison on the 30th, I had expected him, and as I had a spare bedroom, pressed him to stay with me till he could make up his mind what he would do. Being so much older than he was, I anticipated no trouble in getting my own way, but he would not hear of it. The utmost he would assent to was that he should be my guest till he could find a room for himself, which he would set about doing at once. He was still much agitated, but grew better as he ate a breakfast, not of prison fare, and in a comfortable room. It pleased me to see the delight he took in all about him. The fireplace with the fire in it, the easy chairs, the Times, my cat, the red geraniums in the window, to say nothing of coffee, bread and butter, sausages, marmalade, etc. Everything was pregnant with the most exquisite pleasure to him. The plane trees were full of leaf still. He kept rising from the breakfast table to admire them. Never till now, he said, had he known what the enjoyment of these things really was. He ate, looked, laughed, and cried by turns, with an emotion which I can neither forget nor describe. He told me how his father and mother had lain in wait for him, as he was about to leave prison. I was furious, and applauded him heartily for what he had done. He was very grateful to me for this. Other people, he said, would tell him he ought to think of his father and mother rather than of himself, and it was such a comfort to find someone who saw things as he saw them himself. Even if I had differed from him, I should not have said so, but I was of his opinion, and was almost as much obliged to him for seeing things as I saw them, as he to me for doing the same kind office by himself. Cordially as I disliked Theobald and Christina, I was in such a hopeless minority in the opinion I had formed concerning them, that it was pleasant to find someone who agreed with me. Then there came an awful moment for both of us. A knock, as of a visitor, and not a postman, was heard at my door. "Goodness gracious!" I exclaimed. "Why didn't we sport the oak? Perhaps it is your father, but surely he would hardly come at this time of day. Go at once into my bedroom." I went to the door, and sure enough there were both Theobald and Christina. I could not refuse to let them in, and was obliged to listen to their version of the story, which agreed substantially with Ernest's. Christina cried bitterly. Theobald stormed. After about 10 minutes, during which I assured them that I had not the faintest conception where their son was, I dismissed them both. I saw they looked suspiciously upon the manifest signs that someone was breakfasting with me, and parted from me more or less defiantly, but I got rid of them, and poor Ernest came out again, looking white, frightened, and upset. He had heard voices, but no more, and did not feel sure that the enemy might not be gaining over me. We sported the oak now, and before long he began to recover. After breakfast we discussed the situation. I had taken away his wardrobe and books for Mrs. Jupp's, but had left his furniture, pictures, and piano, giving Mrs. Jupp the use of these, so that she might let her room furnished, in lieu of charge for taking care of the furniture. As soon as Ernest heard that his wardrobe was at hand, he got out a suit of clothes he had had before he had been ordained, and put it on at once, much, as I thought, to the improvement of his personal appearance. Then we went into the subject of his finances. He had had £10 from Pryer only a day or two before he was apprehended, of which between 7 and 8 were in his purse when he entered the prison. This money was restored to him on leaving. He had always paid cash for whatever he bought, so that there was nothing to be deducted for debts. Besides this, he had his clothes, books, and furniture. He could, as I have said, had the £100 from his father if he had chosen to emigrate, but this both Ernest and I, for he brought me round to his opinion, agreed it would be better to decline. This was all he knew of as belonging to him. He said he proposed at once taking an unfurnished top-back attic in as quiet a house as he could find, say at 3 or 4 shillings a week, and look out for work as a tailor. I did not think it much mattered what he began with, for I felt pretty sure he would ere long find his way to something that suited him, if he could get a start with anything at all. The difficulty was how to get him started. It was not enough that he should be able to cut out and make clothes, that he should have the organs, so to speak, of a tailor. He must be put into a tailor's shop and guided for a little while by someone who knew how and where to help him. The rest of the day he spent looking for a room, which he soon found, and in familiarizing himself with liberty. In the evening I took him to the Olympic, where Robson was then acting in a burlesque on Macbeth, Mrs. Keeley, if I remember rightly, taking the part of Lady Macbeth. In the scene before the murder, Macbeth had said he could not kill Duncan when he saw his boots upon the landing. Lady Macbeth put a stop to her husband's hesitation by whipping him up under her arm, and carrying him off the stage, kicking and screaming. Ernest laughed till he cried. "What rot Shakespeare is after this!" he exclaimed involuntarily. I remembered his essay on the Greek tragedians, and was more à esprit with him than ever. Next day he set about looking for employment, and I did not see him until about 5 o'clock, when he came and said that he had had no success. The same thing happened the next day, and the day after that. Wherever he went he was invariably refused, and often ordered point-blank out of the shop. I could see by the expression of his face, though he said nothing, that he was getting frightened, and began to think I should have come to the rescue. He said he had made a great many inquiries, and had always been told the same story. He found that it was easy to keep on in an old line, but very hard to strike out in a new one. He talked to the fishmonger in Leather Lane, where he went to buy a bloater for his tea, casually, as though from curiosity, and without any interested motive. "Sell," said the master of the shop, "why, nobody wouldn't believe what can be sold by penn'orths, or 2 penn'orths, if you go the right way to work. Look at whelks, for instance. Last Saturday night, me and my little Emma here, we sold £7 worth of whelks between 8 and half past 11 o'clock, and almost all in penn'orths and 2 penn'orths. A few ha'porths, but not many. It was the steam that did it. We kept a boiling of 'em hot and hot, and whenever the steam came strong up from the cellar on to the pavement, the people bought, but whenever the steam went down, they left off buying. so we boiled them over and over again till they was all sold. That's just where it is. If you know your business you can sell. If you don't you'll soon make a mess of it. Why, but for the steam I should not have sold 10 shillings worth of whelks all the night through." This and many another yarn of kindred substance which he heard from other people determined Ernest more than ever to stake on tailoring as the one trade about which he knew anything at all. Nevertheless, here were 3 or 4 days gone by, and employment seemed as far off as ever. I now did what I ought to have done before, that is to say, I called on my own tailor whom I had dealt with for over a quarter of a century, and asked his advice. He declared Ernest's plan to be hopeless. If, said Mr. Larkins, for this was my tailor's name, he had begun at 14, it might have done, but no man of 24 could stand being turned to work into a workshop full of tailors. He would not get on with the men, nor the men with him. You could not expect him to be "hail fellow, well met" with them, and you could not expect his fellow workmen to like him if he was not. A man must have sunk low through drink or natural taste for low company before he could get on with those who have had such a different training from his own. Mr. Larkins said a great deal more, and wound up by taking me to see the place where his own men worked. "This is a paradise," he said, "compared to most workshops. What gentleman could stand this air, think you, for a fortnight?" I was glad enough to get out of the hot fetid atmosphere in 5 minutes, and saw that there was no brick of Ernest's prison to be loosened by going and working among tailors in a workshop. Mr. Larkins wound up by saying that even if my protégé were a much better workman than he probably was, no master would give him employment for fear of creating a bother among the men. I left, feeling that I ought to have thought of all this myself, and was more than ever perplexed as to whether I had not better let my young friend have a few £1,000 and send him out to the colonies, when, on my return home at about 5 o'clock, I found him waiting for me, radiant, and declaring that he had found all he wanted. End of chapter 70. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 71 and 72 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 71. It seems he had been patrolling the streets for the last 3 or 4 nights. I suppose in search of something to do. At any rate, knowing better what he wanted to get than how to get it. Nevertheless, what he wanted was in reality so easily to be found that it took a highly educated scholar like himself to be unable to find it. But however this may be, he had been scared, and now saw lions where there were none, and was shocked and frightened, and night after night his courage had failed him, and he had returned to his lodgings at Laystall Street without accomplishing his errand. He had not taken me into his confidence upon this matter, and I had not inquired what he did with himself in the evenings. At last he had concluded that, however painful it might be to him, he would call on Mrs. Jupp, who he thought would be able to help him if any one could. He had been walking moodily from 7 till about 9, and now resolved to go straight to Ashpit Place, and make a mother confessor of Mrs. Jupp without more delay. Of all the tasks that could be performed by mortal woman, there was none which Mrs. Jupp would have liked better than the one Ernest was thinking of imposing upon her. Nor do I know that in his scared and broken-down state he could have done much better than he now proposed. Miss Jupp would have made it very easy for him to open his grief to her. Indeed, she would have coaxed it all out of him before he knew where he was. But the fates were against Mrs. Jupp, and the meeting between my hero and his former landlady was postponed sine die, for his determination had hardly been formed, and he had not gone more than 100 yards in the direction of Mrs. Jupp's house, when a woman accosted him. He was turning from her, as he had turned from so many others, when she started back with a movement that aroused his curiosity. He had hardly seen her face, but being determined to catch sight of it, followed her as she hurried away, and passed her. Then turning around, he saw that she was none other than Ellen, the housemaid who had been dismissed by his mother 8 years previously. He ought to have assigned Ellen's unwillingness to see him to its true cause, but a guilty conscience made him think she had heard of his disgrace, and was turning away from him in contempt. Brave as has been his resolutions about facing the world, this was more than he was prepared for. "What, you too shun me, Ellen?" he exclaimed. The girl was crying bitterly, and did not understand him. "Oh, Master Ernest," she sobbed, "let me go. You are too good for the likes of me to speak to now." "Why, Ellen," he said, "what nonsense you talk. You haven't been in prison, have you?" "Oh, no, 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 not so bad as that," she exclaimed passionately. "Well, I have," said Ernest, with a forced laugh. "I came out 3 or 4 days ago after 6 months with hard labour." Ellen did not believe him, but she looked at him with a "Lor, Master Ernest," and dried her eyes at once. The ice was broken between them, for as a matter of fact Ellen had been in prison several times, and though she did not believe Ernest, his merely saying he had been in prison made her feel more at ease with him. For her there were 2 classes of people, those who had been in prison and those who had not. The first she looked upon as fellow creatures and more or less Christians. The second, with few exceptions, she regarded with suspicion, not wholly unmingled with contempt. Then Ernest told her what had happened to him during the last 6 months, and by she believed him. "Master Ernest," said she, after they had talked a quarter of an hour or so, "there is a place over the way where they sell tripe and onions. I know you was always fond of tripe and onions. Let's go over and have some, and we can talk better there." So the pair crossed the street and entered the tripe shop. Ernest ordered supper. "And how is your poor dear mamma, and your dear papa, Master Ernest?" said Ellen, who had now recovered herself and was quite at home with my hero. "Oh, dear, dear me," she said, "I did love your pa. He was a good gentleman, he was, and your ma too. It would do anyone good to live with her, I'm sure." Ernest was surprised and hardly knew what to say. He had expected to find Ellen indignant at the way she had been treated, and inclined to lay the blame of her having fallen to her present state at his father's and mother's door. It was not so. Her only recollection of Battersby was as a place where she had had plenty to eat and drink, not too much hard work, and where she had not been scolded. When she heard that Ernest had quarrelled with his father and mother, she assumed as a matter of course that the fault must lie entirely with Ernest. "Oh, your poor, poor ma," said Ellen. "She was always so very fond of you, Master Ernest. You was always her favourite. I can't bear to think of anything between you and her. To think now of the way she used to have me into the dining room and teach me my catechism, that she did. Oh, Master Ernest, you really must go and make it all up with her, indeed you must." Ernest felt rueful, but he had resisted so valiantly already that the devil might have saved himself the trouble of trying to get at him through Ellen in the matter of his father and mother. He changed the subject, and the pair warmed to one another as they had their tripe and pots of beer. Of all people in the world, Ellen was perhaps the one to whom Ernest could have spoken most freely at this juncture. He told her what he thought he could have told no one else. "You know, Ellen," he concluded, "I had learnt as a boy things I ought not to have learnt, and had never had a chance of that which would have set me straight." "Gentlefolks is always like that," said Ellen musingly. "I believe you are right, but I am no longer a gentleman, Ellen, and I don't see why I should be like that any longer, my dear. I want you to help me to be like something else as soon as possible." "Lor, Master Ernest, whatever can you be meaning?" The pair soon afterwards left the eating-house and walked up Fetter Lane together. Ellen had had hard times since she had left Battersby, but they had left little trace upon her. Ernest saw only the fresh-looking smiling face, the dimpled cheek, the clear blue eyes, and the lovely sphinx-like lips which he had remembered as a boy. At 19 she had looked older than she was. Now she looked much younger. Indeed, she looked hardly older than when Ernest had last seen her, and it would have taken a man of much greater experience than he possessed to suspect how completely she had fallen from her first estate. It never occurred to him that the poor condition of her wardrobe was due to her passion for ardent spirits, and that first and last she had served 5 or 6 times as much time in jail as he had. He ascribed the poverty of her attire to the attempts to keep herself respectable, which Ellen during supper had more than once alluded to. He had been charmed with the way in which she had declared that a pint of beer would make her tipsy, and had allowed herself to be forced into drinking the whole after a good deal of remonstrance. To him she appeared a very angel dropped from the sky, and all the more easy to get on with for being a fallen one. As he walked up Fetter Lane with her towards Laystall Street, he thought of the wonderful goodness of God towards him in throwing in his way the very person of all others whom he was most glad to see, and whom of all others, in spite of her living so near him, he might never have fallen in with but for a happy accident. When people get it into their heads that they are being especially favoured by the Almighty, they had better as a general rule mind their P's and Q's, and when they think they see the devil's drift with more special clearness, let them remember that he has had much more experience than they have, and is probably meditating mischief. Already during supper the thought that in Ellen at last he had found a woman whom he could love well enough to wish to live with and marry had flitted across his mind, and the more that they chatted the more reasons kept suggesting themselves for thinking what might be folly in ordinary cases would not be folly in his. He must marry someone, that was already settled. He could not marry a lady, that was absurd. He must marry a poor woman. Yes, but a fallen one. Was he not fallen himself? Ellen would fall no more. He had only to look at her to be sure of this. He could not live with her in sin, not for more than the shortest time that could elapse before their marriage. He no longer believed in the supernatural element of Christianity, but the Christian morality at any rate was indisputable. Besides, they might have children, and a stigma would rest upon them. Whom had he to consult but himself now? His father and mother never need know, and even if they did, they should be thankful to see him married to any woman who would make him as happy as Ellen would. As for not being able to afford marriage, how did poor people do? Did not a good wife rather help matters than not? Where one could live, 2 could do so, and if Ellen was 3 or 4 years older than he was, well, what was that? Have you, gentle reader, ever loved at first sight? When you fell in love at first sight, how long, let me ask, did it take you to become ready to fling every other consideration to the winds, except that of obtaining possession of the loved one? Or rather, how long would it have taken you if you had had no father or mother, nothing to lose in the way of money, position, friends, professional advancement, or what not, and if the object of your affections was as free from all of these impedimenta as you were yourself? If you were a young John Stuart Mill, perhaps it would have taken you some time, but suppose your nature was quixotic, impulsive, altruistic, guileless. Suppose you were a hungry man starving for something to love and lean upon, for one whose burdens you might bear, and who might help you to bear yours. Suppose you were down on your luck, still stunned by a horrible shock, and this bright vista of a happy future floated suddenly before you. How long under these circumstances do you think you would reflect before you would decide on embracing what chance had thrown in your way? It did not take my hero long, for before he got past the ham and beef shop near the top of Fetter Lane, he had told Ellen that she must come home with him and live with him till they could get married, which they would do upon the first day that the law allowed. I think the devil must have chuckled and made tolerably sure of his game this time. Chapter 72. Ernest told Ellen of his difficulty about finding employment. "But what do you think of going into a shop for, my dear?" said Ellen. "Why not take a little shop yourself?" Ernest asked how much this would cost. Ellen told him that it might take a house in some small street, say near the Elephant and Castle, for 17 shillings or 18 shillings a week, and let off the top 2 floors for 10 shillings, keeping back the parlour and shop for themselves. If he could raise £5 or £6 to buy some second-hand clothes to stock the shop with, they could mend them and clean them, and she could look after the women's clothes while he did the men's. Then he could mend and make, if he could get the orders. They could soon make a business of £2 a week in this way. She had a friend who began like that, and had now moved to a better shop, where she made £5 or £6 a week at least, and she, Ellen, had done the greater part of the buying and selling herself. Here was a new light indeed. It was as though he had got his £5,000 back again all of a sudden, and perhaps ever so much more later on into the bargain. Ellen seemed more than ever to be his good genius. She went out and got a few rashers of bacon for his and her breakfast. She cooked them much more nicely than he had been able to do, and laid breakfast for him, and made coffee and some nice brown toast. Ernest had been his own cook and housemaid for the last few days, and had not given himself satisfaction. Here he suddenly found himself with someone to wait on him again. Not only had Ellen pointed out to him how he could earn a living when no one except himself had known how to advise him, but here she was so pretty and smiling, looking after even his comforts, and restoring him practically in all respects that he much cared about to the position which he had lost, or rather putting him in one that he had already liked much better. No wonder he was radiant when he came to explain his plans to me. He had some difficulty in telling all that had happened. He hesitated, blushed, hummed, and hawed. Misgivings began to cross his mind when he found himself obliged to tell his story to someone else. He felt inclined to slur over things, but I wanted to get at the facts, so I helped him over the bad places, and questioned him till I had got out pretty nearly the whole story as I have given it above. I hope I did not show it, but I was very angry. I had begun to like Ernest. I don't know why, but I have never heard that any young man to whom I had become attached was going to get married without hating his intended instinctively, though I had never seen her. I have observed that most bachelors feel the same thing, though we are generally at some pains to hide the fact. Perhaps it is because we know we ought to have got married ourselves. Ordinarily we say we are delighted, In the present case I did not feel obliged to do this, though I made an effort to conceal my vexation. That a young man of so much promise, who was heir also to what was now a handsome fortune, should fling himself away upon such a person as Ellen was quite too provoking, and the more so because of the unexpectedness of the whole affair. I begged him not to marry Ellen yet, not at least until he had known her for a longer time. He would not hear of it. He had given his word, and if he had not given it, he should go and give it at once. I had hitherto found him upon most matters singularly docile and easy to manage, but on this point I could do nothing with him. His recent victory over his father and mother had increased his strength, and I was nowhere. I would have told him of his true position, but I knew very well that this would only make him more bent on having his own way, for with so much money why should he not please himself? I said nothing, therefore, on this head, and yet all that I could urge went for very little with one who believed himself to be an artisan or nothing. Really, from his own standpoint, there was nothing very outrageous in what he was doing. He had known and been fond of Ellen years before. He knew her to come of respectable people, and to have been born a good character, and to have been universally liked at Battersby. She was then a quick, smart, hard-working girl, and a very pretty one. When at last they met again she was on her best behaviour. In fact, she was modesty and demureness itself. What wonder, then, that his imagination should fail to realize the changes that 8 years must have worked? He knew too much against himself, and was too bankrupt in love to be squeamish. If Ellen had been only what he thought her, and if his prospects had been in reality no better than he believed they were, I do not know that there is anything much more imprudent in what Ernest proposed than there is in half the marriages that take place every day. There was nothing for it, however, but to make the best of the inevitable, so I wished my young friend good fortune, and told him he could have whatever money he wanted to start his shop with, if what he had in hand was not sufficient. He thanked me, asked me to be kind enough to let him do all my mending and repairing, and to get him any other like orders that I could, and left me to my own reflections. I was even more angry when he was gone than I had been while he was with me. His frank, boyish face had beamed with a happiness that rarely visited it. Except at Cambridge he had hardly known what happiness meant, and even there his life had been clouded as of a man for whom wisdom at its greatest of its entrances was quite shut out. I had seen enough of the world and of him to have observed this, but it was impossible, or I thought it had been impossible, for me to have helped him. Whether I ought to have tried to help him or not I do not know, but I am sure that the young of all animals often do want help upon matters about which any one would say a priori that there should be no difficulty. One would think that a young seal would want no teaching how to swim, nor yet a bird to fly, but in practice a young seal drowns if put out of its depth before its parents have taught it to swim, and so again even the young hawk must be taught to fly before it can do so. I grant that the tendency of the times is to exaggerate the good which teaching can do, but in trying to teach too much in most matters we have neglected others in respect of which a little sensible teaching would do no harm. I know it is the fashion to say that young people must find out things for themselves, and so they probably would if they had fair play to the extent of not having obstacles put in their way. But they seldom have fair play. As a general rule they meet with foul play, and foul play from those who live by selling them stones, made into a great variety of shapes and sizes, so as to form a tolerable imitation of bread. Some are lucky enough to meet with few obstacles, some are plucky enough to override them, but in the greater number of cases, if people are saved at all, they are saved so as by fire. While Ernest was with me, Ellen was looking out for a shop on the south side of the Thames, near the Elephant and Castle, which was then almost a new and very rising neighbourhood. By 1 o'clock she had found several from which a selection was to be made, and before night the pair had made their choice. Ernest brought Ellen to me. I did not want to see her, but could not well refuse. He had laid out a few of his shillings upon her wardrobe, so that she was neatly dressed, and indeed she looked very pretty and so good that I could hardly be surprised at Ernest's infatuation when the other circumstances of the case were taken into consideration. Of course we hated one another instinctively from the first moment we set eyes on one another, but we each told Ernest that we had been most favourably impressed. Then I was taken to see the shop. An empty house is like a stray dog or a body from which life has departed. Decay sets in at once in every part of it, and what mould and wind and weather would spare, street boys commonly destroy. Ernest's shop in its untenanted state was a dirty, unsavoury place enough. The house was not old, but it had been run up by a jerry builder, and its constitution had no stamina whatever. It was only being kept warm and quiet that it would remain in health for many months together. Now it had been empty for some weeks, and the cats had got in by night, while the boys had broken the windows by day. The parlour floor was covered with stones and dirt, and in the area was a dead dog which had been killed in the street and been thrown down into the first unprotected place that could be found. There was a strong smell throughout the house, but whether it was bugs or rats or cats or drains, or a compound of all four, I could not determine. The sashes did not fit, the flimsy doors hung badly, the skirting was gone in several places, and there was not a few holes in the floor. The locks were loose, and the paper was torn and dirty. The stairs were weak, and one felt the treads give as one went up them. Over and above these drawbacks, the house had an ill name, by reason of the fact that the wife of the last occupant had hanged herself in it, and not very many weeks previously. She had set down a bloater before the fire for her husband's tea, and had made him a round of toast. Then she left the room as though about to return to it shortly, but instead of doing so, she went into the back kitchen and hanged herself without a word. It was this which had kept the house empty so long in spite of its excellent position as a corner shop. The last tenant had left immediately after the inquest, and if the owner had had it done up then, people would have got over the tragedy that had been enacted in it. But the combination of bad condition and bad fame had hindered many from taking it, who, like Ellen, could see that it had great business capabilities. Almost anything would have sold there, but it happened also that there was no second-hand clothes shop in close proximity, so that everything combined in its favour, except its filthy state and its reputation. When I saw it, I thought I would rather die than live in such an awful place. But then I had been living in the Temple for the last 25 years. Ernest was lodging in Laystall Street, and had just come out of prison. Before this he had lived in Ashpit Place, so that this house had no terrors for him provided he could get it done up. The difficulty was that the landlord was hard to move in this respect. It ended in my finding the money to do everything that was wanted, and taking a lease of the house for 5 years at the same rental as that paid by the last occupant. I then sublet it to Ernest, of course taking care that it was put more efficiently into repair than his landlord was at all likely to have put it. A week later I called and found everything so completely transformed that I should hardly have recognized the house. All the ceilings had been whitewashed, all the rooms papered, the broken glass hacked out and reinstated, the defective woodwork renewed, all the sashes, cupboards, and doors had been painted, The drains had been thoroughly overhauled. Everything, in fact, that could be done had been done, and the rooms now looked as cheerful as they had been forbidding when I had last seen them. The people who had done the repairs were supposed to have cleaned the house down before leaving, but Ellen had given it another scrub from top to bottom herself after they were gone, and it was clean as a new pin. I almost felt as though I could have lived in it myself, and as for Ernest, he was in seventh heaven. He said it was all my doing, and Ellen's. There was already a counter in the shop and a few fittings, so that nothing now remained but to get some stock and set them out for sale. Ernest said he could not begin better than by selling his clerical wardrobe and his books, for though the shop was intended especially for the sale of second-hand clothes, yet Ellen said there was no reason why they should not sell a few books too. So a beginning was made by selling books he had had at school and college at about 1 shilling a volume, taking them all around, and I have heard him say that he learned more that proved of practical use to him through stocking his books on a bench in front of his shop and selling them, than he had done from all the years of study which he had bestowed upon their contents. For the inquiries that were made of him whether he had such and such a book taught him what he could sell and what he could not, how much he could get for this and how much for that. Having made ever such a little beginning with books, he took to attending book sales as well as clothes sales, and ere long this branch of his business became no less important than the tailoring, and would, I have no doubt, have been the one which he would have settled down to exclusively, if he had been called upon to remain a tradesman. But this is anticipating. I made a contribution and a stipulation. Ernest wanted to sink the gentleman completely, until such time as he could work his way up again. If he had been left to himself he would have lived with Ellen in the shop back parlour and kitchen, and have let out both the upper floors according to his original programme. I did not want him, however, to cut himself adrift from music, letters, and polite life, and feared that unless he had some kind of den into which he could retire, he would ere long become the tradesman and nothing else. I therefore insisted on taking the first floor, front and back, myself, and furnishing them with the things which had been left at Mrs. Jupp's. I bought these things from him for a small sum, and had them moved into his present abode. I went to Mrs. Jupp's to arrange all this, as Ernest did not like going to Ashpit Place. I had half expected to find the furniture sold and Mrs. Jupp gone, but it was not so. With all her faults the poor old woman was perfectly honest. I told her that Pryer had taken all Ernest's money and run away with it. She hated Pryer. "I never knew anyone," she exclaimed, "as white-livered in the face as that Pryer. He hasn't got an upright vein in his whole body. Why, all that time when he used to come breakfasting with Mr. Pontifex morning after morning, it took me to a perfect shadow the way he carried on. There was no doing anything to please him right. First I used to get them eggs and bacon, and he didn't like that, and then I got him a bit of fish, and he didn't like that, or else it was too dear, and you know fish is dearer than ever, and then I got him a bit of German, and he said it rose on him. Then I tried sausages, and he said they hit him in the eye worse even than German. Oh, how I used to wander my room and fret about it inwardly and cry for hours, and all about them paltry breakfasts. And it wasn't Mr. Pontifex. He'd like anything that anyone chose to give him. And so the piano's to go," she continued. "What beautiful tunes Mr. Pontifex did play upon it, to be sure, and there was one I liked better than any I ever heard. I was in the room when he played it once, and when I said, 'Oh, Mr. Pontifex, that's the kind of woman I am,' he said, 'No, Mrs. Jupp, it isn't, for this tune is old, but no one can say you are old.' But bless you, he meant nothing by it. It was only his mucky flattery. Like myself, she was vexed at his getting married. She didn't like his being married, and she didn't like his not being married. But anyhow, it was Ellen's fault, not his, and she hoped he would be happy. But after all, she concluded, it ain't you, and it ain't me, and it ain't him, and it ain't her. It's what you must call the fortunes of matterimony, for there ain't no other word for it. In the course of the afternoon the furniture arrived at Ernest's new abode. In the first floor we placed the piano, tables, pictures, bookshelves, and a couple of armchairs, and all the little household gods which he had brought from Cambridge. The back room was furnished exactly as his bedroom at Ashpit Place had been, new things being got for the bridal apartment downstairs. These 2 first-floor rooms I insisted on retaining as my own, but Ernest was to use them whenever he pleased. He was never to sublet even the bedroom, but was to keep it for himself in case his wife should be ill at any time, or in case he might be ill himself. In less than a fortnight from the time of his leaving prison all these arrangements had been completed, and Ernest felt that he had again linked himself on to the life which he had led before his imprisonment, with a few important differences, however, which were greatly to his advantage. He was no longer a clergyman. He was about to marry a woman to whom he was much attached, and he had parted company for ever with his father and mother. True, he had lost all his money, his reputation, and his position as a gentleman. He had, in fact, had to burn his house down in order to get his roast suckling pig. But if asked whether he would rather be as he was now, or as he was on the day before his arrest, he would not have had a moment's hesitation in preferring his present to his past. If his present could only have been purchased at the expense of all that he had gone through, it was still worth purchasing at the price, and he would go through it all again if necessary. The loss of the money was the worst, but Ellen said she was sure they would get on, and she knew all about it. As for the loss of reputation, considering that he had Ellen and me left, it did not come to much. I saw the house on the afternoon of the day on which all was finished, and there remained nothing but to buy some stock and begin selling. When I was gone, after he had had his tea, he stole up to his castle, the first floor front. He lit his pipe and sat down to the piano. He played Handel for an hour or so, and then set himself to the table to read and write. He took all his sermons and all the theological works he had begun to compose during the time he had been a clergyman, and put them in the fire. As he saw them consume, he felt as though he had got rid of another incubus. Then he took up some of the little pieces he had begun to write during the latter part of his undergraduate life at Cambridge, and began to cut them about and rewrite them. As he worked quietly at these till he heard the clock strike 10, and it was time to go to bed, he felt that he was now not only happy, but supremely happy. Next day Ellen took him to Debenham's auction rooms, and they surveyed the lots of clothes which were hung up all around the auction room to be viewed. Ellen had had sufficient experience to know about how much each lot ought to fetch. She overhauled lot after lot and valued it. In a very short time Ernest himself began to have a pretty fair idea what each lot should go for, and before the morning was over valued a dozen lots running at prices about which Ellen said he would not hurt if he could get them for that. So far from disliking this work or finding it tedious, he liked it very much. Indeed, he would have liked anything which did not overtax his physical strength, and which held out a prospect of bringing him in money. Ellen would not let him buy anything on the occasion of this sale. She said he had better see one sale first and watch how prices actually went. So at 12 o'clock, when the sale began, He saw the lots sold which he and Ellen had marked, and by the time the sale was over he knew enough to be able to bid with safety whenever he should actually want to buy. Knowledge of this sort is very easily acquired by anyone who is in bona fide want of it. But Ellen did not want him to buy at auctions, not much at least at present. Private dealings, she said, was best. If I, for example, had any cast-off clothes, he was to buy them from my laundress, and get a connection with other laundresses, to whom he might give a trifle more than they got at present for whatever clothes their masters might give them, and yet make a good profit. If gentlemen sold their things, he was to try and get them to sell to him. He flinched at nothing. Perhaps he would have flinched if he had had any idea how outré his proceedings were. But the very ignorance of the world which had ruined him up till now, by a happy irony, began to work its own cure. If some malignant fairy had meant to curse him in this respect, she had overdone her malice. He did not know he was doing anything strange. He only knew that he had no money, and must provide for himself, a wife, and a possible family. More than this, he wanted to have some leisure in an evening, so that he might read and write and keep up his music. If anyone would show him how he could do better than he was doing, he should be much obliged to them, but to himself it seemed that he was doing sufficiently well. For at the end of the first week the pair found that they had made a clear profit of £3. In a few weeks this had increased to £4, and by the new year they had made a profit of £5 in 1 week. Ernest had by this time been married some 2 months, for he had stuck to his original plan of marrying Ellen on the first day he could legally do so. This date was a little delayed by the change of abode from Laystall Street to Blackfriars, but on the first day that it could be done, it was done. He had never had more than £250 a year, even in the times of his affluence, so that a profit of £5 a week, if it could be maintained steadily, would place him where he had been as far as income went, and though he should have to feed 2 mouths instead of 1, yet his expenses in other ways were so much curtailed by his changed social position that, take it all round, his income was practically what it had been a 12-month before. The next thing to do was to increase it, and put by money. Prosperity depends, as we all know, in great measure upon energy and good sense, but it also depends not a little upon pure luck. That is to say, upon connections which are in such a tangle that it is more easy to say that they do not exist than to try to trace them. A neighbourhood may have an excellent reputation as being likely to be a rising one, and yet may become suddenly eclipsed by another, which no one would have thought so promising. A fever hospital may divert the stream of business, or a new station attract it. So little indeed can be certainly known, that it is better not to try to know more than is in everybody's mouth, and to leave the rest to chance. Luck, which certainly had not been too kind to my hero hitherto, now seemed to have taken him under her protection. The neighbourhood prospered, and he with it. It seemed as though he no sooner bought a thing and put it into his shop than it sold with a profit of from 30 to 50%. He learned bookkeeping and watched his accounts carefully, following up any success immediately. He began to buy other things besides clothes, such as books, music, odds and ends of furniture, etc. Whether it was luck or business aptitude or energy or the politeness with which he treated all his customers, I cannot say, but to the surprise of no one more than himself, he went ahead faster than he had anticipated, even in his wildest dreams, and by Easter was established in a strong position as the owner of a business which was bringing him in between £400 and £500 a year, and which he understood how to extend. End of chapter 72. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 73 and 74 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 73. Ellen and he got on capitally. All the better, perhaps, because the disparity between them was so great that neither did Ellen want to be elevated, nor did Ernest want to elevate her. He was very fond of her, and very kind to her. They had interests which they could serve in common. They had antecedents, with a good part of which each was familiar. They had each of them excellent tempers, and this was enough. Ellen did not seem jealous at Ernest's preferring to sit the greater part of his time, after the day's work was done, in the first-floor front, where I occasionally visited him. She might have come and sat with him if she had liked, but somehow or other she generally found enough to occupy her down below. She had the tact also to encourage him to go out of an evening whenever he had a mind, without in the least caring that he should take her too. And this suited Ernest very well. He was, I should say, much happier in his married life than people generally are. At first it had been very painful to him to meet any of his old friends, as he sometimes accidentally did, but this soon passed. Either they cut him or he cut them. It was not nice being cut for the first time or two, but after that it became rather pleasant than not, and when he began to see that he was going ahead, he cared very little what people might say about his antecedents. The ordeal is a painful one, but if a man's moral and intellectual constitution are naturally sound, there is nothing which will give him so much strength of character as having been well cut. It was easy for him to keep his expenditure down, for his tastes were not luxurious. He liked theatres, outings into the country on a Sunday, and tobacco, but he did not care for much else, except writing and music. As for the usual run of concerts, he hated them. He worshipped Handel, he liked Offenbach, and the airs that went about the streets, but he cared nothing between these two extremes. Music, therefore, cost him little. As for theatres, I got him and Ellen as many orders as they liked, so these cost them nothing. The Sunday outings were a small item. For a shilling or two he could get a return ticket to some place far enough out of town to give him a good walk and a thorough change for the day. Ellen went with him the first few times, but she said she found it too much for her. There were a few of her old friends whom she would sometimes like to see, and they and he, she said, would not hit it off perhaps too well, so it would be better for him to go alone. This seemed so sensible, and suited Ernest so exactly, that he readily fell into it, nor did he suspect dangers which were apparent enough to me when I heard how she had treated the matter. I kept silent, however, and for a time all continued to go well. As I have said, one of his chief pleasures was in writing. If a man carries with him a little sketch-book and is continually jotting down sketches, he has the artistic instinct. 100 things may hinder his due development, but the instinct is there. The literary instinct may be known by a man's keeping a small note-book in his waistcoat pocket, into which he jots down anything that strikes him, or any good thing that he hears said, or a reference to any passage which he thinks will come in useful to him. Ernest had such a note-book always with him. Even when he was at Cambridge he had begun the practice, without anyone's having suggested it to him. These notes he copied out from time to time into a book, which as they accumulated he was driven into indexing approximately, as he went along. When I found this out, I knew that he had the literary instinct, and when I saw his notes, I began to hope great things of him. For a long time I was disappointed. He was kept back by the nature of the subjects he chose, which were generally metaphysical. In vain I tried to get him away from these to matters which had a greater interest for the general public. When I begged him to try his hand at some pretty, graceful little story which should be full of what people knew and liked best, he would immediately set to work upon a treatise to show the grounds on which all belief rested. "You are stirring mud," I said, "or poking at a sleeping dog. You are trying to make people resume consciousness about things which with sensible men have already passed into the unconscious stage. The men whom you would disturb are in front of you, and not, as you fancy, behind you. It is you who are the lagger, not they." He could not see it. He said he was engaged on an essay upon the famous quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus of St. Vincent de Lerins. This was the more provoking because he showed himself able to do better things if he had liked. I was then at work upon my burlesque, The Impatient Griselda, and was sometimes at my wits' end for a piece of business or a situation. He gave me many suggestions, all of which were marked by excellent good sense. Nevertheless, I could not prevail with him to put philosophy on one side, and was obliged to leave him to himself. For a long time, as I have said, his choice of subjects continued to be such as I could not approve. He was continually studying scientific and metaphysical writers, in the hope of either finding or making for himself a philosopher's stone in the shape of a system which should go on all fours under all circumstances, instead of being liable to be upset at every touch and turn, as every system yet promulgated has turned out to be. He kept to the pursuit of this will-o'-the-wisp so long as I gave up hope, and set him down as another fly that had been caught, as it were, by a piece of paper daubed over with some sticky stuff that had not even the merit of being sweet. But to my surprise he at last declared that he was satisfied and had found what he wanted. I supposed he had only hit upon some new "lo, here," when to my relief he told me that he had concluded that no system which should go perfectly upon all fours was possible, inasmuch as no one could get behind Bishop Berkeley, and therefore no absolutely incontrovertible first premise could ever be laid. Having found this, he was just as well pleased as if he had found the most perfect system imaginable. All he wanted, he said, was to know which way it was to be, that is to say, whether a system was possible or not, and if possible, then what the system was to be. Having found out that no system based on an absolute certainty was possible, he was contented. I had only a very vague idea who Bishop Berkeley was, but was thankful to him for having defended us from an incontrovertible first premise. I am afraid I said a few words implying that after a great deal of trouble he had arrived at the conclusion which sensible people reach without bothering their brains so much. He said, "Yes, but I was not born sensible. A child of ordinary powers learns to walk at a year or two without knowing much about it. Failing ordinary powers, he had better learn laboriously than never learn at all. I am sorry I was not stronger, but to do as I did was my only chance." He looked so meek that I was vexed with myself for having said what I had, more especially when I remembered his bringing up, which had doubtless done much to impair his power of taking a common-sense view of things. He continued, "I see it all now. The people like Towneley are the only ones who know anything that is worth knowing, and like that, of course, I can never be. But to make Towneleys possible, there must be hewers of wood and drawers of water, men in fact through whom conscious knowledge must pass before it can reach those who can apply it gracefully and instinctively, as the Towneleys can. I am a hewer of wood, but if I accept the position frankly and do not set up to be a Towneley, it does not matter. He still therefore stuck to science instead of turning to literature proper, as I hoped he would have done, but he confined himself henceforth to inquiries on specific subjects concerning which an increase of our knowledge, as he said, was possible. Having in fact an infinite vexation of spirit, arrived at a conclusion which cut at the roots of all knowledge, he settled contentedly down to the pursuit of knowledge, and has pursued it ever since, in spite of occasional excursions into the regions of literature proper. But this is anticipating, and may perhaps also convey a wrong impression, for from the outset he did occasionally turn his attention to work which must be more properly called literary than either scientific or metaphysical. Chapter 74. About 6 months after he had set up his shop, his prosperity had reached its climax. It seemed even then as though he were likely to go ahead no less fast than heretofore, and I doubt not that he would have done so if success or non-success had depended upon himself alone. Unfortunately, he was not the only person to be reckoned with. One morning he had gone out to attend some sales, leaving his wife perfectly well, as usual in good spirits, and looking very pretty. When he came back he found her sitting on a chair in the back parlour, with her hair over her face, sobbing and crying as though her heart would break. She said she had been frightened in the morning by a man who had pretended to be a customer and had threatened her unless she gave him some things, and she had had to give them to him in order to save herself from violence. She had been in hysterics ever since the man had gone. This was her story, but her speech was so incoherent that it was not easy to make out what she said. Ernest knew she was with child, and thinking this might have something to do with the matter, would have sent for a doctor if Ellen had not begged him not to do so. Any one who had had experience of drunken people would have seen at a glance what the matter was, but my hero knew nothing about them. Nothing, that is to say, about the drunkenness of the habitual drunkard, which shows itself very differently from that of one who gets drunk only once in a way. The idea that his wife could drink had never even crossed his mind. Indeed, she always made a fuss about the taking more than a very little beer, and never touched spirits. He did not know much more about hysterics than he did about drunkenness, but he had always heard that women who were about to become mothers were liable to be easily upset, and were often rather flighty, so he was not greatly surprised, and thought he had settled the matter by registering the discovery that being about to become a father has its troublesome as well as its pleasant side. The great change in Ellen's life, consequent upon her meeting Ernest, and getting married, had for a time actually sobered her by shaking her out of her old ways. Drunkenness is so much a matter of habit, and habit so much a matter of surroundings, that if you completely change the surroundings you will sometimes get rid of the drunkenness altogether. Ellen had intended remaining always sober henceforward, and never having had so long a steady fit before, believed she was now cured. So she perhaps would have been, if she had seen none of her old acquaintances. When, however, her new life was beginning to lose its newness, and when her old acquaintances came to see her, her present surroundings became more like her past, and on this she herself began to get like her past too. At first she only got a little tipsy, and struggled against a relapse, but it was no use. she soon lost the heart to fight, and now her object was not to try and keep sober, but to get gin without her husband's finding it out. So the hysterics continued, and she managed to make her husband still think that they were due to her being about to become a mother. The worse her attacks were, the more devoted he became in his attention to her. At last he insisted that a doctor should see her. The doctor, of course, took in the situation at a glance, but said nothing to Ernest, except in such a guarded way that he did not understand the hints that were thrown out to him. He was much too downright and matter-of-fact to be quick at taking hints of this sort. He hoped that as soon as his wife's confinement was over she would regain her health, and had no thought save how to spare her as far as possible till that happy time should come. In the mornings she was generally better, as long, that is to say, as Ernest remained at home, but he had to go out buying, and on his return would generally find that she had had another attack as soon as he had left the house. At times she would laugh and cry for half an hour together. At others she would lie in a semi-comatose state upon the bed, and when he came back he would find that the shop had been neglected, and all the work of the household left undone. Still he took it for granted that this was all part of the usual course when women were going to become mothers, and when Ellen's share of the work settled down more and more upon his own shoulders, he did it all and drudged away without a murmur. Nevertheless, he began to feel in a vague way more as if he had felt in Ashpit Place, at Roughborough, or at Battersby, and to lose the buoyancy of spirits which had made another man of him during the first 6 months of his married life. It was not only that he had to do so much household work, for even the cooking, cleaning up slops, bed-making, and fire-lighting ere long devolved upon him, but his business no longer prospered. He could buy as hitherto, but Ellen seemed unable to sell as she had sold at first. The fact was that she sold as well as ever, but kept back part of the proceeds in order to buy gin, and she did this more and more till even the unsuspecting Ernest ought to have seen that she was not telling the truth. When she sold better, that is to say, when she did not think it safe to keep back more than a certain amount, she got money out of him on the plea that she had a longing for this or that, and that it would perhaps irreparably damage the baby if her longing was denied her. All seemed right, reasonable, and unavoidable. Nevertheless, Ernest saw that until the confinement was over he was likely to have a hard time of it. All, however, would then come right again. End of chapter 74. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 75 and 76 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 75. In the month of September 1860 a girl was born, and Ernest was proud and happy. The birth of the child, and a rather alarming talk which the doctor had given to Ellen, sobered her for a few weeks, and it really seemed as though his hopes were about to be fulfilled. The expenses of his wife's confinement were heavy, and he was obliged to trench upon his savings, but he had no doubt about soon recouping this now that Ellen was herself again. For a time indeed his business did revive a little. Nevertheless, it seemed as though the interruption to his prosperity had in some way broken the spell of good luck which had attended him in the outset. He was still sanguine, however, and worked night and day with a will, but there was no more music or reading or writing now. His Sunday outings were put to a stop, and but for the first floor being let to myself, he would have lost his citadel there too. but he seldom used it, for Ellen had to wait more and more upon the baby, and as a consequence Ernest had to wait more and more upon Ellen. One afternoon, about a couple of months after the baby had been born, and just as my unhappy hero was beginning to feel more hopeful, and therefore better able to bear his burdens, he returned from a sale, and found Ellen in the same hysterical condition that he had found her in the spring. She said she was again with child, and Ernest still believed her. All the troubles of the preceding 6 months began again then and there, and grew worse and worse continually. Money did not come in quickly, for Ellen cheated him by keeping it back, and dealing improperly with the goods he bought. When it did come in, she got it out of him as before, on pretexts which it seemed inhuman to inquire into. It was always the same story. By and by a new feature began to show itself. Ernest had inherited his father's punctuality and exactness as regards money. He liked to know the worst of what he had to pay at once. He hated having expenses sprung upon him which, if not foreseen, might and ought to have been so. But now bills began to be brought to him for things ordered by Ellen without his knowledge, or for which he had already given her the money. This was awful, and even Ernest turned. When he remonstrated with her, not for having bought the things, but for having said nothing to him about the money's being owing, Ellen met him with hysteria, and there was a scene. She had now pretty well forgotten the hard times she had known when she had been on her own resources, and reproached him downright with having married her. On that moment the scales fell from Ernest's eyes as they had fallen when Towneley had said, "No, no, no." He said nothing, but he woke up once for all to the fact that he had made a mistake in marrying. A touch had again come which had revealed him to himself. He went upstairs to the disused citadel, flung himself into the armchair, and covered his face with his hands. He still did not know that his wife drank, but he could no longer trust her, and his dream of happiness was over. He had been saved from the church, so as by fire, but still saved. But what could now save him from his marriage? He had made the same mistake that he had made in wedding himself to the church, but with 100 times worse results. He had learnt nothing by experience. He was an Esau, one of those wretches whose hearts the Lord had hardened, who having ears heard not, having eyes saw not, and who should find no place for repentance, though they sought it even with tears. Yet had he not, on the whole, tried to find out what the ways of God were, and to follow them in singleness of heart? To a certain extent, yes, but he had not been thorough. He had not given up all for God. He knew that very well he had done little as compared with what he might and ought to have done. But still, if he was being punished for this, God was a hard taskmaster, and one too who was continually pouncing out upon his unhappy creatures from ambuscades. In marrying Ellen he had meant to avoid a life of sin, and to take the course he believed to be moral and right. With his antecedents and surroundings it was the most natural thing in the world for him to have done. Yet in what a frightful position had not his morality landed him! Could any amount of immorality have placed him in a much worse one? What was morality worth if it was not that which on the whole brought a man peace at the last? And could anyone have reasonable certainty that marriage would do this? It seemed to him that in his attempt to be moral he had been following a devil which had disguised itself as an angel of light. But if so, what ground was there on which a man might rest the sole of his foot and tread in reasonable safety. He was still too young to reach the answer. On common sense, an answer which he would have felt to be unworthy of anyone who had an ideal standard. However this might be, it was plain that he had now done for himself. It had been thus with him all his life. If there had come at any time a gleam of sunshine and hope, it was to be obscured immediately. Why, prison was happier than this. There, at any rate, he had no money anxieties, and these were beginning to weigh upon him now with all their horrors. He was happier even now than he had been at Battersby or at Roughborough, and he would not go back, even if he could, to his Cambridge life. But for all that, the outlook was so gloomy, in fact so hopeless, that he felt as if he could have only too gladly gone to sleep and died in his armchair, once for all. As he was musing thus and looking upon the wreck of his hopes, for he saw well enough that as long as he was linked to Ellen he should never rise as he had dreamed of doing, he heard a noise below, and presently a neighbour ran upstairs and entered his room hurriedly. "Good gracious, Mr. Pontifex," she exclaimed, "for goodness' sake come down quickly and help. Oh, Mrs. Pontifex is took with the horrors, and she's orkered." The unhappy man came down as he was bid, and found his wife mad with delirium tremens. He knew all now. The neighbours thought he must have known that his wife drank all along, but Ellen had been so artful, and he so simple, that, as I have said, he had had no suspicion. "Why," said the woman who had summoned him, "she'll drink anything she can stand up and pay her money for." Ernest could hardly believe his ears, but when the doctor had seen his wife, and she had become more quiet, he went over to the public house hard by and made inquiries, the result of which rendered further doubt impossible. The publican took the opportunity to present my hero with a bill of several pounds for bottles of spirits supplied to his wife, and what with his wife's confinement and the way business had fallen off, he had not the money to pay with, for the sum exceeded the remnant of his savings. He came to me, not for money, but to tell me his miserable story. I had seen for some time that there was something wrong, and had suspected pretty shrewdly what the matter was, but of course I said nothing. Ernest and I had been growing apart for some time. I was vexed at his having married, and he knew I was vexed, though I did my best to hide it. A man's friendships are, like his will, invalidated by marriage, but they are also no less invalidated by the marriage of his friends. The rift in friendship which invariably makes its appearance on the marriage of either of the parties to it was fast widening, as it no less invariably does, into the great gulf which is fixed between the married and the unmarried, and I was beginning to leave my protégé to a fate with which I had neither right nor power to meddle. In fact, I had begun to feel him rather a burden. I did not so much mind this when I could be of use, but I grudged it when I could be of none. He had made his bed, and he must lie upon it. Ernest had felt all this, and had seldom come near me till now. One evening late in 1860, he called on me, and with a very woebegone face told me his troubles. As soon as I found that he no longer liked his wife, I forgave him at once, and was as much interested in him as ever. There is nothing an old bachelor likes better than to find a young married man who wishes he had not got married, especially when the case is such an extreme one that he need not pretend to hope that matters will come out all right again, or encourage his young friend to make the best of it. I was myself in favour of a separation, and said I would make Ellen an allowance myself, of course intending that it should come out of Ernest's money, but he would not hear of this. He had married Ellen, he said, and he must try to reform her. He hated it, but he must try, and finding him as usual very obstinate, I was obliged to acquiesce, though with little confidence as to the result. I was vexed at seeing him waste himself on such a barren task, and again began to feel him burdensome. I am afraid I showed this, for he again avoided me for some time, and indeed for many months I hardly saw him at all. Ellen remained very ill for some days, and then gradually recovered. Ernest hardly left her till she was out of danger. When she had recovered, he got the doctor to tell her that if she had such another attack she would certainly die. This so frightened her that she took the pledge. Then he became more hopeful again. When she was sober she was just what she was during the first days of her married life, and so quick was he to forget pain that after a few days he was as fond of her as ever. But Ellen could not forgive him for knowing what he did. She knew that he was on the watch to shield her from temptation, and though he did his best to make her think that he had no further uneasiness about her, she found that the burden of her union with respectability grew more and more heavy upon her, and she looked back more and more longingly upon the lawless freedom of the life she had led before she met her husband. I will dwell no longer on this part of my story. During the spring months of 1861 she kept straight. She had had her fling of dissipation, and this, together with the impression made upon her by having taken the pledge, tamed her for a while. The shop went fairly well, and enabled Ernest to make the two ends meet. In the spring and summer of 1861 he even put by a little money again. In the autumn his wife was confined of a boy, a very fine one, so everyone said. She soon recovered, and Ernest was beginning to breathe freely and be almost sanguine, when without a word of warning the storm broke again. He returned one afternoon about 2 years after his marriage, and found his wife lying upon the floor insensible. From this time he became hopeless, and began to go visibly downhill. He had been knocked about too much, and the luck had gone too long against him. The wear and tear of the last 3 years had told on him, and though not actually ill, he was overworked, below par, and unfit for any further burden. He struggled for a while to prevent himself from finding this out, but facts were too strong for him. Again he called on me and told me what had happened. I was glad the crisis had come. I was sorry for Ellen, but a complete separation from her was the only chance for her husband. Even after this last outbreak he was unwilling to consent to this, and talked nonsense about dying at his post, till I got tired of him. Each time I saw him the old gloom had settled more and more deeply upon his face, and I had about made up my mind to put an end to the situation by a coup de main, such as bribing Ellen to run away with somebody else, or something of that kind, when matters settled themselves as usual in a way which I had not anticipated. Chapter 76. The winter had been a trying one. Ernest had only paid his way by selling his piano. With this he seemed to cut away the last link that connected him with his earlier life, and to sink him once for all into the small shopkeeper. It seemed to him that however low he might sink, his pain could not last much longer, for he should simply die if it did. He hated Ellen now, and the pair lived in open want of harmony with each other. If it had not been for his children he would have left her and gone to America. But he could not leave the children with Ellen, and as for taking them with him, he did not know how to do it, nor what to do with them when he had got them to America. If he had not lost energy, he would probably in the end have taken the children and gone off. But his nerve was shaken, so day after day went by, and nothing was done. He had only got a few shillings in the world now, except the value of his stock, which was very little. He could get perhaps £3 or £4 by selling his music and what few pictures and pieces of furniture still belonged to him. He thought of trying to live by his pen, but his writing had dropped off long ago. He no longer had an idea in his head. Look which way he would, he saw no hope. The end, if it had not actually come, was within easy distance, and he was almost face to face with actual want. When he saw people going about poorly clad, or even without shoes and stockings, he wondered whether within a few months' time he too should not have to go about in this way. The remorseless, resistless hand of fate had caught him in its grip and was dragging him down, down, down. Still he staggered on, going his daily rounds, buying second-hand clothes, and spending his evenings in cleaning and mending them. One morning, as he was returning from a house at the West End where he had bought some clothes from one of the servants, he was struck by a small crowd which had gathered round a space that had been railed off on the grass near one of the paths in the Green Park. It was a lovely soft spring morning at the end of March, and unusually balmy for the time of year. Even Ernest's melancholy was relieved for a while by the look of spring that pervaded earth and sky. But it soon returned, and smiling sadly he said to himself, "It may bring hope to others, but for me there can be no hope henceforth." As these words were in his mind, he joined the small crowd who gathered round the railings, and saw that they were looking at 3 sheep with very small lambs only a day or 2 old, which had been penned off for shelter and protection from the others that ranged the park. They were very pretty, and Londoners so seldom get a chance of seeing lambs that it was no wonder everyone stopped to look at them. Ernest observed that no one seemed fonder of them than a great lubberly butcher boy who leaned up against the railings with a tray of meat upon his shoulder. He was looking at this boy, and smiling at the grotesqueness of his admiration, when he became aware that he was being watched intently by a man in coachman's livery, who had also stopped to admire the lambs, and was leaning against the opposite side of the enclosure. Ernest knew him in a moment as John, his father's old coachman at Battersby, and went up to him at once. "Why, Master Ernest," he said, with his strong northern accent, "I was thinking of you only this very morning," and the pair shook hands heartily. John was in an excellent place at the West End. He had done very well, he said, ever since he had left Battersby, except for the first year or 2, and that, he said, with a screw of the face, had well nigh broke him. Ernest asked how this was. "Why, you see," said John, "I was always main fond of that lass Ellen, whom you remember running after, Master Ernest, and giving your watch to. I expect you haven't forgotten that day, have you?" And here he laughed. "I don't know as I be the father of the child she carried away with her from Battersby, but I very easily may have been. Anyhow, after I had left your papa's place a few days, I wrote to Ellen to an address we had agreed upon, and told her I would do what I ought to do, and so I did, for I married her within a month afterwards." "Why, Lord love the man, whatever is the matter with him?" For as he had spoken the last few words of his story, Ernest had turned white as a sheet and was leaning against the railings. "John," said my hero, gasping for breath, "are you sure of what you say? Are you quite sure you really married her?" "Of course I am," said John. "I married her before the registrar at Lechbury on the 15th of August 1851. "Give me your arm," said Ernest, "and take me into Piccadilly, and put me into a cab, and come with me at once, if you can spare time, to Mr. Overton's at the Temple." End of chapter 76. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 77 and 78 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 77. I do not think Ernest himself was much more pleased at finding that he had never been married than I was. To him, however, the shock of pleasure was positively numbing in its intensity. As he felt his burden removed, he reeled for the unaccustomed lightness of his movements. His position was so shattered that his identity seemed to have been shattered also. He was as one waking up from a horrible nightmare to find himself safe and sound in bed, but who can hardly even yet believe that the room is not full of armed men who are about to spring upon him. And it is I, he said, who not an hour ago complained that I was without hope. It is I who for weeks have been railing at fortune and saying that though she smiled on others, she never smiled at me. Why, never was anyone half so fortunate as I am. Yes, said I, and you have been inoculated for marriage, and have recovered. And yet, he said, I was very fond of her till she took to drinking. Perhaps, but is it not Tennyson who has said, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all"? You are an inveterate bachelor, was the rejoinder. Then we had a long talk with John, to whom I gave a £5 note upon the spot. He said, Ellen used to drink at Battersby. The cook had taught her. He had known it, but was so fond of her that he had chanced it and married her to save her from the streets and in the hope of being able to keep her straight. She had done with him just as she had done with Ernest, made him an excellent wife as long as she kept sober, but a very bad one afterwards. There isn't, said John, a sweeter-tempered, handier, prettier girl than she was in all England, nor one as knows better what a man likes, and how to make him happy, if you can keep her from drink. But you can't keep her. She's that artful she'll get it under your very eyes, without you knowing it. If she can't get any more of your things to pawn or sell, she'll steal her neighbours'. That's how she got into trouble first when I was with her. During the 6 months she was in prison, I should have felt happy if I had not known she would come out again. And then she did come out, and before she had been free a fortnight, she began shoplifting and going on the loose again, all to get money to drink with. So, seeing I could do nothing with her, and that she was just a killing of me, I left her, and came up to London, and went into service again. And I did not know what had become of her till you and Mr. Ernest here told me. I hope you'll neither of you say you've seen me. We assured him we would keep his counsel, and then he left us, with many protestations of affection towards Ernest, to whom he had been always much attached. We talked the situation over, and decided first to get the children away, and then to come to terms with Ellen concerning their future custody. As for herself, I proposed that we should make her an allowance of, say, £1 a week, to be paid so long as she gave no trouble. Ernest did not see where the £1 a week was to come from, so I eased his mind by saying I would pay it myself. Before the day was 2 hours older, we had got the children, about whom Ellen had always appeared to be indifferent, and had confided them to the care of my laundress, a good motherly sort of woman, who took to them, and to whom they took at once. Then came the odious task of getting rid of their unhappy mother. Ernest's heart smote him at the notion of the shock the break-up would be to her, He was always thinking that people had a claim upon him for some inestimable service they had rendered him, or for some irreparable mischief done to them by himself. The case, however, was so clear that Ernest's scruples did not offer serious resistance. I did not see why he should have the pain of another interview with his wife, so I got Mr. Ottery to manage the whole business. It turned out that we need not have harrowed ourselves so much about the agony of mind which Ellen would suffer on becoming an outcast again. Ernest saw Mrs. Richards, the neighbour who had called him down on the night when he first discovered his wife's drunkenness, and got from her some details of Ellen's opinions upon the matter. She did not seem in the least conscience-stricken. She said, "Thank goodness, at last," and although aware that her marriage was not a valid one, evidently regarded this as a mere detail which it would not be worth anybody's while to go into more particularly. As regards his breaking with her, she said it was a good job both for him and for her. "This life," she continued, "don't suit me. Ernest is too good for me. He wants a woman as shall be a bit better than me, and I want a man that shall be a bit worse than him. We should have got on all very well if we had not lived together as married folks, but I've been used to having a little place of my own, however small, for a many years, and I don't want Ernest or any other man always hanging about. Besides, he's too steady. His being in prison hasn't done him a bit of good. He's just as grave as those who have never been in prison at all, and he never swears nor curses, come what may. It makes me afeard of him, and therefore I drink the worse. What us poor girls want is not to be jumped up all of a sudden and made honest women of. This is too much for us and throws us off our perch. What we wants is a regular friend or two, who'll just keep us from starving, and force us to be good for a bit together now and then. That's about as much as we can stand. He may have the children. He can do better for them than I can, and as for his money, he may give it or keep it as he likes. He's never done me any harm, and I shall let him alone, but if he means me to have it, I suppose I'd better have it." And have it she did. "And I," thought Ernest to himself when the arrangement was concluded, "am the man who thought himself unlucky." I may as well say here all that need be said further about Ellen. For the next 3 years she used to call regularly at Mr. Ottery's every Monday morning for her pound. She was always neatly dressed, and looked so quiet and pretty that no one would have suspected her antecedents. At first she wanted sometimes to anticipate, but after 3 or 4 ineffectual attempts, on each of which occasions she told a most pitiful story, she gave it up and took her money regularly without a word. Once she came with a bad black eye, which a boy had throwed a stone and hit her by mistake, but on the whole she looked pretty much the same at the end of the 3 years as she had done at the beginning. Then she explained that she was going to be married again. Mr. Ottery saw her on this, and pointed out to her that she would very likely be again committing bigamy by doing so. "You may call it what you like," she replied, "but I am going off to America with Bill, the butcher's man, and we hope Mr. Pontifex won't be too hard on us, and stop the allowance." Ernest was little likely to do this, so the pair went in peace. I believe it was Bill who had blackened her eye, and she liked him all the better for it. From 1 or 2 little things I have been able to gather that the couple got on very well together, and that in Bill she has found a partner better suited to her than either John or Ernest. On his birthday Ernest generally receives an envelope with an American postmark containing a bookmarker with a flaunting text upon it, or a moral kettle holder, or some other similar small token of recognition, but no letter. Of the children she has taken no notice. Chapter 78. Ernest was now well turned 26 years old, and in little more than another year and a half would come into possession of his money. I saw no reason for letting him have it earlier than the date fixed by Miss Pontifex herself. At the same time I did not like his continuing the shop at Blackfriars after the present crisis. It was not till now that I fully understood how much he had suffered, nor how nearly his supposed wife's habits had brought him to actual want. I had indeed noted the old wan, worn look settling upon his face, but was either too indolent or too hopeless of being able to sustain a protracted and successful warfare with Ellen to extend the sympathy and make the inquiries which I suppose I ought to have made, and yet I hardly know what I could have done, for nothing short of his finding out what he had found out would have detached him from his wife, and nothing could do him much good as long as he continued to live with her. After all, I suppose I was right. I suppose things did turn out all the better in the end for having been left to settle themselves. At any rate, whether they did or did not, the whole thing was in too great a muddle for me to venture to tackle it so long as Ellen was upon the scene. Now, however, that she was removed, all my interest in my godson revived, and I turned over many times in my mind what I had better do with him. It was now 3.5 years since he had come up to London and begun to live, so to speak, upon his own account. Of these years, 6 months had been spent as a clergyman, 6 months in jail, and for 2.5 years he had been acquiring twofold experience in the ways of business and of marriage. He had failed, I may say, in everything that he had undertaken, even as a prisoner, yet his defeats had always been, as it seemed to me, something so like victories that I was satisfied of his being worth all the pains I could bestow upon him. My only fear was lest I should meddle with him when it might be better for him to be let alone. On the whole, I concluded that a 3.5-year apprenticeship to a rough life was enough. The shop had done much for him. It had kept him going after a fashion when he was in great need. It had thrown him upon his own resources, and taught him to see profitable openings all around him, where a few months before he would have seen nothing but insuperable difficulties. It had enlarged his sympathies by making him understand the lower classes, and not confining his view of life to that taken by gentlemen only. When he went about the streets and saw the books outside the second-hand bookstalls, the bric-a-brac and curiosity shops, and the infinite commercial activity which is omnipresent around us, he understood it and sympathized with it as he could never have done if he had not kept a shop himself. He has often told me that when he used to travel on a railway that overlooked populous suburbs, and looked down upon street after street of dingy houses, he used to wonder what kind of people lived in them, what they did and felt, and how far it was like what he did and felt himself. Now he said he knew all about it. I am not very familiar with the writer of the Odyssey, who, by the way, I suspect strongly of having been a clergyman, but he assuredly hit the right nail on the head when he epitomized his typical wise man as knowing the ways and farings of many men. What culture is comparable to this? What a lie, what a sickly, debilitating debauch did not Ernest's school and university career now seem to him, in comparison with his life in prison and as a tailor in Blackfriars. I have heard him say he would have gone through all he had suffered if it were only for the deeper insight it gave him into the spirit of the Grecian and the Surrey pantomimes. What confidence again in his own power to swim if thrown into deep waters had not he won through his experiences during the last 3 years? But as I have said, I thought my godson had now seen as much of the undercurrents of life as was likely to be of use to him, and that it was time he began to live in a style more suitable to his prospects. His aunt had wished him to kiss the soil, and he had kissed it with a vengeance. But I did not like the notion of his coming suddenly from the position of a small shopkeeper to that of a man with an income of between 3,000 and 4,000 a year. Too sudden a jump from bad fortune to good is just as dangerous as one from good to bad. Besides, poverty is very wearing. It is a quasi-embryonic condition, through which a man had better pass if he is to hold his later development securely, but like measles or scarlet fever, he had better have it mildly and get it over early. No man is safe from losing every penny he has in the world, unless he has had his facer. How often do I not hear middle-aged women and quiet family men say that they have no speculative tendency. They never had touched, and never would touch, any but the very soundest, best reputed investments, and as for unlimited liability, oh dear, dear, and they throw up their hands and eyes. Whenever a person is heard to talk thus, he may be recognized as the easy prey of the first adventurer who comes across him. He will commonly indeed wind up his discourse by saying that in spite of all his natural caution, and his well knowing of how foolish speculation is, yet there are some investments which are called speculative, but in reality are not so, and he will pull out of his pocket the prospectus of a Cornish gold mine. It is only on having actually lost money that one realizes what an awful thing the loss of it is, and finds out how easily it is lost by those who venture out of the middle of the most beaten path. Ernest had had his facer, and he had had his attack of poverty, young and sufficiently badly for a sensible man to be little likely to forget it. I can fancy few pieces of good fortune greater than this happening to any man, provided, of course, that he is not damaged irretrievably. So strongly do I feel on this subject that if I had my way I would have a speculation master attached to every school. The boys would be encouraged to read the Money Market Review, the Railway News, and all the best financial papers, and should establish a stock exchange amongst themselves in which pence should stand as pounds. Then let them see how this making haste to get rich moneys out in actual practice. There might be a prize awarded by the headmaster to the most prudent dealer, and the boys who lost their money time after time should be dismissed. Of course, if any boy proved to have a genius for speculation and made money, well and good, let him speculate by all means. If universities were not the worst teachers in the world, I should like to see professorships of speculation established at Oxford and Cambridge. When I reflect, however, that the only things worth doing which Oxford and Cambridge can do well are cooking, cricket, rowing, and games, of which there is no professorship, I fear that the establishment of a professorial chair would end in teaching young men neither how to speculate nor how not to speculate, but would simply turn them out as bad speculators. I heard of one case in which a father actually carried my idea into practice. He wanted his son to learn how little confidence was to be placed in glowing prospectuses and flaming articles, and found him £500 which he was to invest according to his lights. The father expected he would lose the money, but it did not turn out so in practice, for the boy took so much pains and played so cautiously that the money kept growing and growing till the father took it away again, increment and all, as he was pleased to say, in self-defence. I had made my own mistakes with money about the year 1846, when everyone else was making them. For a few years I had been so scared and had suffered so severely that when, owing to the good advice of the broker who had advised my father and grandfather before me, I came out in the end a winner and not a loser, I played no more pranks, but kept henceforward as nearly in the middle of the middle rut as I could. I tried, in fact, to keep my money rather than to make more of it. I had done with Ernest's money as with my own. That is to say, I let it alone after investing it in Midland ordinary stock according to Miss Pontifex's instructions. No amount of trouble would have been likely to have increased my godson's estate one half so much as it had increased without my taking any trouble at all. Midland's stock at the end of August 1850, when I sold out Miss Pontifex's debentures, stood at £32 per £100. I invested the whole of Ernest's £15,000 at this price, and did not change the investment till a few months before the time of which I have been writing lately, that is to say until September 1861. I then sold at £129 per share and invested in London and North Western ordinary stock, which I was advised was more likely to rise than Midland's now were. I bought the London and North Western stock at £93 per £100, and my godson now in 1882 still holds it. The original £15,000 had increased in 11 years to over £60,000. The accumulated interest, which of course I had reinvested, had come to about £10,000 more, so that Ernest was then worth over £70,000. At present he is worth nearly double that sum, and all as the result of leaving well alone. Large as his property now was, it ought to be increased still further during the year and a half that remained of his minority, so that on coming of age he ought to have an income of at least £3,500 a year. I wished him to understand bookkeeping by double entry. I had myself, as a young man, been compelled to master this not very difficult art. Having acquired it, I have become enamoured of it, and consider it the most necessary branch of any young man's education, after reading and writing. I was determined, therefore, that Ernest should master it, and proposed that he should become my steward, bookkeeper, and the manager of my hoardings, for so I called the sum which my ledger showed to have accumulated from £15,000 to £70,000. I told him I was going to begin to spend the income as soon as it had amounted up to £80,000. A few days after Ernest's discovery that he was still a bachelor, while he was still at the very beginning of his honeymoon, as it were, of his renewed unmarried life, I broached my scheme, desired him to give up his shop, and offered him £300 a year for managing, so far indeed as it required any managing, his own property. This £300 a year, I need hardly say, I made him charge to the estate. If anything had been wanting to complete his happiness, it was this. Here, within 3 or 4 days, he found himself freed from one of the most hideous, hopeless liaisons imaginable, and at the same time raised from a life of almost squalor to the enjoyment of what would to him be a handsome income. £1 a week, he thought, for Ellen, and the rest for myself. No, I said, we will charge Ellen's £1 a week to the estate also. You must have a clear £300 for yourself. I fixed upon this sum because it was the one which Mr. Disraeli gave Coningsby when Coningsby was at the lowest ebb of his fortunes. Mr. Disraeli evidently thought £300 a year the smallest sum on which Coningsby could be expected to live, and make the two ends meet. With this, however, he thought his hero could manage to get along for a year or two. In 1862, of which I am now writing, prices had risen, though not so much as they have since done. On the other hand, Ernest had had less expensive antecedents than Coningsby, So on the whole I thought £300 a year would be about the right thing for him. End of chapter 78. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 79 and 80 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 79. The question now arose what was to be done with the children. I explained to Ernest that their expenses must be charged to the estate, and showed him how small a hole all the various items I proposed to charge would make in the income at my disposal. He was beginning to make difficulties, when I quieted him by pointing out that the money had all come to me from his aunt, over his own head, and reminded him that there had been an understanding between her and me that I should do much as I was doing, if occasion should arise. He wanted his children to be brought up in the fresh, pure air, and among other children who were happy and contented. But being still ignorant of the fortune that awaited him, he insisted that they should pass their earlier years among the poor rather than the rich. I remonstrated, but he was very decided about it, and when I reflected that they were illegitimate, I was not sure but that what Ernest proposed might be as well for everyone in the end. They were still so young that it did not much matter where they were, so long as they were with kindly, decent people, and in a healthy neighborhood. "I shall be just as unkind to my children," he said, "as my grandfather was to my father, or my father to me. If they did not succeed in making their children love them, neither shall I. I say to myself that I should like to do so, but so did they. I can make sure that they shall not know how much they would have hated me if they had had much to do with me, but this is all I can do. If I must ruin their prospects, let me do so at a reasonable time before they are old enough to feel it." He mused a little and added with a laugh, "A man first quarrels with his father about 3/4 of a year before he is born. It is then he insists on setting up a separate establishment. When this has been once agreed to, the more complete the separation for ever after, the better for both." Then he said more seriously, "I want to put the children where they will be well and happy, and where they will not be betrayed into the misery of false expectations." In the end he remembered that on his Sunday walks he had more than once seen a couple who lived on the waterside, a few miles below Gravesend, just where the sea was beginning, and who he thought would do. They had a family of their own fast coming on, and the children seemed to thrive. Both father and mother indeed were comfortable, well-grown folks, in whose hands young people would likely to have as fair a chance of coming to a good development as in those of any whom he knew. We went down to see this couple, and as I thought no less well of them than Ernest did, we offered them £1 a week to take the children and bring them up as though they were their own. They jumped at the offer, and in another day or two we brought the children down and left them, feeling that we had done as well as we could by them, at any rate for the present. Then Ernest sent his small stock of goods to Debenhams, gave up the house he had taken 2½ years previously, and returned to civilization. I had expected that he would now rapidly recover, and was disappointed to see him get, as I thought, decidedly worse. Indeed, before long I thought him looking so ill that I insisted on his going with me to consult one of the most eminent doctors in London. This gentleman said there was no acute disease, but that my young friend was suffering from nervous prostration, the result of long and severe mental suffering, from which there was no remedy except time, prosperity, and rest. He said that Ernest must have broken down later on, but that he might have gone on for some months yet. It was the suddenness of the relief from tension which had knocked him over now. "Cross him," said the doctor, "at once. Crossing is the great medical discovery of the age. Shake him out of himself by shaking something else into him." I had not told him that money was no object to us, and I think he had reckoned me up as not over-rich. He continued: "Seeing is a mode of touching. Touching is a mode of feeding. Feeding is a mode of assimilation. Assimilation is a mode of recreation and reproduction. And this is crossing. Shaking yourself into something else, and something else into you." He spoke laughingly, but it was plain he was serious. He continued: "People are always coming to me who want crossing, or change if you prefer it, and who I know have not money enough to let them get away from London. This has set me thinking how I can best cross them even if they cannot leave home, and I have made a list of cheap London amusements which I recommend to my patients. None of them cost more than a few shillings, or take more than half a day or a day." I explained that there was no occasion to consider money in this case. "I am glad of it," he said, still laughing. "The homeopathists use aurum as a medicine, but they do not give it in large doses enough. If you can dose your young friend with this pretty freely, you will soon bring him round. However, Mr. Pontifex is not well enough to stand so great a change as going abroad yet. From what you tell me, I should think he had had as much change lately as is good for him. If he were to go abroad now he would probably be taken seriously ill within a week. We must wait till he has recovered tone a little more. I will begin by ringing my London changes on him." He thought a little and then said, "I have found the zoological gardens of service to many of my patients. I should prescribe for Mr. Pontifex a course of the larger mammals. Don't let him think he is taking them medicinally, but let him go to their house twice a week for a fortnight, and stay with the hippopotamus, the rhinoceros, and the elephants till they begin to bore him. I find these beasts do my patients more good than any others. The monkeys are not a wide enough cross. They do not stimulate sufficiently. The larger carnivora are unsympathetic. The reptiles are worse than useless, and the marsupials are not much better. Birds again, except parrots, are not very beneficial. He may look at them now and again, but with the elephants and the pig tribe generally he should mix just now as freely as possible. Then, to prevent monotony, I should send him, say, to morning service at the Abbey before he goes. He need not stay longer than the Te Deum. I don't know why, but jubilates are seldom satisfactory. Just let him look in at the Abbey, and sit quietly in Poets' Corner till the main part of the music is over. Let him do this 2 or 3 times, not more, before he goes to the Zoo. Then next day send him down to Gravesend by boat. By all means let him go to the theatres in the evenings, and then let him come to see me again in a fortnight." Had the doctor been less eminent in his profession, I should have doubted whether he was in earnest. But I knew him to be a man of business who would neither waste his own time nor that of his patients. As soon as we were out of the house we took a cab to Regent's Park, and spent a couple of hours in sauntering round the different houses. Perhaps it was on account of what the doctor had told me, but I certainly became aware of a feeling I had never experienced before. I mean that I was receiving an influx of new life, or deriving new ways of looking at life, which is the same thing, by the process. I found the doctor quite right in his estimate of the larger mammals as the ones which on the whole were most beneficial, and observed that Ernest, who had heard nothing of what the doctor had said to me, lingered instinctively in front of them. As for the elephants, especially the baby elephant, he seemed to be drinking in large draughts of their lives to the recreation and regeneration of his own. We dined in the gardens, and I noticed with pleasure that Ernest's appetite was already improved. Since this time, whenever I have been a little out of sorts myself, I have at once gone up to Regent's Park, and have invariably been benefited. I mention this here in the hope that some one or other of my readers may find the hint a useful one. At the end of his fortnight my hero was much better, more so even than our friend the doctor had expected. Now, he said, Mr. Pontifex may go abroad, and the sooner the better. Let him stay a couple of months. This was the first Ernest had heard about his going abroad, and he talked about my not being able to spare him for so long. I soon made this all right. "It is now the beginning of April," said I. "Go down to Marseille at once, and take steamer to Nice, then saunter down the Riviera to Genoa, from Genoa go to Florence, Rome, and Naples, and come home by way of Venice and the Italian lakes." "And won't you come too?" he said eagerly. I said I did not mind if I did, so we began to make our arrangements next morning, and completed them within a very few days. Chapter 80. We left by the night mail, crossing from Dover. The night was soft, and there was a bright moon upon the sea. "Don't you love the smell of grease about the engine of a Channel steamer? Isn't there a lot of hope in it?" said Ernest to me, for he had been to Normandy one summer as a boy with his father and mother, and the smell carried him back to days before those in which he had begun to bruise himself against the great outside world. I always think one of the best parts of going abroad is the first thud of the piston and the first gurgling of the water when the paddle begins to strike it. It was very dreamy getting out at Calais, the trudging about with luggage in a foreign town at an hour when we were generally both of us in bed and fast asleep. But we settled down to sleep as soon as we got into the railway carriage, and dozed till we had passed Amiens. Then waking when the first signs of morning crispness were beginning to show themselves, I saw that Ernest was already devouring every object we passed with quick sympathetic curiousness. There was not a peasant in a blouse driving his cart betimes along the road to market, not a signalman's wife in her husband's hat and coat waving a green flag, not a shepherd taking out his sheep to the dewy pastures, not a bank of opening cowslips as we passed through the railway cuttings, but he was drinking it all in with an enjoyment too deep for words. The name of the engine that drew us was Mozart, and Ernest liked this too. We reached Paris by 6, and had just time to get across the town and take a morning express train to Marseille. But before noon my young friend was tired out, and had resigned himself to a series of sleeps which were seldom intermitted for more than an hour or so together. He fought against this for a time, but in the end consoled himself by saying it was so nice to have so much pleasure that he could afford to throw a lot of it away. Having found a theory on which to justify himself, he slept in peace. At Marseille we rested, and there the excitement of the change proved, as I had feared it would, too much for my godson's still enfeebled state. For a few days he was really ill, but after this he righted. For my own part, I reckon being ill as one of the great pleasures of life, provided one is not too ill and is not obliged to work till one is better. I remember being ill once in a foreign hotel myself, and how much I enjoyed it. to lie there careless of everything, quiet and warm, with no weight upon the mind, to hear the clinking of the plates in the far-off kitchen as the scullion rinsed them and put them by, to watch the soft shadows come and go upon the ceiling as the sun came out or went behind a cloud, to listen to the pleasant murmurings of the fountain in the court below, and the shaking of the bells on the horses' collars, and the clink of their hoofs upon the ground as the flies plagued them. Not only to be a lotus-eater, but to know that it was one's duty to be a lotus-eater. Oh, I thought to myself, if I could only now, having so forgotten care, drop off to sleep for ever, would not this be a better piece of fortune than any I could ever hope for? Of course it would, but we would not take it though it were offered us. No matter what evil may befall us, we will mostly abide by it and see it out. I could see that Ernest felt much as I had felt myself. He said little, but noted everything. Once only did he frighten me. He had called me to his bedside just as it was getting dusk, and said in a grave, quiet manner that he should like to speak to me. "I have been thinking," he said, "that I may perhaps never recover from this illness, and in case I do not, I should like you to know that there is only one thing which weighs upon me. I refer," he continued after a slight pause, "to my conduct towards my father and mother. I have been much too good to them. I treated them much too considerately." On which he broke into a smile which assured me that there was nothing seriously amiss with him. On the walls of his bedroom were a series of French Revolution prints representing events in the life of Lycurgus. There was Grande Dame de Lycurgus, and Lycurgus consul l'Irak, and there was Chalciope à la cour. Under this was written in French and Spanish:
Modèle de grâce et de beauté, la jeune Chalciope, non moins sage que belle, avait mérité l'estime et l'attachement du vertueux Lycurgus. Vivement épris de tant de charmes, l'illustre philosophe la conduisait dans le temple de Junon, où ils s'unirent par un serment sacré. Après cette auguste cérémonie, Lycurgus s'empressa de conduire sa jeune épouse au palais de son frère Polydecte, roi de Lacédémon. « Seigneur, lui dit-il, la vertueuse Chalciope vient de recevoir mes vœux au pied des autels. J'ose vous prier d'approuver cette union. » Le roi témoigna d'abord quelque surprise, mais l'estime qu'il avait pour son frère lui inspira une réponse pleine de bienveillance. Il s'approcha aussitôt de Chalciope, qu'il embrassa tendrement, combla ensuite Lycurgus de prévenance et parut très satisfait.
He called my attention to this, and then said somewhat timidly that he would rather have married Ellen than Chalciope. I saw he was hardening, and made no hesitation about proposing that in another day or two we should proceed upon our journey. I will not weary the reader by taking him with us over beaten ground. We stopped at Siena, Cortona, Orvieto, Perugia, and many other cities, and then after a fortnight passed between Rome and Naples, went to the Venetian provinces and visited all those wondrous towns that lie between the southern slopes of the Alps and the northern ones of the Apennines, coming back at last by the St. Gothard. I doubt whether he had enjoyed the trip more than I did myself, but it was not till we were on the point of returning that Ernest had recovered strength enough to be called fairly well, and it was not for many months that he so completely lost all sense of the wounds which the last 4 years had inflicted on him, as to feel as though there were a scar, and a scar only, remaining. They say that when people have lost an arm or a foot, they feel pains in it now and again for a long while after they have lost it. One pain which he had almost forgotten came upon him on his return to England. I mean the sting of his having been imprisoned. As long as he was only a small shopkeeper, his imprisonment mattered nothing. Nobody knew of it, and if they had known, they would not have cared. Now, however, though he was returning to his old position, he was returning to it disgraced, and the pain from which he had been saved in the first instance by surroundings so new that he had hardly recognized his own identity in the middle of them, came on him as from a wound inflicted yesterday. He thought of the high resolves which he had made in prison about using his disgrace as a vantage ground of strength rather than trying to make people forget it. That was all very well then, he thought to himself, when the grapes were beyond my reach, but now it is different. Besides, who but a prig would set himself high aims or make high resolves at all? Some of his old friends, on learning that he had got rid of his supposed wife, and was now comfortably off again, wanted to renew their acquaintance. He was grateful to them, and sometimes tried to meet their advances half-way, but it did not do, and ere long he shrank back into himself, pretending not to know them. An infernal demon of honesty haunted him which made him say to himself, "These men know a great deal, but do not know all. If they did, they would cut me, and therefore I have no right to their acquaintance." He thought that everyone except himself was sans peur et sans reproche. Of course they must be, for if they had not been, would they not have been bound to warn all who had anything to do with them of their deficiencies? Well, he could not do this, and he would not have people's acquaintance under false pretenses, so he gave up even hankering after rehabilitation, and fell back upon his old tastes for music and literature. Of course he has long since found out how silly all this was. How silly I mean in theory, for in practice it worked better than it ought to have done, by keeping him free from liaisons which would have tied his tongue, and made him see success elsewhere than where he came in time to see it. He did what he did instinctively, and for no other reason than because it was most natural to him. So far as he thought at all, he thought wrong, but what he did was right. I said something of this kind to him once, not so very long ago, and told him he had always aimed high. "I never aimed at all," he replied, a little indignantly, "and you may be sure I should have aimed low enough if I had thought I had got the chance." I suppose, after all, that no one whose mind was not, to put it mildly, abnormal, ever yet aimed very high out of pure malice of forethought. I once saw a fly alight a cup of hot coffee on which the milk had formed a thin skin. He perceived his extreme danger, and I noted with what ample strides and almost superhuman effort he struck across the treacherous surface and made for the edge of the cup, for the ground was not solid enough to let him raise himself from it by his wings. As I watched him, I fancied that so supreme a moment of difficulty and danger might leave him with an increase of moral and physical power which might even descend in some measure to his offspring. But surely he would not have got the increased moral power if he could have helped it, and he will not knowingly alight upon another cup of hot coffee. The more I see, the more sure I am that it does not matter why people do the right thing, so long only as they do it, nor why they may have done the wrong thing, if they have done it. The result depends upon the thing done, and the motive goes for nothing. I have read somewhere, but cannot remember where, that in some country district there was once a great scarcity of food, during which the poor suffered acutely. Many indeed actually died of starvation, and all were hard put to it. In one village, however, there was a poor widow with a family of young children, who, though she had a small visible means of subsistence, still looked well fed and comfortable, as also did all her little ones. How, everyone asked, did they manage to live? It was plain they had a secret, and it was equally plain that it could be no good one. for there came a hurried, hunted look over the poor woman's face if any one alluded to the way in which she and hers throve when others starved. The family, moreover, were sometimes seen out at unusual hours of the night, and evidently brought things home, which could hardly have been honestly come by. They knew they were under suspicion, and, being hitherto of excellent name, it made them very unhappy, for it must be confessed that they believe what they did to be uncanny, if not absolutely wicked. Nevertheless, in spite of this they throve, and kept their strength when all their neighbours were pinched. At length matters came to a head, and the clergyman of the parish cross-questioned the poor woman so closely that with many tears and a bitter sense of degradation she confessed the truth. She and her children went into the hedges and gathered snails, which they made into broth and ate. Could she ever be forgiven? Was there any hope of salvation for her, either in this world or the next, after such unnatural conduct? So again I have heard of an old dowager countess whose money was all in consols. She had had many sons, and in her anxiety to give the younger ones a good start, wanted a larger income than consols would give her. She consulted her solicitor and was advised to sell her consols and invest in the London and North Western Railway, then about 85. This was to her what eating snails was to the poor widow whose story I have told above. With shame and grief, as of one doing an unclean thing, but her boys must have their start, she did as she was advised. Then for a long while she could not sleep at night, and was haunted by the presage of disaster. Yet what happened? She started her boys, and in a few years found her capital doubled into the bargain, on which she sold out and went back again to consols, and died in the full blessedness of fund-holding. She thought indeed that she was doing a wrong and dangerous thing, but this had absolutely nothing to do with it. Suppose she had invested in the full confidence of a recommendation by some eminent London banker whose advice was bad, and so had lost all her money, and suppose she had done this with a light heart and with no conviction of sin, would her innocence of evil purpose and the excellence of her motive have stood her in any stead? Not they. But to return to my story. Towneley gave my hero most trouble. Towneley, as I have said, knew that Ernest would have money soon, but Ernest did not of course know that he knew it. Towneley was rich himself, and was married now. Ernest would be rich soon, had bona fide intended to be married already, and would doubtless marry a lawful wife later on. Such a man was worth taking pains with, and when Towneley one day met Ernest in the street, and Ernest tried to avoid him, Towneley would not have it, but with his usual quick good nature read his thoughts, caught him, morally speaking, by the scruff of the neck, and turned him laughingly inside out, telling him he would have no such nonsense. Towneley was just as much Ernest's idol now as he had ever been, and Ernest, who was very easily touched, felt more gratefully and warmly than ever towards him. But there was an unconscious something which was stronger than Towneley, and made my hero determined to break with him more determinedly perhaps than with any other living person. He thanked him in a low, hurried voice, and pressed his hand, while tears came into his eyes in spite of all his efforts to repress them. "If we meet again," he said, "do not look at me, but if hereafter you hear of me writing things you do not like, think of me as charitably as you can." And so they parted. "Towneley is a good fellow," said I gravely, "and you should not have cut him." "Towneley," he answered, "is not only a good fellow, but he is without exception the very best man I ever saw in my life, except he paid me the compliment of saying, yourself. Towneley is my notion of everything which I should most like to be, but there is no real solidarity between us. I should be in perpetual fear of losing his good opinion if I said things he did not like, and I mean to say a great many things," he continued more merrily, "which Towneley will not like. A man, as I have said already, can give up father and mother for Christ's sake tolerably easily for the most part, but it is not so easy to give up people like Towneley." End of chapter 80. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 81 and 82 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 81. So he fell away from all old friends except myself and 3 or 4 old intimates of my own, who were as sure to take to him as he to them, and who, like myself, enjoyed getting hold of a fresh young mind. Ernest attended to the keeping of my account books whenever there was anything which could possibly be attended to, which there seldom was, and spent the greater part of the rest of his time in adding to the many notes and tentative essays which he had already accumulated in his portfolios. Any one who was used to writing could see at a glance that literature was his natural development, and I was pleased at seeing him settle down to it so spontaneously. I was less pleased, however, to observe that he would still occupy himself with none but the most serious, I had almost said solemn, subjects, just as he never cared about any but the most serious kind of music. I said to him one day that the very slender reward which God had attached to the pursuit of serious inquiry was a sufficient proof that he disapproved of it, or at any rate he did not set much store by it, nor wish to encourage it. He said, "Oh, don't talk about rewards. Look at Milton, who got only £5 for Paradise Lost." "And a great deal too much," I rejoined promptly. "I would have given him twice as much myself not to have written it at all." Ernest was a little shocked. "At any rate," he said laughingly, "I don't write poetry." This was a cut at me, for my burlesques were, of course, written in rhyme. So I dropped the matter. After a time he took it into his head to reopen the question of his getting £300 a year for doing, as he said, absolutely nothing, and said he would try to find some employment which should bring him in enough to live upon. I laughed at this, but let him alone. He tried and tried very hard for a long while, but I need hardly say he was unsuccessful. The older I grow, the more convinced I become of the folly and credulity of the public, but at the same time the harder do I see it is to impose oneself upon that folly and credulity. He tried editor after editor with article after article. Sometimes an editor listened to him and told him to leave his articles. He almost invariably, however, had them returned to him in the end with a polite note saying that they were not suited for the particular paper to which he had sent them. And yet many of these very articles appeared in his later works, and no one complained of them, not at least on the score of bad literary workmanship. "I see," he said to me one day, "that demand is very imperious, and supply must be very suppliant." Once, indeed, the editor of an important monthly magazine accepted an article from him, and he thought he had now got a footing in the literary world. The article was to appear in the next issue but one, and he was to receive proof from the printers in about 10 days or a fortnight. But week after week passed, and there was no proof. Month after month went by, and there was still no room for Ernest's article. At length, after about 6 months, the editor one morning told him that he had filled every number of his review for the next 10 months, but that his article should definitely appear. On this he insisted on having his manuscript returned to him. Sometimes his articles were actually published, and he found the editor had edited them according to his own fancy, putting in jokes which he thought were funny, or cutting out the very passage which Ernest had considered the point of the whole thing. And then, though the articles appeared, when it came to paying for them, it was another matter, and he never saw his money. "Editors," he said to me one day about this time, "are like the people who bought and sold in the book of Revelation. There is not one but has the mark of the beast upon him." At last, after months of disappointment and many a tedious hour wasted in dingy anterooms, and of all anterooms those of editors appear to me to be the dreariest, he got a bona fide offer of employment from one of the first-class weekly papers through an introduction I was able to get for him from one who had powerful influence with the paper in question. The editor sent him a dozen long books upon varied and difficult subjects, and told him to review them in a single article within a week. In one book there was an editorial note to the effect that the writer was to be condemned. Ernest particularly admired the book he was desired to condemn, and feeling how hopeless it was for him to do anything like justice to the books submitted to him, returned them to the editor. At last one paper did actually take a dozen or so of articles from him, and gave him cash down a couple of guineas apiece for them, but having done this, it expired within a fortnight after the last of Ernest's articles had appeared. It certainly looked very much as if the other editors knew their business in declining to have anything to do with my unlucky godson. I was not sorry that he failed with periodical literature, for writing for reviews or newspapers is bad training for anyone who may aspire to write works of a more permanent interest. A young writer should have more time for reflection than he can get as a contributor to the daily or even weekly press. Ernest himself, however, was chagrined at finding how unremarkable he was. "Why," he said to me, "if I was a well-bred horse, or sheep, or a pure-bred pigeon, or lop-eared rabbit, I should be more saleable. If I was even a cathedral in a colonial town, people would give me something, but as it is they do not want me." And now that he was well and rested, he wanted to set up shop again, but this, of course, I would not hear of. "What care I," he said to me one day, "about being what they call a gentleman?" And his manner was almost fierce. "What has being a gentleman ever done for me except make me less able to pray, and more easy to be preyed upon? It has changed the manner of my being swindled, that is all. But for your kindness to me, I should be penniless. Thank heaven I have placed my children where I have." I begged him to keep quiet a little longer and not talk about taking a shop. "Will being a gentleman," he said, "bring me money at the last, and will anything bring me as much peace at the last as money will? They say that those who have riches enter hardly into the kingdom of heaven. By Jove, they do. They are like Struldbrugs. They live and live and live, and are happy for many a long year after they would have entered into the kingdom of heaven if they had been poor. I want to live long and to raise my children, if I see that they would be happier for the raising. That is what I want, and it is not what I am doing now that will help me. Being a gentleman is a luxury which I cannot afford, therefore I do not want it. Let me go back to my shop again and do things for people which they want done and will pay me for doing for them. They know what they want and what is good for them better than I can tell them. It was hard to deny the soundness of this, and if he had been dependent only on the £300 a year which he was getting from me, I should have advised him to open his shop again next morning. As it was, I temporized and raised obstacles, and quieted him from time to time, as best I could. Of course he read Mr. Darwin's books as fast as they came out, and adopted evolution as an article of faith. "It seems to me," he said once, "that I am like one of those caterpillars which, if they had been interrupted in making their hammock, must begin again from the beginning. So long as I went back a long way down in the social scale, I got on all right, and should have made money but for Ellen. But when I try to take up the work at a higher stage, I fail completely." I do not know whether the analogy holds good or not, but I am sure Ernest's instinct was right in telling him that after a heavy fall he had better begin life again at a very low stage, and as I have just said, I would have let him go back to his shop if I had not known what I did. As the time fixed upon by his aunt drew nearer, I prepared him more and more for what was coming, and at last, on his 28th birthday, I was able to tell him all, and to show him the letter signed by his aunt upon her deathbed, to the effect that I was to hold the money in trust for him. His birthday happened that year, 1863, to be on a Sunday, but on the following day I transferred his shares into his own name, and presented him with the account books which he had been keeping for the last year and a half. In spite of all that I had done to prepare him, it was a long while before I could get him actually to believe that the money was his own. He did not say much, nor more did I, for I am not sure that I did not feel as much moved at having brought my long trusteeship to a satisfactory conclusion as Ernest did at finding himself owner of more than £70,000. When he did speak, it was to jerk out a sentence or two of reflection at a time. "If I were rendering this moment in music," he said, "I should allow myself free use of the augmented sixth." A little later I remember his saying with a laugh that had something of a family likeness to his aunt's, "It is not the pleasure it causes me which I enjoy so. It is the pain it will cause to all my friends except yourself and Towneley." I said, "You cannot tell your father and mother. It would drive them mad." "No, no, no," he said, "it would be too cruel. It would be like Isaac offering up Abraham, and no thicket with a ram in it near at hand. Besides, why should I? We have cut each other these 4 years. Chapter 82. It almost seemed as though our casual mention of Theobald and Christina had in some way excited them from a dormant to an active state. During the years that had elapsed since they had last appeared upon the scene, they had remained at Battersby, and had concentrated their affection upon their other children. It had been a bitter pill to Theobald to lose his power of plaguing his firstborn. If the truth were known, I believe he had felt this more acutely than any disgrace which might have been shed upon him by Ernest's imprisonment. He had made 1 or 2 attempts to reopen negotiations through me, but I never said anything about them to Ernest, for I knew it would upset him. I wrote, however, to Theobald that I had found his son inexorable, and recommended him for the present, at any rate, to desist from returning to the subject. This I thought would be at once what Ernest would like best, and Theobald least. A few days, however, after Ernest had come into his property, I received a letter from Theobald enclosing one for Ernest, which I could not withhold. The letter ran thus: "To my son Ernest, although you have more than once rejected my overtures, I appeal yet again to your better nature. Your mother, who has long been ailing, is, I believe, near her end. She is unable to keep anything on her stomach, and Dr. Martin holds out but little hopes of her recovery. She has expressed a wish to see you, and says she knows you will not refuse to come to her, which, considering her condition, I am unwilling to suppose you will. I remit you a post office order for your fare, and will pay your return journey. If you want clothes to come in, order what you consider suitable and desire that the bill be sent to me. I will pay it immediately, to an amount not exceeding £8 or £9, and if you will let me know what train you will come in by, I will send a carriage to meet you. Believe me, your affectionate father, T. Pontifex. Of course there could be no hesitation on Ernest's part. He could afford to smile now at his father's offering to pay for his clothes, and his sending him a post-office order for the exact price of a second-class ticket, and he was of course shocked at learning the state his mother was said to be in, and touched at her desire to see him. He telegraphed that he would come down at once. I saw him a little before he started, and was pleased to see how well his tailor had done by him. Towneley himself could not have been appointed more becomingly. His portmanteau, his railway wrapper, everything he had about him, was in keeping. I thought he had grown much better looking than he had been at 2 or 23. His year and a half of peace had effaced all the ill effects of his previous suffering, and now that he had become actually rich, there was an air of insouciance and good humour upon his face, as of a man with whom everything was going perfectly right, which would have made a much plainer man good-looking. I was proud of him and delighted with him. I am sure, I said to myself, that whatever else he may do, he will never marry again. The journey was a painful one. As he drew near to the station, and caught sight of each familiar feature, so strong was the force of association that he felt as though his coming into his aunt's money had been a dream, and he were again returning to his father's house as he had returned to it from Cambridge for the vacations. Do what he would, the old dull weight of homesickness began to oppress him. His heart beat fast as he thought of his approaching meeting with his father and mother. "And I shall have," he said to himself, "to kiss Charlotte." Would his father meet him at the station? Would he be greeted as though nothing had happened, or would he be cold and distant? How again would he take the news of his son's good fortune? As the train drew up to the platform, Ernest's eye ran hurriedly over the few people who were in the station. His father's well-known form was not among them, but on the other side of the palings which divided the station yard from the platform he saw the pony carriage, looking, as he thought, rather shabby, and recognized his father's coachman. In a few minutes he was in the carriage driving towards Battersby. He could not help smiling as he saw the coachman give a look of surprise at finding him so much changed in personal appearance. The coachman was the more surprised because when Ernest had last been home he had been dressed as a clergyman, and now he was not only a layman, but a layman who had got up regardless of expense. The change was so great that it was not till Ernest actually spoke to him that the coachman knew him. "How are my father and mother?" he asked hurriedly as he got into the carriage. "The master's well, sir," was the answer, "but the missus is very sadly." The horse knew that he was going home and pulled hard at the reins. The weather was cold and raw, the very ideal of a November day. In one part of the road the floods were out, and near here they had to pass through a number of horsemen and dogs, for the hounds had met that morning at a place near Battersby. Ernest saw several people whom he knew, but they either, as is most likely, did not recognize him, or did not know of his good luck. When Battersby church tower drew near, and he saw the rectory on top of the hill, its chimneys just showing above the leafless trees with which it was surrounded. He threw himself back in the carriage and covered his face with his hands. It came to an end, as even the worst quarters of an hour do, and in a few minutes more he was on the steps in front of his father's house. His father, hearing the carriage arrive, came a little way down the steps to meet him. Like the coachman, he saw at a glance that Ernest was appointed as though money were abundant with him, and that he was looking robust and full of health and vigour. This was not what he had bargained for. He wanted Ernest to return, but he was to return as any respectable, well-regulated prodigal ought to return. Abject, broken-hearted, asking forgiveness from the tenderest and most long-suffering father in the whole world. If he should have shoes and stockings and whole clothes at all, it should be only because absolute rags and tatters had been graciously dispensed with, whereas here he was swaggering in a grey ulster and a blue and white necktie, and looking better than Theobald had ever seen him in his life. It was unprincipled. Was it for this that he had been generous enough to offer to provide Ernest with decent clothes in which to come and visit his mother's deathbed? Could any advantage be meaner than the one which Ernest had taken? Well, he would not go to a penny beyond the £8 or £9 which he had promised. It was fortunate he had given a limit. Why, Theobald, had never been able to afford such a portmanteau in his life. He was still using an old one which his father had turned over to him when he went up to Cambridge. Besides, he had said clothes, not a portmanteau. Ernest saw what was passing through his father's mind, and felt that he ought to have prepared him in some way for what he now saw. But he had sent his telegram so immediately on receiving his father's letter, and had followed it so promptly, that it would not have been easy to do so even if he had thought of it. He put out his hand and said laughingly, "Oh, it's all paid for. I am afraid you do not know that Mr. Overton has handed over to me Aunt Alethea's money." Theobald flushed scarlet. "But why?" he said, and these were the first words that actually crossed his lips. "If the money was not his to keep, did he not hand it over to my brother John and me?" He stammered a good deal and looked sheepish, but he got the words out. "Because, my dear father," said Ernest, still laughing, "my aunt left it to him in trust for me, not in trust either for you or for my Uncle John, and it has accumulated till it is now over £70,000. But tell me, how is my mother?" "No, Ernest," said Theobald excitedly, "the matter cannot rest here. I must know that this is all open and above board." This had the true Theobald ring, and instantly brought the whole train of ideas which in Ernest's mind were connected with his father. The surroundings were the old familiar ones, but the surrounded were changed almost beyond power of recognition. He turned sharply on Theobald in a moment. I will not repeat the words he used, for they came out before he had time to consider them, and they might strike some of my readers as disrespectful. There were not many of them, but they were effectual. Theobald said nothing, but turned almost of an ashen colour. He never again spoke to his son in such a way as to make it necessary for him to repeat what he had said on this occasion. Ernest quickly recovered his temper, and again asked after his mother. Theobald was glad enough to take this opening now, and replied at once in the tone he would have assumed towards one he most particularly desired to conciliate, that she was getting rapidly worse in spite of all he had been able to do for her, and concluded by saying she had been the comfort and mainstay of his life for more than 30 years, but that he could not wish it prolonged. The pair then went up to Christina's room, the one in which Ernest had been born. His father went before him and prepared her for her son's approach. The poor woman raised herself in bed as he came towards her, and weeping as she flung her arms around him, cried, "Oh, I knew he would come, I knew he could come." Ernest broke down and wept as he had not done for years. "Oh, my boy," she said as soon as she could recover her voice. "Have you never really been near us for all these years? Ah, you do not know how we have loved you and mourned over you, Papa just as much as I have. You know he shows his feelings less, but I can never tell you how very, very deeply he has felt for you. Sometimes at night I have thought I have heard footsteps in the garden, and have got quietly out of bed lest I should wake him, and gone to the window to look out, but there has been only dark or the greyness of the morning, and I have gone crying back to bed again. Still I think you have been near us though you were too proud to let us know. And now at last I have you in my arms once more, my dearest, dearest boy." How cruel, how infamously unfeeling Ernest thought he had been. "Mother," he said, "forgive me. The fault was mine. I ought not to have been so hard. I was wrong, very wrong." The poor blubbering fellow meant what he said, and his heart yearned to his mother as he had never thought that it could yearn again. "But have you never," she continued, "come although it was in the dark and we did not know it? Oh, let me think that you have not been so cruel as we have thought you. Tell me that you came if only to comfort me and make me happier." Ernest was ready. "I had no money to come with, mother, till just lately." This was an excuse Christina could understand and make allowance for. "Oh, then you would have come, and I will take the will for the deed, and now that I have you safe again, say that you will never, never leave me, not till, oh, my boy, have they told you I am dying?" She wept bitterly and buried her head in her pillow. End of chapter 82. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 83 and 84 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 83. Joey and Charlotte were in the room. Joey was now ordained, and was curate to Theobald. He and Ernest had never been sympathetic, and Ernest saw at a glance that there was no chance of a rapprochement between them. He was a little startled at seeing Joey dressed as a clergyman, and looking so like what he had looked himself a few years earlier, for there was a good deal of family likeness between the pair. But Joey's face was cold, and it was illumined with no spark of bohemianism. He was a clergyman, and was going to do as other clergymen did, neither better nor worse. He greeted Ernest rather de haut en bas. That is to say, he began by trying to do so, but the affair tailed off unsatisfactorily. His sister presented her cheek to him to be kissed. How he hated it! He had been dreading it for the last 3 hours. She too was distant and reproachful in her manner, as such a superior person was sure to be. She had a grievance against him inasmuch as she was still unmarried. She laid the blame of this at Ernest's door. It was his misconduct, she maintained in secret, which had prevented young men from making offers to her, and she ran him up a heavy bill for consequential damages. She and Joey had from the first developed an instinct for hunting with the hounds, and now these two had fairly identified themselves with the older generation, that is to say, as against Ernest. On this head there was an offensive and defensive alliance between them. but between themselves there was subdued but internecine warfare. This at least was what Ernest gathered, partly from his recollections of the parties concerned, and partly from his observations of their little ways during the first half-hour after his arrival, while they were all together at his mother's bedroom, for as yet, of course, they did not know that he had money. He could see that they eyed him from time to time with a surprise not unmixed with indignation, and knew very well what they were thinking. Christina saw the change which had come over him, how much firmer and more vigorous both in mind and body he seemed than when she had last seen him. She saw, too, how well he was dressed, and, like the others, in spite of the return of all her affection for her firstborn, was a little alarmed about Theobald's pocket, which she supposed would have to be mulcted for all this magnificence. Perceiving this, Ernest relieved her mind and told her all about his aunt's bequest, and how I had husbanded it, in the presence of his brother and sister, who, however, pretended not to notice, or at any rate to notice as a matter in which they could hardly be expected to take an interest. His mother kicked a little at first against the money's having gone to him, as she said, over his papa's head. "Why, my dear," she said in a deprecating tone, "this is more than ever your papa has had." But Ernest calmed her by suggesting that if Miss Pontifex had known how large the sum would become, she would have left the greater part of it to Theobald. This compromise was accepted by Christina, who forthwith, ill as she was, entered with ardour into the new position, and taking it as a fresh point of departure, began spending Ernest's money for him. I may say in passing that Christina was right in saying that Theobald had never had so much money as his son was now possessed of. In the first place, he had not had a 14 years' minority, with no outgoings to prevent the accumulation of the money, and in the second, he, like myself and almost everyone else, had suffered somewhat in the 1846 times, not enough to cripple him or even seriously to hurt him, but enough to give him a scare and make him stick to debentures for the rest of his life. It was the fact of his son's being the richer man of the two, and of his being rich so young, which rankled with Theobald even more than the fact of his having money at all. If he had had to wait till he was 60 or 65, and become broken down from long failure in the meantime, why then he might have been allowed to have whatever sum should suffice to keep him out of the workhouse and pay his deathbed expenses. But that he should come into £70,000 at 28 and have no wife and only 2 children, it was intolerable. Christina was too ill and in too great a hurry to spend the money to care much about such details as the foregoing, and she was naturally much more good-natured than Theobald. This piece of good fortune, she saw it at a glance, quite wiped out the disgrace of his having been imprisoned. There should be no more nonsense about that. The whole thing was a mistake, an unfortunate mistake, true, but the less said about it now the better. Of course Ernest would come back and live at Battersby until he was married, and he would pay his father handsomely for board and lodging. In fact, it would be only right that Theobald should make a profit, nor would Ernest himself wish it to be other than a handsome one. This was far the best and simplest arrangement, and he could take his sister out more than Theobald or Joey cared to do, and would also doubtless entertain very handsomely at Battersby. Of course he would buy Joey a living, and make large presents yearly to his sister. Was there anything else? Oh, yes, he would become a county magnate now. A man with nearly £4,000 a year should certainly become a county magnate. He might even go into Parliament. He had very fair abilities, nothing indeed approaching such genius as Dr. Skinner's, nor even as Theobald's. Still, he was not deficient, and if he got into Parliament, so young too, there was nothing to hinder his being Prime Minister before he died, and if so, of course, he would become a peer. Oh, why did he not set about it all at once, so that she might live to hear people call her son my lord? Lord Battersby she thought would do very nicely, and if she was well enough to sit, he must certainly have her portrait painted at full length for one end of his large dining hall. It should be exhibited at the Royal Academy. Portrait of Lord Battersby's mother, she said to herself, and her heart fluttered with all its wonted vivacity. If she could not sit, happily she had been photographed not so very long ago, and the portrait had been as successful as any photograph could be of a face which depended so entirely upon its expression as her own. Perhaps the painter could take the portrait sufficiently from this. It was better after all that Ernest had given up the church. How far more wisely God arranges matters for us than ever we could do for ourselves. She saw it all now. It was Joey who would become the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Ernest would remain a layman and become Prime Minister, and so on, till her daughter told her it was time to take her medicine. I suppose this reverie, which is a mere fragment of what actually ran through Christina's brain, occupied about a minute and a half, but it, or the presence of her son, seemed to revive her spirits wonderfully. Ill, dying indeed, and suffering as she was, she brightened up so as to laugh once or twice quite merrily during the course of the afternoon. Next day Dr. Martin said she was so much better that he almost began to have hopes of her recovery again. Theobald, whenever this was touched upon as possible, would shake his head and say, "We can't wish it prolonged." And then Charlotte caught Ernest unawares and said, "You know, dear Ernest, that these ups and downs of talk are terribly agitating to Papa. He could stand whatever comes, but it is quite too wearing to him to think half a dozen different things backwards and forwards, up and down in the same 24 hours, and it would be kinder of you not to do it. I mean, not to say anything to him, even though Dr. Martin does hold out hopes." Charlotte had meant to imply that it was Ernest who was at the bottom of all the inconvenience felt by Theobald, herself, Joey, and everyone else, and she had actually got words out which should convey this. True, she had not dared to stick to them, and had turned them off, but she had made them hers at any rate for one brief moment, and this was better than nothing. Ernest noticed throughout his mother's illness that Charlotte found immediate occasion to make herself disagreeable to him whenever either doctor or nurse pronounced her mother to be a little better. When she wrote to Crampsford to desire the prayers of the congregation, she was sure her mother would wish it, and that the Crampsford people would be pleased at her remembrance of them. She was sending another letter on some quite different subject at the same time, and put the two letters into the wrong envelopes. Ernest was asked to take these letters to the village post office, and imprudently did so. When the error came to be discovered, Christina happened to have rallied a little. Charlotte flew at Ernest immediately and laid all the blame of the blunder upon his shoulders. Except that Joey and Charlotte were more fully developed, the house and its inmates, organic and inorganic, were little changed since Ernest had last seen them. The furniture and the ornaments on the chimney-piece were just as they had ever been since he could remember anything at all. In the drawing-room, on either side of the fireplace, there hung the Carlo Dolce and the Sassoferrato, as in old times. There was the water-colour of a scene on the Lago Maggiore, copied by Charlotte from an original lent her by her drawing-master, and finished under his direction. This was the picture of which one of the servants had said that it must be good, for Mr. Pontifex had given 10 shillings for the frame. The paper on the walls was unchanged, the roses were still waiting for the bees, and the whole family still prayed night and morning to be made truly honest and conscientious. One picture only was removed. a photograph of himself which had hung under one of his father and between those of his brother and sister. Ernest noticed this at prayer time while his father was reading about Noah's Ark and how they daubed it with slime, which, as it happened, had been Ernest's favorite text when he was a boy. Next morning, however, the photograph had found its way back again, a little dusty and with a bit of the gilding chipped off from one corner of the frame, but there, sure enough, it was. I suppose they had put it back when they found out how rich he had become. In the dining room the ravens were still trying to feed Elijah over the fireplace. What a crowd of reminiscences did not this picture bring back! Looking out of the window, there were the flower beds in the front garden exactly as they had been, and Ernest found himself looking hard against the blue door at the bottom of the garden to see if there was rain falling, as he had been used to look when he was a child doing lessons with his father. After their early dinner, when Joey and Ernest and their father were left alone, Theobald rose and stood in the middle of the hearth-rug under the Elijah picture and began to whistle in his old absent way. He had 2 tunes only. One was "In My Cottage Near a Wood," and the other was the Easter hymn. He had been trying to whistle them all his life, but had never succeeded. He whistled them as a clever bullfinch might whistle them. He had got them, but he had not got them right. He would be a semitone out in every third note, as though reverting to some remote musical progenitor, who had known none but the Lindian or the Phrygian mode, or whatever would enable him to go most wrong while still keeping the tune near enough to be recognized. Theobald stood before the middle of the fire and whistled his tunes softly in his own old way till Ernest left the room. The unchangedness of the external and the changedness of the internal he felt were likely to throw him completely off his balance. He strolled out of doors into the sodden spinney behind the house and solaced himself with a pipe. Ere long he found himself at the door of the cottage of his father's coachman, who had married an old lady's maid of his mother's, to whom Ernest had been always much attached, as she also to him, for she had known him ever since he had been 5 or 6 years old. Her name was Susan. He sat down in the rocking-chair before her fire, and Susan went on ironing at the table in front of the window, and a smell of hot flannel pervaded the kitchen. Susan had been retained too securely by Christina to be likely to side with Ernest all in a moment. He knew this very well, and did not call on her for the sake of support, moral or otherwise. He had called because he liked her, and also because he knew that he should gather much in a chat with her that he should not be able to arrive at in any other way. "Oh, Master Ernest," said Susan, "why did you not come back when your poor papa and mamma wanted you? I'm sure your ma has said to me 100 times over, if she has said it once, that all should be exactly as it had been before." Ernest smiled to himself. It was no use explaining to Susan why he smiled, so he said nothing. "For the first day or 2 I thought she never would get over it. She said it was a judgment upon her, and went on about things as she had said and done many years ago, before your pa knew her, and I don't know what she didn't say or wouldn't have said, only I stopped her. She seemed out of her mind like, and said that none of the neighbours would ever speak to her again. But the next day Mrs. Bushby, her that was Miss Cowie, you know, called, and your ma always was so fond of her, and it seemed to do her a power o' good, for the next day she went through all her dresses, and we settled how she should have them altered, and then all the neighbours called for miles and miles round, and your ma came in here and said she had been going through the waters of misery, and the Lord had turned them to a well. 'Oh yes, Susan,' said she, 'be sure it is so. Whom the Lord loveth he chasteneth, Susan,' and here she began to cry. 'As for him,' she went on, He has made his bed, and he must lie on it. When he comes out of prison his pa will know what is best to be done, and Master Ernest may be thankful that he has a pa so good and so long-suffering. Then when you would not see them, that was a cruel blow to your ma. Your pa did not say anything. You know your pa never does say very much unless he's downright waxy for the time. But your ma took on a dreadful for a few days, and I never saw the master look so black. But bless you, it all went off in a few days, and I don't know that there's been much difference in either of them since then, not till your ma was took ill. On the night of his arrival he had behaved well at family prayers, and also on the following morning. His father read about David's dying injunctions to Solomon in the matter of Shimei, but he did not mind it. In the course of the day, however, his corns had been trodden on so many times that he was in a misbehaving humour, on this the second night after his arrival. He knelt next Charlotte and said the responses perfunctorily, not so perfunctorily that she should know for certain that he was doing it maliciously, but so perfunctorily as to make her uncertain whether he might be malicious or not. And when he had to pray to be made truly honest and conscientious, he emphasized the truly. I do not know whether Charlotte noticed anything, but she knelt at some distance from him during the rest of his stay. He assures me that this was the only spiteful thing he did during the whole time he was at Battersby. When he went up to his bedroom, in which, to do them justice, they had given him a fire, he noticed what indeed he had noticed as soon as he was shown into it on his arrival, that there was an illuminated card framed and glazed over his bed with the words, "Be the day weary or be the day long, at last it ringeth to an even song." He wondered to himself how such people could leave such a card in a room in which their visitors would have to spend the last hours of their evening, but he let it alone. There's not enough difference between weary and long to warrant an "or," he said, but I suppose it is all right. I believe Christina had bought the card at a bazaar in aid of the restoration of a neighbouring church, and having been bought, it had got to be used. Besides, the sentiment was so touching and the illumination was really lovely. Anyhow, no irony could be more complete than leaving it in my hero's bedroom, though assuredly no irony had been intended. On the third day after Ernest's arrival, Christina relapsed again. For the last 2 days she had been in no pain and had slept a good deal. Her son's presence still seemed to cheer her, and she often said how thankful she was to be surrounded on her deathbed by a family so happy, so God-fearing, so united. But now she began to wander, and being more sensible of the approach of death, seemed also more alarmed at the thoughts of the day of judgment. She ventured more than once or twice to return to the subject of her sins, and implored Theobald to make quite sure that they were forgiven her. She hinted that she considered his professional reputation was at stake. It would never do for his own wife to fail in securing at any rate a pass. This was touching Theobald on a tender spot. He winced and rejoined with an impatient toss of the head, "But Christina, they are forgiven you," and then he entrenched himself in a firm but dignified manner behind the Lord's Prayer. When he rose he left the room, but called Ernest out to say that he could not wish it prolonged. Joey was no more use in quieting his mother's anxiety than Theobald had been. Indeed, he was only Theobald and water. At last Ernest, who had not liked interfering, took the matter in hand, and sitting beside her, let her pour out her grief to him without let or hindrance. She said she knew she had not given up all for Christ's sake. It was this that weighed upon her. She had given up much, and had always tried to give up more year by year. Still she knew very well that she had not been so spiritually minded as she ought to have been. If she had, she should probably have been favoured with some direct vision or communication, whereas even though God had vouchsafed such direct and visible angelic visits to one of her dear children, yet she had had none such herself, nor even had Theobald. She was talking rather to herself than to Ernest as she said these words, but they made him open his ears. He wanted to know whether the angel had appeared to Joey or to Charlotte. He asked his mother, but she seemed surprised, as though she expected him to know all about it. Then, as if she remembered, she checked herself and said, "Ah, yes, you know nothing of all this, and perhaps it is as well." Ernest could not, of course, press the subject, so he never found out which of his near relations it was who had had direct communication with an immortal. The others never said anything to him about it, though whether this was because they were ashamed or because they feared he would not believe the story and thus increase his own damnation, he could not determine. Ernest has often thought about this since. He tried to get the facts out of Susan, who he was sure would know, but Charlotte had been beforehand with him. "No, Master Ernest," said Susan when he began to question her, "your ma has sent a message to me by Miss Charlotte as I am not to say nothing at all about it, and I never will." Of course no further questioning was possible. It had more than once occurred to Ernest that Charlotte did not in reality believe more than he did himself, and this incident went far to strengthen his surmises, but he wavered when he remembered how she had misdirected the letter asking for the prayers of the congregation. "I suppose," he said to himself gloomily, "she does believe in it after all." Then Christina returned to the subject of her own want of spiritual mindedness. She even harped on the old grievance of her having eaten black puddings. True, she had given them up years ago, but for how many years had she not persevered in eating them after she had had misgivings about their having been forbidden? Then there was something that weighed on her mind that had taken place before her marriage, and she should like— Ernest interrupted. "My dear mother," he said, "you are ill, and your mind is unstrung. Others can now judge better about you than you can. I assure you that to me you seem to have been the most devotedly unselfish wife and mother that ever lived. Even if you have not literally given up all for Christ's sake, you have done so practically as far as it was in your power, and more than this is not required of anyone. I believe you will not only be a saint, but a very distinguished one." At these words Christina brightened. "You give me hope, you give me hope," she cried, and dried her eyes. She made him assure her over and over again that this was his solemn conviction. She did not care about being a distinguished saint now. She would be quite content to be among the meanest who actually got into heaven, provided she could make sure of escaping that awful hell. The fear of this evidently was omnipresent with her, and in spite of all Ernest could say, he did not quite dispel it. She was rather ungrateful, I must confess, for after more than an hour's consolation from Ernest, she prayed for him that he might have the blessing in this world, inasmuch as she always feared that he was the only one of her children whom she should never meet in heaven. But she was then wandering, and was hardly aware of his presence. Her mind, in fact, was reverting to states in which it had been before her illness. On Sunday Ernest went to church as a matter of course, and noted that the ever-receding tide of evangelicalism had ebbed many a stage lower, even during the few years of his absence. His father used to walk to the church through the rectory garden and across a small intervening field. He had been used to walk in a tall hat, his master's gown, and wearing a pair of Geneva bands. Ernest noticed that the bands were no longer, and lo, greater marvel still, Theobald did not preach in his master's gown, but in a surplice. The whole character of the service was changed. You could not say it was high even now, For High Church Theobald could never under any circumstances become. But the old easy-going slovenliness, if I may say so, was gone for ever. The orchestral accompaniments to the hymns had disappeared while my hero was yet a boy, but there had been no chanting for some years after the harmonium had been introduced. While Ernest was at Cambridge, Charlotte and Christina had prevailed on Theobald to allow the canticles to be sung, and sung they were to old-fashioned double chants by Lord Mornington and Dr. Dupuis and others. Theobald did not like it, but he did it, or allowed it to be done. Then Christina said, "My dear, do you know, I really think—" Christina always really thought that the people like the chanting very much, and that it will be a means of bringing many to church who have stayed away hitherto. I was talking about it to Mrs. Goodhue and to old Miss Wright only yesterday, and they quite agreed with me, but they all said that we ought to chant the Glory be to the Father at the end of each of the Psalms instead of saying it." Theobald looked black. He felt the waters of chanting rising higher and higher upon him inch by inch, but he felt also, he knew not why, that he had better yield than fight. So he ordered Glory be to the Father to be chanted in future, but he did not like it. "Really, mamma dear," said Charlotte, when the battle was won, "you should not call it Glory be to the Father. You should say Gloria." "Of course, my dear," said Christina, and she said Gloria forever after. Then she thought what a wonderfully clever girl Charlotte was, and how she ought to marry no one lower than a bishop. By and by, when Theobald went away for an unusually long holiday one summer, he could find no one but a rather high church clergyman to take his duty. This gentleman was a man of weight in the neighbourhood, having considerable private means, but without preferment. In the summer he would often help his brother clergymen, and it was through his being willing to take the duty at Battersby for a few Sundays that Theobald had been able to get away for so long. On his return, however, he found that the whole Psalms were being chanted, as well as the Glorias. The influential clergyman, Christina, and Charlotte took the bull by the horns as soon as Theobald returned, and laughed it all off, and the clergyman laughed and bounced, and Christina laughed and coaxed, and Charlotte uttered unexceptionable sentiments, and the thing was done now, and could not be undone, and it was no use grieving over spilt milk. So henceforth the Psalms were to be chanted, but Theobald gristled over it in his heart, and he did not like it. During this same absence, what had Mrs. Goodhue and old Miss Wright taken to doing but turning towards the east while repeating the belief? Theobald disliked this even worse than chanting. When he said something about it in a timid way at dinner after service, Charlotte said, "Really, dear papa, you must take to calling it the creed and not the belief," and Theobald winced impatiently and snorted meek defiance, but the spirit of her aunts Jane and Eliza was strong in Charlotte, and the thing was too small to fight about, and he turned it off with a laugh. As for Charlotte, thought Christina, I believe she knows everything. So Mrs. Goodhue and old Miss Wright continued to turn to the east during the time the creed was said, and by others followed their example, and ere long the few who had stood out yielded and turned eastward too. And then Theobald made as though he had thought it all very right and proper from the first, but like it he did not. By and by Charlotte tried to make him say Alleluia instead of Hallelujah, but this was going too far, and Theobald turned, and she got frightened and ran away. And they changed the double chants for single ones, and altered them psalm by psalm, and in the middle of the psalms, just where a cursory reader would see no reason why they should do so, they changed from major to minor, and from minor back to major, and then they got hymns ancient and modern, and as I have said, They robbed him of his beloved bands, and they made him preach in a surplice, and he must have celebration of the Holy Communion once a month, instead of only 5 times in the year as heretofore, and he struggled in vain against the unseen influence which he felt to be working in season and out of season against all that he had been accustomed to consider most distinctive of his party. Where it was, or what it was, he knew not, nor exactly what it would do next, but he knew exceedingly well that go where he would it was undermining him, that it was too persistent for him, that Christina and Charlotte liked it a great deal better than he did, and that it could end in nothing but Rome. Easter decorations indeed, Christmas decorations in reason were proper enough, but Easter decorations, well, it might last his time. This was the course things had taken in the Church of England during the last 40 years. The set had been steadily in one direction. A few men who knew what they wanted made cat's paws of the Christmas and the Charlottes, and the Christmas and the Charlottes made cat's paws of the Mrs. Goodhues and the old Miss Wrights, and Mrs. Goodhues and old Miss Wrights told the Mr. Goodhues and the young Miss Wrights what they should do, and when the Mr. Goodhues and the young Miss Wrights did it, the little Goodhues and the rest of the spiritual flock did as they did, and the Theobalds went for nothing. Step by step, day by day, year by year, parish by parish, diocese by diocese, this was how it was done. And yet the Church of England looks with no friendly eyes upon the theory of evolution or descent with modification. My hero thought over these things, and remembered many a ruse on the part of Christina and Charlotte, and many a detail of the struggles which I cannot further interrupt my story to refer to, and he remembered his father's favourite retort that it could only end in Rome. When he was a boy he had firmly believed this, but he smiled now as he thought of another alternative clear enough to himself, but so horrible that it had not even occurred to Theobald. I mean the toppling over of the whole system. At that time he welcomed the hope that the absurdities and unrealities of the Church would end in her downfall. Since then he has come to think very differently, not as believing in the cow jumping over the moon more than he used to, or more probably that 9/10 of the clergy themselves, who know as well as he does that their outward and visible symbols are out of date, but because he knows the baffling complexity of the problem when it comes to deciding what is actually to be done. Also, now that he has seen them more closely, he knows better the nature of those wolves in sheep's clothing, who are thirsting for the blood of their victim and exulting so clamorously over its anticipated early fall into their clutches. The spirit behind the Church is true, though her letter, true once, is now true no longer. The spirits behind the high priest of science is as lying as its letter. The Theobalds who do what they do because it seems to be the correct thing, but who in their hearts neither like it nor believe in it, are in reality the least dangerous of all classes to the peace and liberties of mankind. The man to fear is he who goes at things with the cocksureness of pushing vulgarity and self-conceit. These are not vices which can be justly laid to the charge of the English clergy. Many of the farmers came up to Ernest when service was over, and shook hands with him. He found everyone knew of his having come into a fortune. The fact was that Theobald had immediately told 2 or 3 of the greatest gossips in the village, and the story was not long in spreading. It simplified matters, he said to himself, a good deal. Ernest was civil to Mrs. Goodhue for her husband's sake, but he gave Miss Wright the cut direct, for he knew that she was only Charlotte in disguise. A week passed slowly away. 2 or 3 times the family took the sacrament together round Christina's deathbed. Theobald's impatience became more and more transparent daily, but fortunately Christina, who even if she had been well would have been ready to shut her eyes to it, became weaker and less coherent in mind also, so that she hardly, if at all, perceived it. After Ernest had been in the house about a week, his mother fell into a comatose state which lasted a couple of days, and in the end went away so peacefully that it was like the blending of sea and sky in mid-ocean upon a soft hazy day, when none can say where the earth ends and the heavens begin. Indeed, she died to the realities of life with less pain than she had waked from many of its illusions. "She has been the comfort and mainstay of my life for more than 30 years," said Theobald as soon as it was all over, "but one could not wish it prolonged," and he buried his face in his handkerchief to conceal his want of emotion. Ernest came back to town a day after his mother's death and returned to the funeral accompanied by myself. He wanted me to see his father in order to prevent any possible misapprehension about Miss Pontifex's intentions, and I was such an old friend of the family that my presence at Christina's funeral would surprise no one. With all her faults I had always rather liked Christina. She would have chopped Ernest or any one else into little pieces of mincemeat to gratify the slightest wish of her husband, but she would not have chopped him up for any one else, and so long as he did not cross her she was very fond of him. By nature she was of an even temper, more willing to be pleased than ruffled, very ready to do a good-natured action, provided it did not cost her much exertion nor involve expense to Theobald. Her own little purse did not matter. Anyone might have as much of that as he or she could get after she had reserved what was absolutely necessary for her dress. I could not hear of her end as Ernest described it to me without feeling very compassionate towards her. Indeed, her own son could hardly have felt more so. I at once therefore consented to go down to the funeral. Perhaps I was also influenced by a desire to see Charlotte and Joey, in whom I felt interested on hearing what my godson had told me. I found Theobald looking remarkably well. Everyone said he was bearing it so beautifully. He did indeed once or twice shake his head and say that his wife had been the comfort and mainstay of his life for over 30 years, but there the matter ended. I stayed over the next day, which was Sunday, and took my departure on the following morning, after having told Theobald all that his son wished me to tell him. Theobald asked me to help him with Christina's epitaph. "I would say," he said, "as little as possible. Eulogies of the departed are in most cases both unnecessary and untrue. Christina's epitaph shall contain nothing which shall be either the one or the other. I should give her name, the dates of her birth and death, and of course say she was my wife, and then I think I would wind up with a simple text, her favourite one for example. None indeed could be more appropriate. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." I said I thought this would be very nice, and it was settled. So Ernest was sent to give the order to Mr. Prosser, the stonemason in the nearest town, who said it came from the Beatitudes. Chapter 84. On our way to town Ernest broached his plans for spending the next year or two. I wanted him to try and get more into society again, but he brushed this aside at once as the very last thing he had a fancy for. For society indeed of all sorts, except of course that of a few intimate friends, he had had an unconquerable aversion. "I always did hate those people," he said, "and they always have hated and always will hate me. I am an Ishmael by instinct as much as by accident of circumstances, but if I keep out of society I shall be less vulnerable than Ishmaels generally are. The moment a man goes into society he becomes vulnerable all round." I was very sorry to hear him talk in this way, for whatever strength a man may have he should surely be able to make more of it if he act in concert than alone. I said this. "I don't care," he answered, "whether I make the most of my strength or not. I don't know whether I have any strength, but if I have, I dare say it will find some way of exerting itself. I will live as I like living, not as other people would like me to live. Thanks to my aunt and you, I can afford the luxury of a quiet, unobtrusive life of self-indulgence," said he, laughing, "and I mean to have it. You know I like writing," he added after a pause of some minutes. "I have been a scribbler for years. If I am to come to the fore at all, it must be by writing." I had already long since come to that conclusion myself. "Well," he continued, "there are a lot of things that want saying which no one dares to say, a lot of shams which want attacking, and yet no one attacks them. It seems to me that I can say things which not another man in England except myself will venture to say, and yet which are crying to be said." I said, "But who will listen? If you say things which nobody else would dare to say, is not this much the same as saying what everyone else except yourself knows to be better left unsaid just now?" "Perhaps," he said, "but I don't know it. I am bursting with these things, and it is my fate to say them." I knew there would be no stopping him, so I gave in, and asked what question he felt special desire to burn his fingers with in the first instance. "Marriage," he rejoined promptly, "and the power of disposing of his property after a man is dead. The question of Christianity is virtually settled, or if not settled, there is no lack of those engaged in settling it. The question of the day now is marriage and the family system." "That," I said dryly, "is a hornet's nest indeed." "Yes," he said no less dryly, "but hornets' nests are exactly what I happen to like. Before, however, I begin to stir up this particular one, I propose to travel for a few years, with the especial object of finding out what nations now existing are the best, comeliest, and most lovable, and also what nations have been so in times past. I want to find out how these people live and have lived, and what their customs are. I have very vague notions upon the subject as yet, but the general impression I have formed is that, putting ourselves on one side, the most vigorous and amiable of known nations are the modern Italians, the old Greeks and Romans, and the South Sea Islanders. I believe that these nice peoples have not, as a general rule, been purists, but I want to see those of them who can yet be seen. They are the practical authorities on the question, what is best for man, and I should like to see them and find out what they do. Let us settle the fact first and fight about the moral tendencies afterwards." "In fact," I said laughingly, "you mean to have high old times." "Neither higher nor lower," was the answer, "than those people whom I can find to have been the best in all ages. But let us change the subject." He put his hand into his pocket and brought out a letter. "My father," he said, "gave me this letter this morning with the seal already broken." He passed it over to me, and I found it to be the one which Christina had written before the birth of her last child, and which I have given in an earlier chapter. "And you do not find this letter," said I, "affect the conclusion which you have just told me you have come to concerning your present plans?" He smiled and answered, "No, but if you do what you have sometimes talked about, and turn the adventures of my unworthy self into a novel, mind you print this letter." "Why so?" said I, feeling as though such a letter as this should have been held sacred from the public gaze. "Because my mother would have wished it published. If she had known you were writing about me, and had this letter in your possession, she would above all things have desired that you should publish it. Therefore, publish it if you write at all." This is why I have done so." Within a month Ernest carried his intention into effect, and having made all the arrangements necessary for his children's welfare, left England before Christmas. I heard from him now and again, and learnt that he was visiting almost all parts of the world, but only staying in those places where he found the inhabitants unusually good-looking and agreeable. He said he had filled an immense quantity of notebooks, and I have no doubt he had. At last, in the spring of 1867, he returned, his luggage stained with the variation of each hotel advertisement twixt here and Japan. He looked very brown and strong, and so well favoured that it almost seemed as if he must have caught some good looks from the people among whom he had been living. He came back to his old rooms in the Temple, and settled down as easily as if he had never been away a day. One of the first things we did was to go and see the children. We took the train to Gravesend, and walked thence for a few miles across the river till we came to the solitary house where the good people lived with whom Ernest had placed them. It was a lovely April morning, but with a fresh air blowing from off the sea. The tide was high, and the river was alive with shipping coming up with wind and tide. Seagulls wheeled around us overhead. Seaweed clung everywhere to the banks which the advancing tide had not yet covered. Everything was of the sea, and the fine bracing air which blew over the water made me feel more hungry than I had done for many a day. I did not see how children could live in a better physical atmosphere than this, and applauded the selection which Ernest had made on behalf of his youngsters. While we were still a quarter of a mile off we heard shouts and children's laughter, and could see a lot of boys and girls romping together and running after one another. We could not distinguish our own two, but when we got near they were soon made out, for the other children were blue-eyed, flaxen-pated little folks, whereas ours were dark and straight-haired. We had written to say that we were coming, but had desired that nothing should be said to the children, so these paid no more attention to us than they would have done to any other stranger who happened to visit a spot so unfrequented except by seafaring folk, which we plainly were not. The interest, however, in us was much quickened when it was discovered that we had got our pockets full of oranges and sweeties, to an extent greater than it had entered into their small imaginations to conceive as possible. At first we had great difficulty in making them come near us. They were like a lot of young wild colts, very inquisitive, but very coy and not to be cajoled easily. The children were 9 in all, 5 boys and 2 girls belonging to Mr. and Mrs. Rawlings, and 2 to Ernest. I never saw a finer lot of children than the young Rawlings. The boys were hearty, robust, fearless little fellows, with eyes as clear as hawks. The elder girl was exquisitely pretty, but the younger one was a mere baby. I felt as I looked at them that if I had had children of my own I could have wished no better home for them, nor better companions. Georgie and Alice, Ernest's 2 children, were evidently quite as one family with the others, and called Mr. and Mrs. Rawlings uncle and aunt. They had been so young when they were first brought to the house that they had been looked upon in the light of new babies who had been born into the family. They knew nothing about Mr. and Mrs. Rawlings being paid so much a week to look after them. Ernest asked them all what they wanted to be. They had only one idea. One and all, Georgie among the rest, wanted to be bargemen. Young ducks could hardly have a more evident hankering after the water. "And what do you want, Alice?" said Ernest. "Oh," she said, "I'm going to marry Jack here, and be a bargeman's wife." Jack was the eldest boy, now nearly 12, a sturdy little fellow, the image of what Mr. Rawlings must have been at his age. As we looked at him, so straight and well grown and well done all around, I could see it was in Ernest's mind as much as in mine that she could hardly do much better. "Come here, Jack, my boy," said Ernest. "Here's a shilling for you." The boy blushed, and could hardly be got to come in spite of our previous blandishments. He had had pennies given him before, but shillings never. His father caught him good-naturedly by the ear and lugged him to us. "He is a good boy, Jack is," said Ernest to Mr. Rollings. "I am sure of that." "Yes," said Mr. Rollings, "he is a very good boy, only that I can't get him to learn his reading and writing. He don't like going to school. That's the only complaint I have against him. I don't know what's the matter with all my children, and yours, Mr. Pontifex, is just as bad, but they none of 'em likes book learning, though they learn anything else fast enough. Why, as for Jack here, he's almost as good a bargeman as I am," and he looked fondly and patronizingly towards his offspring. "I think," said Ernest to Mr. Rollings, "if he wants to marry Alice when he gets older, he had better do so, and he shall have as many barges as he likes. In the meantime, Mr. Rollings, say in what way money can be of use to you, and whatever you can make useful is at your disposal." I need hardly say that Ernest made matters easy for this good couple. One stipulation, however, he insisted on, namely, there was to be no more smuggling, and that the young people were to be kept out of this, for a little bird had told Ernest that smuggling in a quiet way was one of the resources of the Rollings family. Mr. Rollings was not sorry to assent to this, and I believe it is now many years since the coastguard people have suspected any of the Rollings family as offenders against the revenue law. "Why should I take them from where they are," said Ernest to me in the train as we went home, "to send them to schools where they will not be one half so happy, and where their illegitimacy will very likely be a worry to them? Georgie wants to be a bargeman. Let him begin as one, the sooner the better. He may as well begin with this as with anything else. Then if he shows developments I can be on the lookout to encourage them and make things easy for him, while if he shows no desire to go ahead, what on earth is the good of trying to shove him forward?" Ernest, I believe, went on with a homily upon education generally, and upon the way in which young people should go through the embryonic stages with their money as much as with their limbs, beginning life in a much lower social position than in which their parents were, and a lot more which has since been published. But I was getting on in years, and the walk and the bracing air had made me sleepy, so ere we had got past Greenhithe station on our return journey, and I had sunk into a refreshing sleep. End of chapter 84. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 85 and 86 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 85. Ernest, being about 32 years old, and having had his fling for the last 3 or 4 years, now settled down in London, and began to write steadily. Up to this time he had given abundant promise, but had produced nothing, nor indeed did he come before the public for another 3 or 4 years yet. He lived, as I have said, very quietly, seeing hardly anyone but myself and the 3 or 4 old friends with whom I had been intimate for years. Ernest and we formed our little set, and outside of this my godson was hardly known at all. His main expense was travelling, which he indulged in at frequent intervals, but for short times only. Do what he would, he could not get through more than about 1,500 a year. The rest of his income he gave away if he happened to find a case where he thought money would be well bestowed, or put by until some opportunity arose of getting rid of it with advantage. I knew he was writing, but we had had so many little differences of opinion upon this head that by tacit understanding the subject was seldom referred to between us, and I did not know that he was actually publishing till one day he brought me a book and told me flat it was his own. I opened it and found it to be a series of semi-theological, semi-social essays purporting to have been written by 6 or 7 different people, and viewing the same class of subjects from different standpoints. People had not yet forgotten the famous Essays and Reviews, and Ernest had wickedly given a few touches to at least 2 of the essays which suggested vaguely that they had been written by a bishop. The essays were, all of them, in support of the Church of England, and appeared both by internal suggestion and their prima facie purport to be the work of some half-dozen men of experience and high position who had determined to face the difficult questions of the day no less boldly from within the bosom of the Church than the Church's enemies had faced them from without her pale. There was an essay on the external evidences of the resurrection, another on the marriage laws of the most eminent nations of the world in times past and present. Another was devoted to a consideration of the many questions which must be reopened and reconsidered on their merits if the teaching of the Church of England were to cease to carry moral authority with it. Another dealt with the more purely social subject of middle-class destitution. Another with the authenticity, or rather unauthenticity, of the 4th Gospel. Another was headed Irrational Rationalism, and there were 2 or 3 more. They were all written vigorously and fearlessly, as though by people used to authority. All granted that the Church professed to enjoin belief in much which no one could accept who had been accustomed to weigh evidence. But it was contended that so much valuable truth had got so closely mixed up with these mistakes that the mistakes had better not be meddled with. To lay great stress on these was like cavilling at the Queen's right to reign, on the ground that William the Conqueror was illegitimate. One article maintained that though it would be inconvenient to change the words of our prayer book and articles, it would not be inconvenient to change in a quiet way the meanings which we put upon those words. This, it was argued, was what was actually done in the case of law. This had been the law's mode of growth and adaptation, and had in all ages been found a righteous and convenient method of effecting change. It was suggested that the Church should adopt it. In another essay it was boldly denied that the Church rested upon reason. It was proved incontestably that its ultimate foundation was and ought to be faith, there being indeed no other ultimate foundation than this for any of man's beliefs. If so, the writer claimed that the Church could not be upset by reason. It was founded, like everything else, on initial assumptions, that is to say, on faith, and if it was to be upset, it was to be upset by faith, by the faith of those who in their lives appeared more graceful, more lovable, better bred in fact, and better able to overcome difficulties. Any sect which showed its superiority in these respects might carry all before it, but none other would make much headway for long together. Christianity was true in so far as it had fostered beauty, and it had fostered much beauty. It was false in so far as it fostered ugliness, and it had fostered much ugliness. It was therefore not a little true and not a little false. On the whole, one might go farther and fare worse. The wisest course would be to live with it, and make the best and not the worst of it. The writer urged that we become persecutors as a matter of course as soon as we begin to feel very strongly upon any subject. We ought not, therefore, to do this. We ought not to feel very strongly, even upon that institution which was dearer to the writer than any other, the Church of England. We should be churchmen, but somewhat lukewarm churchmen, inasmuch as those who care very much about either religion or irreligion are seldom observed to be very well-bred or agreeable people. The Church herself should approach as nearly to that of Laodicea as was compatible with her continuing to be a church at all, and each individual member should only be hot and striving to be as lukewarm as possible. The book rang with a courage alike of conviction and of an entire absence of conviction. It appeared to be the work of men who had a rule of thumb way of steering between iconoclasm on the one hand and credulity on the other, who cut Gordian knots as a matter of course when it suited their convenience, who shrank from no conclusion in theory, nor from any want of logic in practice, so long as they were illogical of malice prepense, and for what they held to be sufficient reason. The conclusions were conservative, quietistic, comforting. The arguments by which they were reached were taken from the most advanced writers of the day. All that these people contended for was granted them, but the fruits of victory were for the most part handed over to those already in possession. Perhaps the passage which attracted most attention in the book was one from the essay on the various marriage systems of the world. It ran: "If people require us to construct," exclaimed the writer, "we set good breeding as the cornerstone of our edifice. We would have it ever present consciously or unconsciously in the minds of all as the central faith in which they should live and move and have their being, as the touchstone of all things whereby they may be known as good or evil according as they make for good breeding or against it. That a man should have been bred well and breed others well, that his figure, head, hands, feet, voice, manner, and clothes should carry conviction upon this point, so that no one can look at him without seeing that he has come of good stock, and is likely to throw good stock himself. This is the desiderandum, and the same with a woman. The greatest number of these well-bred men and women, and the greatest happiness of these well-bred men and women, this is the highest good. Towards this all government, all social conventions, all art, literature, and science should directly or indirectly tend. Holy men and holy women are those who keep this unconsciously in view at all times, whether of work or pastime." If Ernest had published this work in his own name, I should think it would have fallen stillborn from the press. But the form he had chosen was calculated at that time to arouse curiosity, and as I have said, he had wickedly dropped a few hints which the reviewers did not think anyone would have been impudent enough to do if he were not a bishop, or at any rate someone in authority. A well-known judge was spoken of as being another of the writers, and the idea spread ere long that 6 or 7 of the leading bishops and judges had laid their heads together to produce a volume, which should at once outbid essays and reviews and counteract the influence of that then still famous work. Reviewers are men of like passions with ourselves, and with them, as with everyone else, omne ignotum pro magnifico. The book was really an able one and abounded with humour, just satire, and good sense. It struck a new note, and the speculation which for some time was rife concerning its authorship made many turn to it who would never have looked at it otherwise. One of the most gushing weeklies had a fit over it, and declared it to be the finest thing that had been done since the Provincial Letters of Pascal. Once a month or so that weekly always found some picture which was the finest that had been done since the old masters, or some satire that was the finest that had appeared since Swift, or some something which was incomparably the finest that had appeared since something else. If Ernest had put his name to the book, and the writer had known that it was by a nobody, he would doubtless have written in a very different strain. Reviewers like to think that for aught they know they are patting a duke or even a prince of the blood upon the back, and lay it on thick till they find they have been only praising Brown, Jones, or Robinson. Then they are disappointed, and as a general rule will pay Brown, Jones, or Robinson out. Ernest was not so much up to the ropes of the literary world as I was, and I am afraid his head was a little turned when he woke up one morning to find himself famous. He was Christina's son, and perhaps would not have been able to do what he had done if he was not capable of occasional undue elation. Ere long, however, he found out all about it, and settled quietly down to write a series of books, in which he insisted on saying things which no one else would say, even if they could, or could even if they would. He has got himself a bad literary character. I said to him laughingly one day that he was like the man in the last century of whom it was said that nothing but such a character could keep down such parts. He laughed and said he would rather be like that than like a modern writer or two whom he could name, whose parts were so poor that they could be kept up by nothing but by such a character. I remember soon after one of these books was published, I happened to meet Mrs. Jupp, to whom, by the way, Ernest made a small weekly allowance. It was at Ernest's chambers, and for some reason we were left alone for a few minutes. I said to her, "Mr. Pontifex has written another book, Mrs. Jupp." "Lor now," she said, "has he really? Dear gentleman, is it about love?" And the old sinner threw up a wicked sheep's eye glance at me from under her aged eyelids. I forget what there was in my reply which provoked it, probably nothing, but she went rattling on at full speed to the effect that Bell had given her a ticket for the opera. So of course, she said, I went. I didn't understand one word of it, for it was all French, but I saw their legs. Oh dear, oh dear, I'm afraid I shan't be here much longer, and when dear Mr. Pontifex sees me in my coffin he'll say, 'Poor old Jupp, she'll never talk broad any more.' But bless you, I'm not so old as all that, and I'm taking lessons in dancing." At this moment Ernest came in, and the conversation was changed. Mrs. Jupp asked if he was still going on writing more books now that this one was done. "Of course I am," he answered. "I'm always writing books. Here is the manuscript of my next," and he showed her a heap of paper. "Well now," she exclaimed, "dear, dear me, and is that manuscript? I've often heard talk about manuscripts, but I never thought I should live to see some myself. Well, well, so that is really manuscript." There were a few geraniums in the window, and they did not look well. Ernest asked Mrs. Jupp if she understood flowers. "I understand the language of flowers," she said, with one of her most bewitching leers, and on this we sent her off till she should choose to honour us with another visit, which she knows she is privileged from time to time to do, for Ernest likes her. Chapter 86. And now I must bring my story to a close. The preceding chapter was written soon after the events it records, that is to say, in the spring of 1867. By that time my story had been written up to this point, but it has been altered here and there from time to time occasionally. It is now the autumn of 1882, and if I am to say more I should do so quickly, for I am 80 years old, and though well in health cannot conceal from myself that I am no longer young. Ernest himself is 47, though he hardly looks it. He is richer than ever, for he has never married, and his London and North Western shares have nearly doubled themselves. Through sheer inability to spend his income he has been obliged to hoard in self-defence. He still lives in the Temple in the same rooms I took for him when he gave up his shop, for no one has been able to induce him to take a house. His house, he says, is wherever there is a good hotel. When he is in town he likes to work and to be quiet. When out of town he feels that he has left little behind him that can go wrong, and he would not like to be tied to a single locality. I know no exception, he says, to the rule that it is cheaper to buy milk than to keep a cow. As I have mentioned Mrs. Jupp, I may as well say here the little that remains to be said about her. She is a very old woman now, but no one now living, as she says triumphantly, can say how old, for the woman in the Old Kent Road is dead, and presumably has carried her secret to the grave. Old, however, though she is, she lives in the same house, and finds it hard work to make the two ends meet, but I do not know that she minds this very much, and it has prevented her from getting more to drink than would be good for her. It is no use trying to do anything for her beyond paying her allowance weekly, and absolutely refusing to let her anticipate it. She pawns her flat iron every Saturday for 4d, and takes it out every Monday morning for 4.5d, when she gets her allowance, and has done this for the last 10 years as regularly as the week comes round. As long as she does not let the flat iron actually go, we know that she can still worry out her financial problems in her own hugger-mugger way, and had better be left to do so. If the flat iron were to go beyond redemption, we should know that it was time to interfere. I do not know why, but there is something about her which always reminds me of a woman who was as unlike her as one person can be to another. I mean Ernest's mother. The last time I had a long gossip with her was about 2 years ago, when she came to me instead of to Ernest. She said she had seen a cab drive up just as she was going out to enter the staircase, and had seen Mr. Pontifex's pa put his Beelzebub old head out the window. So she had come on to me, for she hadn't greased her sides for no curtsy, not for the likes of him. She professed to be very much down on her luck. Her lodgers did use her so dreadful, going away without paying and leaving not so much as a stick behind. But to-day she was as pleased as a penny carrot. She had had such a lovely dinner, a cushion of ham and green peas. She had had a good cry over it, but then she was so silly, she was. "And there's that Bell," she continued, though I could not detect any appearance of connection. "It's enough to give anyone the hump to see him now that he's taken to chapel going, and his mother's prepared to meet Jesus and all that to me, and now she ain't a-going to die, and drinks half a bottle of champagne a day. And then Grig, him as preaches, you know, asked Bell if I really was too gay, but not when I was young I'd snap my fingers at any fly-by-night in Holborn, and if I was togged out and had my teeth I'd do it now. I lost my poor dear Watkins, but of course that couldn't be helped, and then I lost my dear Rose. Silly faggot to go and ride on a cart and catch the bronchitics. I never thought when I kissed my dear Rose in Pullen's Passage, and she gave me the chop, that I should never see her again. And her gentleman friend was fond of her too, though he was a married man. I dare say she's gone to bits by now. If she could rise and see me with my bad finger, she would cry, and I should say, 'Never mind, ducky, I'm all right.' Oh dear, it's coming on to rain. I do hate a wet Saturday night. Poor women with their nice white stockings and their livings to get," etc., etc. And yet age does not wither this godless old sinner, as people would say it ought to. Whatever life she has led, it has agreed with her very sufficiently. At times she gives us to understand that she is still much solicited. At others she takes quite a different tone. She has not allowed even Joe King so much as to put his lips to hers this 10 years. She would rather have a mutton chop any day. But you should have seen me when I was sweet 17. I was the very moral of my poor dear mother, and she was a pretty woman, though I say it that shouldn't. She had such a splendid mouth of teeth, it was a sin to bury her in her teeth. I only knew of one thing at which she professes to be shocked, It is that her son Tom and his wife Topsy are teaching the baby to swear. "Oh, it's too dreadful awful!" she exclaimed. "I don't know the meaning of the words, but I tell him he's a drunken sot." I believe the old woman in reality rather likes it. "But surely, Mrs. Jupp," said I, "Tom's wife used not to be Topsy. You used to speak of her as Phoebe." "Ah, yes," she answered, "but Phoebe behaved bad, and it's Topsy now." Ernest's daughter Alice married the boy who had been her playmate more than a year ago. Ernest gave them all they said they wanted and a good deal more. They have already presented him with a grandson, and I doubt not will do so with many more. Georgie, though only 21, is owner of a fine steamer which his father has bought for him. He began when about 13, going with old Rollings and Jack in the barge from Rochester to the upper Thames with bricks. Then his father bought him and Jack barges of their own, and then he bought them both ships, and then steamers. I do not exactly know how many people make money by having a steamer, but he does whatever is usual, and from all I can gather makes it pay extremely well. He is a good deal like his father in the face, but without a spark, so far as I have been able to observe, any literary ability. He has a fair sense of humour and abundance of common sense, but his instinct is clearly a practical one. I am not sure that he does not put me in mind almost more of what Theobald would have been if he had been a sailor than of Ernest. Ernest used to go down to Battersby and stay with his father for a few days twice a year until Theobald's death, and the pair continued on excellent terms, in spite of what the neighbouring clergy call the atrocious books which Mr. Ernest Pontifex has written. Perhaps the harmony, or rather absence of discord, which subsisted between the pair was due to the fact that Theobald had never looked into the inside of one of his son's works, and Ernest, of course, never alluded to them in his father's presence. The pair, as I have said, got on excellently, but it was doubtless as well that Ernest's visits were short and not too frequent. Once Theobald wanted Ernest to bring his children, but Ernest knew they would not like it, so this was not done. Sometimes Theobald came up to town on small business matters and paid a visit to Ernest's chambers. He generally brought with him a couple of lettuces or a cabbage or half a dozen turnips done up in a piece of brown paper, and told Ernest that he knew fresh vegetables were rather hard to get in London, and he had brought him some. Ernest had often explained to him that the vegetables were of no use to him, and that he had rather he would not bring them, but Theobald persisted, I believe through sheer love of doing something which his son did not like, but which was too small to take notice of. He lived until about 12 months ago, when he was found dead in his bed on the morning after having written the following letter to his son. Dear Ernest, I've nothing particular to write about, but your letter has been lying for some days in the limbo of unanswered letters, to wit my pocket, and it's time it was answered. I keep wonderfully well, and I am able to walk my 5 or 6 miles with comfort, but at my age there's no knowing how long it will last, and time flies quickly. I have been busy potting plants all the morning, but this afternoon is wet. What is this horrid government going to do with Ireland? I don't exactly wish they'd blow up Mr. Gladstone, but if a mad bull would chivy him there, and he would never come back any more, I should not be sorry. Lord Harrington is not exactly the man I should like to set in his place, but he would be immeasurably better than Gladstone. I miss your sister Charlotte more than I can express. She kept my household accounts, and I could pour out to her all the little worries, and now that Joey is married too, I don't know what I should do if one or the other of them did not come sometimes and take care of me. My only comfort is that Charlotte will make her husband happy, and that he is as nearly worthy of her as a husband can be. Believe me, your affectionate father, Theobald Pontifex. I may say in passing that though Theobald speaks of Charlotte's marriage as though it were recent, it had in reality taken place some 6 years previously, she being then about 38 years old, and her husband about 7 years younger. There was no doubt that Theobald passed peacefully away during his sleep. Can a man who died thus be said to have died at all? He has presented the phenomena of death to other people, but in respect of himself he has not only not died, but he has not even thought that he was going to die. This is not more than half dying, but then neither was his life more than half living. He presented so many of the phenomena of living that I suppose on the whole it would be less trouble to think of him as having been alive than as never having been born at all. But this is only possible because association does not stick to the strict letter of its bond. This, however, was not the general verdict concerning him, and the general verdict is often the truest. Ernest was overwhelmed with expressions of condolence and respect for his father's memory. He never, said Dr. Martin, the old doctor who brought Ernest into the world, spoke an ill word against anyone. He was not only liked, he was beloved by all who had anything to do with him. A more perfectly just and righteously dealing man, said the family solicitor, I have never had anything to do with, nor one more punctual in the discharge of every business obligation. We shall miss him sadly, the bishop wrote to Joey in the very warmest of terms. The poor were in consternation. The well's never missed, said one old woman, till it's dry, and she only said what everyone else felt. Ernest knew that the general regret was unaffected as for a loss which could not be easily repaired. He felt that there were only 3 people in the world who joined insincerely in the tribute of applause, and these were the very 3 who could least show their want of sympathy. I mean Joey, Charlotte, and himself. He felt bitter against himself for being of a mind with either Joey or Charlotte upon any subject, and thankful that he must conceal his being so as far as possible, not because of anything his father had done to him. These grievances were too old to be remembered now, but because he would never allow him to feel towards him as he was always trying to feel. As long as communication was confined to the merest commonplace, all went well, but if these were departed from ever such a little, he invariably felt that his father's instincts showed themselves in immediate opposition to his own. When he was attacked, his father laid whatever stress was possible on everything which his opponents said. If he met with any check, his father was clearly pleased. What the old doctor had said about Theobald speaking ill of no man was perfectly true as regards others than himself, but he knew very well that no one had injured his reputation in a quiet way, so far as he dared to do, more than his own father. This is a very common case and a very natural one. It often happens that if the son is right, the father is wrong, and the father is not going to have this if he can help it. It was very hard, however, to say what was the true root of the mischief in the present case. It was not Ernest's having been imprisoned. Theobald forgot all about that much sooner than 9 fathers out of 10 would have done. Partly, no doubt, it was due to the incompatibility of temperament, but I believe the main ground of complaint lay in the fact that he had been so independent and so rich while still very young, and that thus the old gentleman had been robbed of his power to tease and scratch in the way he felt he was entitled to do. The love of teasing in a small way when he felt safe in doing so had remained part of his nature from the days when he told his nurse that he would keep her on purpose to torment her. I suppose it is so with all of us. At any rate, I am sure that most fathers, especially if they are clergymen, are like Theobald. He did not in reality, I am convinced, like Joey or Charlotte one whit better than he liked Ernest. He did not like anyone or anything, or if he liked anyone at all it was his butler, who looked after him when he was not well, and took great care of him, and believed him to be the best and ablest man in the whole world. Whether this faithful and attached servant continued to think this after Theobald's will was opened, and it was found what kind of legacy had been left him, I know not. Of his children, the baby who had died at a day old was the only one whom he held to have treated him quite filially. As for Christina, he hardly ever pretended to miss her, and never mentioned her name, but this was taken as proof that he felt her loss too keenly to be able to ever speak of her. It may have been so, but I do not think it. Theobald's effects were sold by auction, and among them the Harmony of the Old and New Testaments which he had compiled during the many years with such exquisite neatness, and a huge collection of manuscript sermons, being all in fact that he had ever written. These and the Harmony fetched 9d. a barrow load. I was surprised to hear that Joey had not given the 3 or 4 shillings which would have bought the whole lot, but Ernest tells me that Joey was far fiercer in his dislike of his father than ever he had been himself, and wished to get rid of everything that reminded him of him. It has already appeared that both Joey and Charlotte are married. Joey has a family, but he and Ernest very rarely have any intercourse. Of course, Ernest took nothing under his father's will. This had long been understood, so that the other two are both well provided for. Charlotte is as clever as ever, and sometimes asks Ernest to come and stay with her and her husband near Dover, I suppose because she knows that the invitation will not be agreeable to him. There is a de haut en bas tone in all her letters. It is rather hard to lay one's finger upon it, but Ernest never gets a letter from her without feeling that he is being written to by one who has had direct communication with an angel. What an awful creature, he once said to me, that angel must have been if it had anything to do with making Charlotte what she is. Could you like, she wrote to him not long ago, the thoughts of a little sea change here? The top of the cliffs will soon be bright with heather. The gorse must be out already, and the heather I should think begun, to judge by the state of the hill at Ewell. And heather or no heather, the cliffs are always beautiful, and if you come your room shall be cosy so that you may have a resting corner to yourself. 19 and 6d. is the price of a return ticket which covers a month. Would you decide just as you would yourself like? Only if you come we would hope to try and make it bright for you, but you must not feel it a burden on your mind if you feel disinclined to come in this direction. When I have a bad nightmare, Ernest said to me, laughing as he showed me this letter, I dream that I have got to stay with Charlotte. Her letters are supposed to be unusually well written, and I believe it is said among the family that Charlotte has far more real literary power than Ernest has. Sometimes we think that she is writing at him as much to say, "There now, don't you think you are the only one of us who can write? Read this. And if you want a telling bit of descriptive writing for your next book, you can make what use of it you like." I dare say she writes very well, but she has fallen under the dominion of the words hope, think, feel, try, bright, and little, and can hardly write a page without introducing all of these words, and some of them more than once. All this has the effect of making her style monotonous. Ernest is as fond of music as ever, perhaps more so, and of late years has added musical composition to the other irons in his fire. He finds it still a little difficult, and is in constant trouble through getting into the key of C sharp after beginning in the key of C, and being unable to get back again. Getting into the key of C sharp, he said, is like an unprotected female travelling on the Metropolitan Railway, and finding herself at Shepherd's Bush, without quite knowing where she wants to go. How is she ever to get safe back to Clapham Junction? And Clapham Junction won't quite do either, for Clapham Junction is like the diminished seventh, susceptible of such enharmonic change that you can resolve it into all the possible termini of music. Talking of music reminds me of a little passage that took place between Ernest and Miss Skinner, Dr. Skinner's eldest daughter, not so very long ago. Dr. Skinner had long left Roughborough and had become dean of a cathedral in one of our Midland counties, a position which exactly suited him. Finding himself once in the neighbourhood, Ernest called, for old acquaintance' sake, and was hospitably entertained at lunch. 30 years had whitened the doctor's bushy eyebrows. His hair they could not whiten. I believe that but for that wig he would have been made a bishop. His voice and manner were unchanged, and when Ernest, remarking upon a plan of Rome which hung in the hall, spoke inadvertently of the Quirinal, he replied with all his wonted pomp, "Yes, the Quirinal, or as I myself prefer to call it, the Quirinal." After this triumph he inhaled a long breath through the corners of his mouth and flung it back again into the face of heaven as in his finest form during his head-mastership. At lunch he did indeed once say, "Next to impossible to think of anything else," but he immediately corrected himself and substituted the words, "next to impossible to entertain irrelevant ideas," after which he seemed to feel a good deal more comfortable. Ernest saw the familiar volumes of Dr. Skinner's works upon the bookshelves in the deanery dining-room, but he saw no copy of Rome or the Bible, which— "And are you still as fond of music as ever, Mr. Pontifex?" said Miss Skinner to Ernest during the course of the lunch. "Of some kinds of music, yes, Miss Skinner, but you know I never did like modern music." "Isn't that rather dreadful? Don't you think you rather—" She was going to have added, "ought to," but she left it unsaid, feeling doubtless that she had sufficiently conveyed her meaning. "I would like modern music if I could. I have been trying all my life to like it, but I succeed less and less the older I grow." "And pray where do you consider modern music to begin?" "With Sebastian Bach." "And don't you like Beethoven?" "No. I used to think I did when I was younger, but I know now that I never really liked him." "Ah, how can you say so? You cannot understand him. You never could say this if you understood him. For me a simple chord of Beethoven is enough. This is happiness." Ernest was amused at her strong family likeness to her father, a likeness which had grown upon her as she had become older, and which extended even to voice and manner of speaking. He remembered how he had heard me describe the game of chess I had played with the doctor in days gone by, and with his mind's ear seemed to hear Miss Skinner saying, as though it were an epitaph, "Stay, I may presently take a simple chord of Beethoven, or a small semi-quaver from one of Mendelssohn's songs without words." After luncheon, when Ernest was left alone for half an hour or so with the dean, he plied him so well with compliments that the old gentleman was pleased and flattered beyond his wont. He rose and bowed. "These expressions," he said, voce sua, "are very valuable to me." "They are but a small part, sir," rejoined Ernest, "of what any one of your old pupils must feel towards you." And the pair danced as it were a minuet at the end of the dining-room table in front of the old bay window that looked upon the smooth-shaven lawn. On this Ernest departed. A month or two afterwards Dr. Skinner was gathered to his fathers. "He was an old fool, Ernest," said I, "and you should not relent towards him." "I could not help it," he replied. "He was so old that it was almost like playing with a child." Sometimes, like all whose minds are active, Ernest overworks himself, and then occasionally he has fierce and reproachful encounters with Dr. Skinner or Theobald in his sleep. But beyond this, neither of these two worthies can now molest him further. To myself he has been a son and more than a son. At times I am half afraid, as for example when I talk to him about his books, that I may have been to him more like a father than I ought. If I have, I trust he has forgiven me. His books are the only bone of contention between us. I want him to write like other people, and not to offend so many of his readers. He says he can no more change his manner of writing than the colour of his hair, and that he must write as he does, or not at all. With the public generally he is not a favourite. He is admitted to have talent, but it is considered generally to be of a queer, unpractical kind, and no matter how serious he is always accused of being in jest. His first book was a success for reasons which I have already explained, but none of his others have been more than creditable failures. He is one of those unfortunate men, each one of whose books is sneered at by literary critics as soon as it comes out, but becomes excellent reading as soon as it has been followed by a later work which may in its turn be condemned. He never asked a reviewer to dinner in his life. I have told him over and over again that this is madness, and find that this is the only thing I can say to him which makes him angry with me. "What can it matter to me," he says, "whether people read my books or not? It may matter to them, but I have too much money to want more, and if the books have any stuff in them it will work by and by. I do not know nor greatly care whether they are good or not. What opinion can any sane man form about his own work? Some people must write stupid books just as there must be junior ops and third-class pollmen. Why should I complain about being among the mediocrities? If a man is not absolutely below mediocrity, let him be thankful. Besides, the books will have to stand by themselves some day, so the sooner they begin the better." I spoke to his publisher about him not long since. "Mr. Pontifex," he said, "is a homo unius libre, but it doesn't do to tell him so." I could see the publisher, who ought to know, had lost all faith in Ernest's literary position, and looked upon him as a man whose failure was all the more hopeless for the fact of his having once made a coup. "He is in a very solitary position, Mr. Overton," continued the publisher. "He has formed no alliances, and has made enemies not only of the religious world, but of the literary and scientific brotherhood as well. This will not do nowadays. If a man wishes to get on he must belong to a set, and Mr. Pontifex belongs to no set, not even to a club." I replied, "Mr. Pontifex is the exact likeness of Othello, but with a difference. He hates not wisely, but too well. He would dislike the literary and scientific swells if he were to come to know them, and they him. There is no natural solidarity between him and them, and if he were brought into contact with them his last state would be worse than his first. His instinct tells him this, so he keeps clear of them, and attacks them whenever he thinks they deserve it, in the hopes perhaps that a younger generation will listen to him more willingly than the present. Can anything, said the publisher, be conceived more impracticable and imprudent? To all this Ernest replies with only one word: wait. Such is my friend's latest development. He would not, it is true, run much chance at present of trying to found a college of spiritual pathology, but I must leave it to the reader to determine whether there is not a strong family likeness between the Ernest of the College of Spiritual Pathology and the Ernest who will insist on addressing the next generation rather than his own. He says he trusts that there is not, and takes the sacrament duly once a year as a sop to Nemesis lest he should again feel strongly upon any subject. It rather fatigues him, but no man's opinions, he sometimes says, can be worth holding unless he knows how to deny them easily and gracefully upon occasion, in the cause of charity. In politics he is a conservative so far as his vote and interests are concerned. In all other respects he is an advanced radical. His father and grandfather could probably no more understand his state of mind than they could understand Chinese, but those who know him intimately do not know that they wish him greatly different from what he actually is. End of chapter 86. End of The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.